continued patronization. And I must say that we would want your support more than ever. Of course, the SheMaker Summit, for which we are gathered here together, wouldn't have been possible without the vision and relentless effort of Anjali Gulati, the founder of People Connect, and with the apt title of People Connect, they really connect. But today, we are here for a very important reason, and that is to talk and discuss about diversity. In IIM Mumbai, our director, Professor Manoj Tiwari, Dean Shrik, Professor Khanapuri, and the entire fraternity has been always committed to this cause. And we have a wonderful team to take these activities, and we do a lot of it, as you would see throughout the day. So I just want to take this opportunity, since all of you are here, to quickly introduce the team. May I request Professor Upasna to just stand maybe once and wave to all of you. She is a professor in OBHR and the DEI chair. We have also Professor Nikhil Mehta, Associate Professor OBHR, and he spearheads our Parivartan program. Then we have our youngest member, the vibrant Professor Megha Gupta. She is also an assistant professor in OBHR.
And of course, we won't complete without me. I am Poonam Singh. I am a faculty in economics and strategy.
Work in the area of corporate governance. So, thank you very much. So, without much ado, let's look forward to the day where diversity and its implications are going to be the ruler, if I may say, through the different programs that we have showcased in different forms of panels, story sharing, and all. We look forward to your active participation. And as I mentioned, this is just the starting. We have a long way to go. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite our Dean Shrik, Professor Vivekanand Khanapuri, to come and address the gathering. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just setting my timer because very good morning to all of you. So it's still not encouraging, but at least once again let me try that. Good morning. Okay, good. Because one is the slides are flashing on me. I can't see much, so I don't know whether you are smiling, listening, sleeping, I don't know. Can we switch off these lights and put on these lights, at least for my session? Yeah. First of all, let me extend my congratulations to the entire team led by Anjali Gulati madam. I can't see her here. Is she there? Yeah. Congratulations for taking up this initiative. Second is, yes, yeah, thank you so much. If you can switch this off, is fine. Second is, in terms of the process through which they have come up to this point. In fact, a lot of efforts has gone, and what I see it culminating into this event today is a real conviction about the message which they want to discuss through the day. Our institute, before August 15th, right, we were still known as National Institute of Industrial Engineering, and on the Independence Day, we also got a little bit of independence, and we thank the Government of India, the Ministry of Education, for giving us the due recognition which was long overdue. In fact, we were established along with Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad and Calcutta, way back in 60s. We are celebrating our Diamond Jubilee this year. And moment we ask, do you know NITI, right? NITI, VT, CITI, I know people start asking a lot of questions. But the moment I say, yes, I am, and more than that, IIM Mumbai, everybody gives a big cheer and then say, fine, this is, we know it, right? And that is the whole point which we also want you to learn a few things. Not because we have become IIM or anything like that, we have started doing all these things. We have been working on these things. We have got a lot of conviction in with which we have started this. We have got this diversity, equity and inclusivity cell led by the chair, Professor Upasana, and we have been doing a lot of activities in that. And we strongly believe in those things. It's not just for saying it so. The second thing is, when I look at the concept on which you are working on, women in manufacturing, I thought let me share a few points here about my understanding of the theme on which you are going to work on. Now, manufacturing per se, all the while, is known to be a male-dominated one, okay? And in India, it's no different. We just got about 20% of them working in this industry. But yes, there's a huge difference which is happening. And that difference is coming slowly and steadily. If you look globally, the numbers are close to about 40-45%. And very important for us to make this message loud and strong to the community, whosoever it is listening. Yes, if women, as and when they are there in one of these core sectors of manufacturing, they can make a huge contribution to the economy. And that is what we want. In fact, if we are talking of the economy growing from 3 trillion to 5 trillion and probably by 2027 or 2030 going up to 7 trillion, it is all the more important that women actively participate, actively get involved, engaged in this sector, not just manufacturing across a specific sectors. Right now we see women are working in very few sectors, but they are not core manufacturing access. They are mostly in services, they are mostly in education, they are mostly in hospitals. But if you look at some of these companies which are encouraging women, and that is what is important for us to understand. And that can be done only when my pipeline, which is right from school education to the college education to the engineering education, there are more women taking involvement or interest in these fields. And that is one. The second is, we are a very diverse country. We have got huge spread across, whether it is east, west, north, south. You will see there's a huge difference. But some facts for you for the reality check. You go and check it down south, whether it is Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh or Kerala, you will find more than 45% in the women workforce. And that is not equally true in the other parts of the country. And that is what we need to change. And this is only possible when we make this message loud and strong, communicate to the world how we can make a difference or bring a difference to the manufacturing industry as such. The last part is basically when we are trying to bring in, this is the best time I can think of. Okay, what is happening now is as we are slowly growing, evolving, we are coming, and today the whole nation is looking forward to a landing of Chandrayaan, right? And someday we will also have this kind of strong feeling of pride and this one where we'll see large number of women working in some of those core sectors. And that is what we are looking at. And probably these kind of events, and I think full credit goes to Anjali Madam for taking this kind of initiatives with my team here and others, all others who are involved, for taking this in a strong way. And I wish that the message goes loud and strong to the outside world. Yes, we are going to make a difference, and we are going to ensure that women are going to be there playing an active role or a key role in terms of these sectors wherever we are talking about. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. In fact, good morning. How are we all doing? Oh my God. Am I audible? I thought I was sleeping at the backstage, but no, not really. Are we all sleepy? Can I get a good morning, please? Perfect. Once again, I would request you all to please put your hands together for Associate Professor Poonam Singh, IIM Mumbai, for the introduction, and also for Professor V.B. Khanapuri, Dean, SRIC IIM, for the opening address. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. Well, once again, here's extending a warm welcome to everyone here who are watching us online as well, to our esteemed participants, our guests, and to all the sheroes here. Welcome to the grand stage of innovation and inclusion. The SheMaker Summit Season 4, Women in Manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host for the day, and my name is Ankita. As we embark on this incredible journey of celebrating and championing women in manufacturing industry, today we've gathered here to honor the remarkable strides taken in the world of manufacturing, especially by women who have paved their paths into this dynamic and ever-evolving industry. SheMaker Summit is not just an event, it's a movement. And what is a movement without a mission, right? The SheMaker Summit has been fueled by a powerful mission since its inception, which is to build a future of manufacturing where women have equal power and voices. The summit isn't just about celebrating your achievements, but it's also about shaping a future that's more inclusive, diverse, and equitable. A journey like this, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't have been possible without the unwavering support of our sponsors and partners. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to those who believe in our vision and join hands to make this summit a reality. Expressing our gratitude to this summit, which has been made possible by Aditya Birla Group. A big hand for them, please. Our platinum partner, Sterlite Power, hosted by academic partner, National Institute of Industrial Engineering, now IIM Mumbai. Our segment supporters and partners, Hestamp and Sun Pharma. Our media partner, SheMaker. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a share voice call. Are we all ready for the day? Wow, the last row. Are we all ready for the day? Yes. Perfect. Well, fasten up your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, and get ready for an extraordinary lineup of keynote speakers, insightful panel discussions, interactive workshops, and networking opportunities that will only inspire, encourage, and educate each one of y'all. Throughout the summit, you'll have the chance to connect with thought leaders, industry experts, and fellow participants who share your passion for innovation and progress in the field of women in manufacturing. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, for the founder's address, I may now take this opportunity to call upon Anjali Gulati, founder and director, People Connect.
Thank you everyone for being here today. The one question that we have been hearing forever is, where are the women? Some of them are right here. Some of us are with us online. We have more than 5,000 people who are viewing us online today, a lot of students as well. So we hope to answer that question as we go along. Actually, that has been the North Star for us for the last so many years. We have been trying to answer that question through a variety of things that we have been doing. SheMaker Summit is, of course, one of our largest events that we've been doing for the last 4 years now, and happy to see the support that is coming in. We also picked up Women in Sales with LinkedIn earlier this year. Our Back to the Front program, which is for women in second careers, has been, I think, our passion project, and that's where actually our journey in the field of diversity and inclusion started with. Our team, in fact, of about 40 people we have 3 men and we have 37 women, and a lot of them are returning to career women. So I think that's a cause that is very, very close to our hearts. We have also on display a book called Inclusive Chronicles. It's a combination, I think, of all the experience that we have in the space of diversity and inclusion for the last so many years, all that we have been hearing from you, working with corporates and thinking about biases, the kind of unconscious biases that people live with. It's a small takeaway, and I think it's a reminder that biases are innate. It's about how you deal with them that is important. Like a personal anecdote as well. So me and my daughter were in the car the other day, and we were both trying to struggle with seat belts, and they come like right here, right? I don't know if how many women drivers are there, and maybe because I'm shorter than most people. So the seat belt like really comes here, and me and my daughter both were saying like, why is it so difficult? We said, maybe because it's designed by a man. Maybe when it's designed by a woman, she'll think that there should be 2 slots for the seat belt, one a lower one a higher one, so that it's easier for us. So these are, the innate pieces when we look at designing or making products for both or as many people we have in the world, because it's important to look at both perspectives. And when you're designing and when we have women who are consumers, why shouldn't women be makers? Coming back to what SheMaker Summit is for us today, we started this journey in 2020, just before the pandemic. My team is here, and you would know that the first summit was really a struggle. We struggled to get 100 people online. Online was unheard of at that point in time. It was tough because people said, why manufacturing, and why do we need to do an online piece? And we wanted to reach out to women in the remotest plants. We wanted to talk to people in the remotest plants across the country. That's why we said we must go online. It was tough to get 100 people. Last year, happy to report that we had 13,000 people who attended online. Today we have you here. We have more than 5,000 people who are watching us live, and we want to continue this conversation. Thank you so much for being a part of this journey. I have to thank Poonam and Aditya Birla Group, who has been with us for the last 3 years in this journey, and it wouldn't have been possible without your support. Dr. Upasna, Professor Khanapuri, and the team at IIM Mumbai, thank you for making this a reality for us today. What we started as a discussion 4-5 months ago has culminated into a day where we have got more than 50-60 companies who are here today and are keen to have this conversation and take this ahead. Our other partners, Sterlite Power, thank you for coming on board as a platinum partner, Guest Stamp, Sun Pharma. Everything, this time it's been, and we've got a lot of, more than 200 people who've nominated themselves for our awards. So it's been like, the conversation is now taking shape. And what we started as a conversation has now become a movement. We will have more and more communities coming ahead, and we'd love for you to partner with us on them. I know that we are going to be short on time through the day. It's going to be a full, fun-packed day, a lot of learning, a lot of sharing. We have the report, which is the best practices report that will be released through the day. Please, be open your minds, and meet a lot of people, take in as much as you can, because such opportunities, of course, events are opportunities where you can meet people and understand and see what they are doing. A lot of sharing, a lot of numbers will come in, data will come in. But also a lot of learning will happen. There are some organizations who are thinking about doing work in manufacturing. There are some organizations who are way ahead in the journey. I think it's a good common point for us to learn from each other. Without much ado, let's get the surprise me mode on and see what we have for you through the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anjali. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to welcome our keynote speaker for the day. Once again, are we all set? Brilliant. This powerful personality, ladies and gentlemen, comes with 20 years of rich and diversified experience in metals and mining, oil and gas and banking. She has held several leadership positions in India and globally, having worked with Indian and MNC groups across different organizations with strong functional expertise in the areas of procurement, sales, general management, and strategy. She joined Hindalco in 2018 in a business transformation role where she led projects across sustainability, recycling, and strategic project management. She transitioned into the procurement vertical in 2020. Prior to joining Hindalco, she worked in Schlumberger for 14 years, with her last role being the business head for one of the largest vertical for Indian subcontinent. She's a chemical engineer and master's in management from BITS Pilani. Ladies and gentlemen and girls who are here with us today, please join me in welcoming the Chief Procurement Officer of Hindalco, Ms. Kopal Agrawal, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor and privilege for me here to be here today to really celebrate the incredible resilience that women have shown in the manufacturing sector. The fact that so many of us are here today and online tells us that manufacturing industry as a whole is really focused on making this a place bringing gender parity in this place. And I personally am very happy to be a part of this journey. We have moved past, definitely we have moved past the conversation of why. Why are women important in manufacturing, I think has been well established. I think this question, while there is enough data, and I'm sure you will hear it through the day, it's been well established that diverse teams are the ones which are high performing in nature. Even the country's economic well-being today is very well tied in with women being a part of the workforce. So then we come to the second question, which is why are women still underrepresented in this industry? And we really need to today deep dive into this a little bit more. I think there is much at play, the fact that it has been traditionally male-dominated, the infrastructure, the practices, the facilities have been designed with men in mind because, that's how it had been. We are also dealing with, stereotypical notions of the abilities of women. We have, all of us for that matter, have conscious and unconscious bias. Plus, we have a burden of societal norms and a lack of role models. So we here need to really, make that change to see how we can turn this around. I think the opportunity is huge. So today I'm going to just take you through some of my learnings through my career. So the next slide, please. So my first of my learnings was that, you have to be resilient in tough situations and really find people who can support you. When I started my career, I started on an oil rig in offshore Vietnam. And as I reached the rig site, I saw that, I was the only girl amongst a ship of 100. I moved to the quarters and I saw that I have to share a room with 4 men in a bunk, 4-men bunk bed with a common toilet. Now, while for me, I was starting out, so I was excited, it was fine for me. But when the men found out that they have to share their quarters with the woman, their privacy started to get challenged. They were very uncomfortable. And I could feel the hostility that, now there is somebody else in the room which they don't want. But as my days passed on the rig, I realized that there are many people who were actually trying to make my stay comfortable. There was a crane operator, who would just change his schedule if I wanted my tool to be picked up. Or a Malaysian chef, on the rig site, who saw that I could not eat that food and started and looked up a recipe for dal. And then there was this company man, the company man is the head of the rig. And this guy, we used to work in a porta cabin, which, a small porta cabin, and it was the middle of summer, and the AC had broken down. And this guy comes and he's like, oh my God, I cannot have a lady suffer on my rig. And typically this would, require us to send back the AC and our companies to send it, and he got it fixed immediately. So from that point on, I realized that you have to focus on the positives, and you have to find people who can support your journey. I don't know if you must have read even Indra Nui's book, My Life in Full. And the thing that struck me about that book was the way she talks about only the positives. I mean, imagine a girl who has come from India and is making a place in the US at that time. She must have faced enough adversity and enough pushback from people, but she doesn't talk about it. She only talks about people who actually supported her journey. So I think we certainly need to keep the positive in our mind. Next slide. Another myth for me which got completely broken. Can we move to the next slide? Another myth that got broken for me was that, and having worked in metals and mining and oil and gas, that it was not about physical ability. It was actually about learning agility. And, as the environment is changing so rapidly, individuals and companies both actually need to start being able to keep up with this, change their strategies, change their skill set to stay relevant. And this comes with learning agility. I mean, Alfred Toffler, famously said that the illiterate of 21st century will not be one who cannot read or write, but one who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So, and this has actually helped me, I can say, that, to move 3 industries. I moved from banking to oil and gas and now to metals and mining because of the open mind these companies had to make non-traditional choices and to support that with learning tools to be able to deliver success. So while individuals need to be upskilling themselves, organizations also need to provide support to hire people from non-traditional backgrounds and actually provide programs to make it a success. Next slide. Along my career, I also realized that opportunities can come from anywhere. I think we talk a lot about networking, but I think it's a little bit beyond just networking. When you start working with different people, you are creating performance advocates of your work, which is beyond your direct manager. One of my my career break, I would say, came from this. So I was after the field, I moved to technical sales. And there was a time when the commercial team was really hard pressed for work. They asked me if I could do both the technical and commercial side on a tender. I worked with the sales head independently and delivered the project. Anyway, career moved on. I continued in the technical side. For the next 5 years, I moved into project management. And 5 years later, the sales head position opened up. Now, I didn't consider myself for the role because I thought I don't have any solid commercial experience. Neither did the management. They didn't consider me. But as the management was trying to find people across the world to try to get the right person for the job, the sales head at that point contacted the management and said that, you have somebody in your backyard. You should consider her. And that's how I got my commercial career took off. And I have to say, guys, so many of you are from the technical field. My approach towards work changed when I could see things from a different light. You have to do multiple roles. Only then you will truly understand the business paradigm we work in and what is the role you are playing in the larger scheme of things. Moving on, next slide. Another important realization and learning that I got was that while we women tend to look outward and many times complain of lack of equal opportunity, but we need to think inward as well. Are we really grabbing the opportunity that we get? Or are we getting constrained by our own self-limiting beliefs? Again, I will talk about my story. I think I was certainly quite constrained in the way I was thinking about myself. So I got a chance to go, I had done 2.5 years in sales, and I got a chance, I was sent for a leadership training, a women's leadership training in Dubai. On the first day, there was a dinner that was planned with the leadership team, and I met the vice president of Middle East Asia, who was my manager's manager at that point. And casually, she asked me if I was ready for my next role. And I was taken aback. I was not ready for this question, and I gave a very fumbling reply to say that I don't think this is the right role for me. And meanwhile, in my head, I'm thinking, am I even capable? How am I going to manage this stressful job with a small child? And I was feeling I'm happy doing what I'm doing, so why should I do more? And I gave her a very lukewarm response, and she didn't pursue it further. And on I go for my training. Now, 2 days in this leadership training, they, really put it in our head that you need to grab opportunity. And I'm thinking that mine is gone. And luckily, my stars were aligned. And on the last day, there was a round table which happened with the leadership team. I saw her on it. And immediately after the round table, I just went and told her I'm ready. And that one sentence, with that, I grabbed that opportunity which I had almost lost. So again, we have to be ready all the time, I think. You have to be able to grab that opportunity, because opportunities don't come often, and you cannot overthink this so much. Your life will pan out. You will find ways to manage it. So don't overthink it. Next slide. So as we go through our career, there are a few critical junctures which I think come for women. One is when we get married, and I think second is when we have children, third is when we have parents who start aging. And these are the times when I think communication becomes extremely imperative. Because what tends to happen is that our careers start to take a backseat. But because we think that, we need to do more, we need to do the best, but we are not communicating the needs we have. Again, when I was pregnant, I wanted to get back to work quickly. I wanted that, after my maternity leave, I get back and I don't take any extra leaves. But I was also sold to the fact that the doctors had advised that you should at least feed your child for 1 year. Breast milk, and I was thinking this is not going to be possible if I don't take my extended leave. I had another colleague who was pregnant at the same time, so we deliberated. We said, we have to make this change. And we went to the management to say that, guys, why don't you make a room for, expressing milk so that we can store it and I can come back to work immediately. And surprisingly, they said, we didn't realize this is the reason why women probably are taking longer to come back. And they said, nobody asked us. Nobody even came to tell us that this is an issue. It can be easily solved. So unless we ask, we cannot expect people to guess what we want. We have to communicate what we need and think these needs are going to change at every point of time. And each individual has those needs. It's absolutely valid. So communication becomes important. And from the other side, from organization side, it's important that we ask. We don't assume again. We ask what is it that you want, what support you want, to be able to really retain, the people in our organizations. Next slide. Lastly, I want to say that, you need to marry right. Now, you need to marry your partner, the right spouse and the right partner, but here I'm talking about marrying the right organization. So, you have to see where your organization is, who you're going to go to work for. You need to know where are they in this conversation. Are they still struggling with the why? Because if they're still struggling with the why of, women being in manufacturing, then maybe they're thinking differently. I would like to go for a company who's at least convinced on the why. And then I can be a part of the journey to build that diversity in the organization, be it through policy change, be it through making programs happen. But you have to at least look at what the leaders are talking, what kind of success stories they've had internally. And at Aditya Birla Group and at Hindalco, I can say that there's a lot of focus on gender, and not just on gender and inclusion, but even building gender equity at workplace. We are taking a three-pronged approach. So the first is to give organizational support. Again, like I said, there are two critical junctures which I feel for women which come. One is when they get married, and the second is when they have children. And for the women who are getting married, there is a wonderful dual career support policy we have, wherein we provide support for the spouse to either get a job within our organization or in our partner organizations or in industries across where we are working. A second policy which we have in support of returning mothers is that till the child is 2 years old, whenever they travel, we bear the cost of them, the child, and the attendant or a nanny or anybody they want to take along. So that we have these women, the women can come back, they can still do the job, which they want to do, by the way, and be comfortable. And they don't feel the stress of leaving a small child at home. The second pillar for us is talent acquisition and retention. Again, we are working from the start. We are trying to build a pipeline, and when we hire from campus our graduate engineer trainees, we are actually targeting to at least get 50% women in. This is to build a robust pipeline, because we do believe that when women start from bottoms up, they have far larger acceptability, they have far larger confidence, for that matter, when they do the job. So that is one approach. And second is to give enough programs in place, capability programs in place, to retain these women within the organization. Thirdly, the third approach is actually to work on the culture and the mindset. So we have a lot of gender sensitization programs. We are also working truly on having a mindset of inclusion. I at least have faced many times, you go for a meeting and people will greet everybody around you, and you'll probably be the last to be greeted because I don't know, because they don't think you are an authority figure or whatever that's going on in their mind. So how do we start including this in the mindset itself, so that when you go out, when people interact with each other, they do it with that mindset of inclusion? I think, we are also working, so at the shop floor as well, we have many women now. At our Silvassa plant here, there are as many women on the shop floor as men. We are not just working, we're working to the artisan level at the shop floor as well. We have fitters, electricians, etc., who are women who are working. And we're very proud of the fact that we are able to build this across the chain at Hindalco. Even I took the traditional route. When I came out, I went into banking. And when I moved actually to a manufacturing setup, just the sheer scale and size is so unimaginable that as an engineer, it gave me such a joy that I could see that, what I'm creating, I could see an impact right in front of my eyes. And to the engineers here, I really want to appeal to you that manufacturing is where I think you will get a true sense of achievement and joy and a sense of adventure as well. So you must, look at this place which is full brimming of opportunity. We are all here. That is the reason why we are all here, because we want to build it up. Be a part of that journey. I think it is very fulfilling to be a part of a journey like this. Having said that, last slide, please. The journey is still, I think, quite long. We women really have to play our part in this. We need many, many more role models so that we can attract many more. There are also invisible barriers which still exist, and I think that can be only broken through resilience. We will have to not just work internally, but also externally. In the Mines Act, women were prohibited to do a night shift. But with work with the government, the companies came together, and in 2019, they at least allowed women to start working in open cast mines in the night. It is a small achievement. And, we need to keep that push on. I mean, the Supreme Court has come recently and, come out with a handbook on gender stereotyping. We have to do the same, not just externally, but also in our own mindset. We have to break these stereotypes. And I think it'll require, bold action. It will also require persistent advocacy. And it will require a resolute commitment on the part of each one of us here today. So let us play a part in, empowering each other, lifting each other, and really making a transformation which goes beyond the manufacturing world and actually changes the society as a whole. So with that, I want to really close, and I want to say I want to give my gratitude to the organizers for organizing an event like this. And I'm happy to be a part of this, and each one of you who is making, playing a part in this journey. I think the future belongs to us. We just need to grab it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. With a huge round of applause, please join me in welcoming Professor Upasana Agrawal, Chair DEI Cell IIM Mumbai, followed by our panelist, Sejal Modi, HR Head Supply Chain, Legal and Sustainability Unilever, Dr. Sapna Purohit, Head HR Sun Pharma, Richa Bakshi, HR Director Supply Chain, PNG, Ganesh Chandan, CHRO, Tata Projects, Poonam Yadav, Group Head, Talent and Staffing, Aditya Birla Group. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please once again join me in welcoming our moderator and our panelists, please. Over to Professor Agrawal, please. Right here.
Audible? Not audible. Is this audible?
Yes.
All right. So, good morning to you all. And a very, very warm welcome to the SheMaker event. And of course, as we said, this is the first event that IIM Mumbai is formally organizing, where we have such strong industry and academia discussions for the day. Just to set the stage, we have roughly about 40 minutes with us. And we have a very interesting topic to have a conversation, which is exploring the hyperlocal approach to talent acquisition. What we will do is we will have one round of conversation, and then in case time permits, we can open up for some questions to the audiences, right? All right. So maybe if I can start my conversation with Ganesh, you see, hyperlocal talent acquisition today is being considered as one of the strategic ways of enhancing participation of women and diverse work groups at the workplace. Now, Tatas have been known for a long time for engaging with communities. What has been your experience with this kind of an approach to enhance diversity at the workplace, especially women diversity?
So, gender diversity has been a very integral part of our overall talent acquisition strategy. And of course, as an equal employment opportunity organization, the focus is to look at gender diversity on par with all other segments, look at it as equals. But at the same time, there has also been a specific focus with respect to attracting talent from an hyperlocal perspective is from an engagement and a retention perspective. So we have a manufacturing facility in Nagpur, we have one in Nasik. We try to hire people specifically from the local areas as close as possible, and largely with the belief that it will help us in retention. And similarly, in specific states like Northeast, we were talking about it yesterday, even J&K, we specifically look for people from the local areas, especially women, specifically women from local areas. Our own experience and our own realization has been that, one, it has helped in better engagement, even a better talent attraction ratio as well. I mean, the number of offers we make and the number of people who join has been far better. At the same time, that has not been the only approach. I mean, so one is to look at it from an engagement and retention perspective, but at the same time, we have not compromised on merit. The merit part remains same, equal for everyone. So while we continue to attract talent with a good focus on gender, yesterday we heard someone talking about 50% would be gender. So we have done that. We've been looking for, can we go up to 50%? But there has been a challenge. It's been difficult for us to attract 50% women in entry level or even at mid-level opportunities. So there's a challenge there. But our success has been good, and it has been a very core of our talent acquisition strategy. And in specific areas, there's a bit of a CSR agenda also, that how do we drive this and how do we give opportunities to local people. So therefore, as I said, in all the northeastern states, J&K, we deliberately look for local talent to be a part of our workforce. But at the same time, when we open it up for everyone, then it's, of course, it becomes an equal opportunity. But as we would like to go for more, increase the percentage, we also see a huge resistance. Or there's somewhere I believe that a lot of women engineering graduates have closed their mind towards exploring manufacturing projects or infrastructure as a career opportunity for various reasons. The stereotypes in the industry, the beliefs that you have, the reluctance is huge. So I think the moment the students open up their minds, or even women professionals open up their minds and look at this as a great career opportunity, I think there's a huge employment opportunity available. Manufacturing is a big space, infrastructure is another big space, but I think people need to be open and willing to explore this opportunity and not close their minds because they have some notions about it. They go by some stereotypes. So we have recently launched one internship program. We call it as a V internship program. The whole motive is that don't go by hearsay, don't go by what people tell you about this sector. Come work for us, experience this sector, and then make up your own mind and don't get influenced by what people have to say. So when we opened up with about 30 internships, we received response from about 2,000 plus engineering graduates. So it continues to attract a lot of people, and I see that the more you open up, give everyone an opportunity to come and experience your sector, experience your organization, it is bound to improve. But so far it's been a good experience.
Thank you very much. Like Tata's, Aditya Birla's, Poonam, my next question is to you, is also known for really nurturing community life and has invested phenomenally on, the local markets. What has been your experience with investments that have been made in communities where Aditya Birla has its plant locations? How has that sort of fed into your talent attraction strategy?
Okay, so for Aditya Birla, 50% of our revenues actually come from overseas, and 50% is India. And we have 7 manufacturing businesses. So it's not about one sector. When we talk about recruiting talent, we're talking about the 7 manufacturing businesses across. The group has been there for a long time now. We are almost 100 plus years. So one of the main guidelines that we operate, wherever we set up a plant, we have almost 55 plant locations where we have townships. And as we set up the townships, because we want to attract the talent out there, we want to make the life of our employees comfortable, we set up townships for the community out there. So of course, there are employment opportunities as we set up the plant across the community out there. And there's a hospital, there's a school, and all that, club, gym, whatever is required. when we did our research on diversity around 7 years back, one of the areas that we found, not just women, is actually men. Why do they not like to work in plants? Because they miss the malls, they miss the city life and all. So that's what we try to kind of cater in our township, that we provide that lifestyle out there in the remote locations, while they don't have to kind of suffer the traffic jams that we suffer in the metros, commuting to and fro from the office. They enjoy their life, and the offices are right next to it, or the workplace is right next to it. So the townships actually help us enable and attract a lot of good talent to our plant locations. The second is on the diversity, for which we are here. We also, around 7 years back, looked at what is our diversity. So while we have our services business, which was strong on diversity, but manufacturing, we were seeing that women were not coming. And we made a very conscious effort to what Kopal just mentioned. There was a 7-stage agenda put in place to support the life stages of a woman career. And first is the attraction pipeline. And that's why when we went, we said, why are we not having enough engineers joining us at the GET? So we made a very conscious effort, and it's been like 6th year this year that we have 50% GETs actually at the entry level in the plant locations. And that is the first thing, is getting the pipeline at the junior level. The next question came, how do we retain this talent? They don't have role models. So whom do they look up to? Then the conscious effort was, how can we provide senior manufacturing talent? And that's where the lateral strategy kicked in. Now for that, hyperlocal may not be this thing, because there were not enough qualified people, because even the men engineers have to look up to the women managers. And if for that, we can't be having reservations, so that's why we hire on merit at the lateral level, and that we will enable and support in terms of the training and development that is required for the women to grow and succeed in a global business. That's our strategy, and that's why we are making women leaders, and that's what our focus is. Then the next question came, okay, you have provided women at the DH and the FH level, what about next level at a unit head level? So we are very proud to say that we have 5 to 6 unit heads also across our various businesses where they are leading and they are showcasing, and it's not about those units doing better, it's more about ensuring that we have enough representation at all levels for women to look up to, so that they feel that they have a career at Aditya Birla, not just in a metal or a cement or a chemical or pulp and fiber textiles. Another important insight from us is, yes, there are certain sectors that attract a lot of women. So we are in the textile value chain. And that is where we have around 70% women working at plant locations, at managerial locations. And when we said, okay, if we are able to kind of attract that sort of women in those, what is working over there? And this is what came out. People grew as they stayed and worked with us. They grew to the senior management level. And that itself kind of provided diversity. So in fact, we have a reverse problem, how to attract men to those locations and those units. So yeah, so there are different case studies. We have our showcase plants in cement sectors. There are 2 plants that we have in Valsad, Pune, which are fully manned by women. We are looking at the efficiencies and all those parameters, but that's more about, can a plant run, and those experiments. But our objective is equal opportunities. We need to kind of uplift everybody in the community, within the organization, outside the organization, for them to compete in the global world, and that's what we focus on.
So I think it's a journey, and every step of the journey, you're sort of really taking a diagnostic and checking what's working and how do we multiplicate this. Sejal, over to you. Tell us a little about your strategy with respect to hyperlocal deciding, and how is that impacting your brand positioning, your brand building? How does Gen Z resonate with that idea? Right at the bottom. Can you hear me?
So at HUL, actually, the way we look at hyperlocal talent strategy is not really just about looking at it, for CSR or for the namesake. You know, it's very much integrated into every bit of our talent strategy. As you know, HUL has close to 28 factories around the country. And in these factories and around these factories, one of the big things that we do is really do a lot of community building. We have a very strong brand in Prabhat, which is our community building program. And through Prabhat, we have actually impacted the lives of 9 million people around the communities, around our factories. And we have 3 big vectors around which we really drive this Prabhat community program. This is around economic empowerment, health and well-being, and of course, a lot of work around water and waste education. The reason why I'm talking a lot about this is because this is a very big part of our hyperlocal talent strategy, because this has really built our brand around the places where we really need to hire our local talent. So what we've done is around economic empowerment is we have a lot of training programs that we organize for the people around those communities. For health and well-being, we've set up a lot of sanitation and other health institutions that allow people to be taken care of very effectively. And then, of course, water and waste programs that are extremely effective in helping people understand the value that community can bring, for the people around our factories. So this has been hugely useful to get people to understand the value that HUL can bring from a brand perspective, and encourages a lot of our people to come there. The second big thing that we do is really build infrastructure. And I'd like to talk about this with a story. So one of the things that we are extremely proud of is one of our factories in Sumerpur, which is in the Bundelkhand region between UP and MP. It is a very back of beyond region. And what HUL has really done has actually been able to bring 45% of our manufacturing workforce are now women in Sumerpur. And the way we have done this is through 3 things. One is we've really worked on building the skills for especially our women and around the entire region through the ITIs. So the ITI program has been extremely useful in helping building the skills for women and getting them on the shop floor. So this is the first thing that we've done. The second thing has been a huge amount of sensitization in the area to help people in that area understand the value of getting their women to work. And of course, when we had these conversations, there was a lot of concern around, are my women going to be safe? Are the ladies going to be able to travel to the factory safely? And for this, we've really built a lot of infrastructure by actually starting out something called the Snehalai, which is a women's hostel, so that women can actually stay there. I've actually visited it, and I can tell you it is absolutely state-of-the-art, very comfortable, and a lot of the women that I met there really felt very comfortable in working there. So this was one of the things. I think infrastructure in terms of transport as well has been a big part of it. So I think infrastructure building and sensitizing the community has been another thing. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was we're doing a lot of work in helping people to acclimatize to corporate life. Because we find that a lot of our hyperlocal talent are not very comfortable with moving from where they are to actually getting into corporate life. It could be even from campus, which are the smaller colleges that we also go to. And Campus to Corporate is a program that we've initiated, and we really drive a lot of work around acclimatizing them. The second thing that we do is for our blue-collar workers, we have programs that help first time or first generation workforce get comfortable with the idea of working with an organization. We have programs like Milap and bringing the families also as part of the learning program for our people that are coming into the factories for the first time. So these are the top 3 things that come to my mind when I think about the brand building that we do.
Very interesting. Thank you for that. Dr. Sapna, the next question is to you, and we want to know your experiences with, Sun Pharma operates at very small locations as well. And what have been your experiences and challenges of trying to recruit from the local communities?
So as we all agree that there are certain things which are common, that people don't prefer to work in manufacturing, or maybe manufacturing has not been placed as a very lucrative career. So about Sun Pharma, I would say we have around 42,000 people across the different geographies, and around 40 locations, 40 manufacturing sites. Out of that, 24 are in India. Not every site is remote. Many of our locations, many of our manufacturing sites are very close to cities, and where we don't face so much of challenge in terms of attracting talent. But there are some sites which are remote also. To an extent, what I would say is in pharma space entirely, the women representation has been low. Over a few years, like say from last 6-7 years, there is so much of awareness, and therefore the steps are being made. But otherwise, the ratios or the proportions were very, very less. To an extent now, as an entire sector, all of us are working together through IPA also and through other forums. So all of us are making efforts that the diversity and inclusion can be made more acceptable now. So multiple fronts we are working on. As you asked the first part, what are the challenges in attracting women or the right talent at the locations which are far away? So like we have Guwahati or Sikkim or MKM, where the plants are far from cities. There we have townships, so therefore people can stay there. Where we don't have townships, we have a bus facility. So therefore people, and especially women, even at odd hours, they can feel comfortable. They are picked up from home to the workplace, and they are sent back also. So that is something which we take care of. To build the numbers and to build that confidence, what another thing which we do is, we hire a lot of or big numbers of apprentices. And they are hired directly from college. They don't have an experience, but they work for a period from 6 months to one year, where of course government also helps them, but we as an organization also support that journey. And that time a huge investment is made in their capability building or the skill building, so that they can be absorbed. This is, in a way, it's been a very successful experience, because from campus you can hire 30 to 40% women, which otherwise laterally is difficult. So building the numbers from the bottom and then grooming them for next level is something which is happening and which is quite successful also. But the second part is the lateral levels. As with, they don't have a role model, or they don't see somebody whom they can approach for any kind of difficulties. So very conscious effort is being made. I mean, it will be very surprising for all of you to hear that in manufacturing, still we don't have too many plant heads as women. So therefore, that has become certain niche areas, niche roles, where we are specifically grooming women to either they come laterally and they are groomed for this role, or within the organization, we can specifically build those skills. So that's an area where we would start seeing the results in another 1 or 2 years' time. But that is something which is going to be immensely helpful, because if a site head is a woman, then probably more diversity, more confidence, more kind of equitable power structures can be built. So that is something which is a conscious effort, and we are working towards that. Another thing which comes to our mind very often is that at manufacturing, people still perceive that this is a work which is manual, which is very tiring, which women won't be able to do it. While I think most of the manufacturing sites these days, 80% and above are automated, they have the latest technologies. So this is again, at this forum I would like to share that, it's manufacturing. Gone are the days when people could perceive that, it's something which is a dirty and a place where, only the blue collar people can work, and that also in a very uncomfortable situation. It's not so. Now, especially in manufacturing of pharma, they all are completely very, very hygienic places, very, very technology-enabled places. Lot of automation is there. So therefore, people should start thinking seriously of those opportunities in manufacturing as good careers. Of course, as you know, like the city kind of a thing, or those the flexibility of time, those kind of things are still not possible in manufacturing because your machine is operating 24/7, and therefore somebody has to be on time to take over that responsibility and carry forward. So that kind of a discipline and commitment is something which is still very much essential. But the kind of comfort you have, the kind of confidence you have once you have learned the procedures, there are a lot of internal opportunities we provide so that they can grow internally. Plus we also say that if you have worked in manufacturing and you want to move to an R&D, because for us the hiring qualifications are more or less same for the R&D of a manufacturing or quality. So therefore, a lot of internal opportunities are there, and therefore, if you take a 3 or 5 years of stint in manufacturing location, then you can, of course, move to a quality role, or you can move to an R&D role. You can move even to the corporate role. So those kind of, those kind of communications, those kind of messages also help us to get the right kind of talent. In terms of challenges, sometimes in some locations when we don't get a good number of women, then we have walk-ins also. So through walk-in also we encourage, where it's walk-ins of course largely cater to the local population, and that's what gets an opportunity. But of course people from outside also are encouraged, because I would share a few examples where maybe still society doesn't allow women to take that kind of a thing. So of course we communicate with parents, with the societies, and with kind of larger groups. We encourage people for the second career also, so after marriage or a break also they can join. But these days I am seriously thinking that parents have become more open. Women are also more open. They don't restrict themselves that I want to work just in my local area. So it should be a combination of both, that encouraging the local talent as well as kind of encouraging the talent to come from outside also, because that builds better mobility. So it's their focus is on the local talent, but we are equally open to the talent who's ready to move from any other geography or location. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sapna. My quick question is, the focus of the day today is to understand how do we enhance participation of women in the manufacturing sector. And we know the numbers are abysmally low, about 5% on the shop floor and about 17 to 19% in the white-collar jobs. We want to just send this question is open to any one of you who wants to answer this. What have been specific interventions that you have made, and for what? Is it the blue-collared or is it for the white-collared, where you're facing significant challenges of getting women onto the workforce? This question is open to anybody who's willing to respond.
I'll start off with a few examples. When we go to many of these campuses for pre-placement talks, I realize that our compensation and benefits that we offer is significantly greater and better than other companies that have come to the campus. But even with a brand name like Tata's, with a good compensation package, benefits, the number of people we manage to attract for pre-placement talks are significantly lower than others. And I was at one of the premium IITs, and there was a foreign bank next to us. They were offering significantly less compensation. They had 40 people and we had 7, and there was only one girl in that 7. Okay. At the entry level, I still find that many good talent want to either work in technology companies, startups, banks, private banks, investment banks, etc. There's a certain glamour associated with certain sectors, so people want to pursue opportunities there. Way low in the chain comes manufacturing, and infrastructure is one level below, because we keep moving from one project to another. So every 2.5 years, 3 years, once a project is over, people move from one location to another location. So in that sense, it's a bit of a nomadic life. You just keep moving from one project to another. And because you're not in any single location for long, you don't create any permanent infrastructure there. You can't create good civic facilities, housing, etc., because you make do with what is available locally there, and once you are done, you just move to the next project. So our ability to attract talent is low. And in spite of our best efforts, I think if you hire about 500 trainees, at best about 100 of them are women, that's it. So it's a very low number. And at laterals, the challenge becomes manifold. So that's a bigger concern. So the specific thing we do is not just for Tata projects, but for the entire construction space, the infrastructure space, is that how do we open up the minds of people, especially women, that this is a good career opportunity, and you don't have to spend 4 years studying engineering and then go do programming in some IT company or go and work for some bank, but you can really work in your own core sector. So therefore, the focus is how do you showcase the kind of work we do. So when it comes to, say, civil engineering, the kind of work we do would have very few competition. I mean, the complex projects that we undertake, the kind of work we do, it has very less competition. I mean, nobody can come closer to the kind of work we do. Now, it is just that they don't know about it. So we have to keep talking about it. And in every opportunity, every forum, we talk about the kind of work we do. And we try to attract people by showcasing how some of our challenging projects have been executed, the kind of work we do. That's what we've used. Of late, what we have also started doing is visiting campuses only to talk about the work we do and the opportunities available in this sector. So there's no specific agenda. It's not that we're trying to sell Tata projects to them. No, it is just about talking about infrastructure as a career opportunity. That it rewards you well, it pays you well, it offers you good career opportunities. Come explore us. That's all is the mandate. And I feel if you continue doing that, if you continue talking about it as an evangelist, what we do, etc., over a period of time, people will start considering it, looking at this space more favorably than now.
Right.
So that would happen. At laterals, we try to attract people from other sectors. We realize that there's not enough talent available here. Why don't we look at other sectors and try to sell them that this is a great opportunity? So today, a lot of our initiative is all about talking about who we are, what we are, and what kind of opportunities are available, and why one should explore this space. Not necessarily Tata projects, but it could be any of the infrastructure companies.
Sure. Yes, Sejal has comments.
So just to say two things here. I think the strategies and challenges are different when you look at shop floor employees or blue collar employees and when you look at white collar. Let me start with white collar. I think some of the challenges there is our factories, 28 of them are, of which majority of them are not in places where women will easily want to go to. But what we do is we have a very targeted strategy around identifying which are the locations where we can identify women factory managers to go into. So 4 of our factories in Nashik, Amli, Hosur and Chindwara have women factory managers. So what we've done is we've made a very taken a very conscious call to say there are certain locations where we should definitely make sure we can identify women. This makes it much easier then to have a very targeted gender strategy around getting leaders, women leaders to be in the plants. And then that brings a lot more women more comfortably.
Creates a ripple effect,
Creates a ripple effect,
Right.
absolutely.
So what you're saying is that you have a focused strategy of starting with these 4 locations where there's a lot of investment of time, energy, and also you have deliberately created a structure where women get attracted to because there is a factory leader who's a woman.
Correct. That and this is not the only 4. We have others, but today in these 4 factories we've been able to. So there are 2-3 more where we can easily, look at where we can put women. Today they are not there, but we've had women in the past there. So that's one. For blue collars, like I said, I think infrastructure is going to be critical. And the second is education. So the ITI model really works. And the second thing we do is, and I think we also heard in Sun Pharma, the apprenticeship model really works. And we've had both apprenticeship programs as well as the GAT or the graduate apprentice trainee programs, which also help us to bring a lot of white collar from GAT, but the apprenticeship programs help us with our blue collar workers. So this is 2 things that we've kind of done.
Just wanted to add to what Sejal said. So we have a similar thing. A unique example, I guess more from Aditya Birla perspective is, when our workers or the blue collar people are actually seeing women engineers and women managers, and when their when their children kind of become engineers, of course we have a special scholarship running for our workers for them to kind of support the children's education, which is called Pratibha Scholarship, which all of us as a management cadre cater to, and then it is awarded to the workers' children. And these children are actually coming back and working in our plant locations. And so it is more about over the years the investment has been made, and we are going to see, I guess, more kind of results in the coming years, because as this is, I think, that 10th year of this scholarship that is running for us, and we are already seeing it. And as we continue it year after year, there are going to be more such shifts. So if I have to look at 10 years back, we were at a stage where women did not have a separate washroom in the plants. Of course, now it's a hygiene out there, and it is ensured 10 years back that all plants have a woman separate this thing. And when workers or the blue collar are looking at it, they also aspire for the children to kind of become managers in those plants, and that caters to a long-term investment. It's not an immediate one, but yes, those children are coming back and working with us, is what you've seen over the 10-year period. So that's what I wanted to add. They want to see the women out there before blue-collar people are comfortable sending their wives and their children to the plants. So if they see more women in the plant locations, they are more comfortable sending their children and wives to the plant locations. That's the blue-collar strategy that we are looking at. And of course, white-collar, as I said, it's a three-pronged. It's a 50% at the entry level, and as we go lateral, we have all our recruiters have a guideline that you have to ensure at least 30% women representation in every position that you kind of open out to the market. Otherwise, we don't kind of take it through the selection process.
So I would say for us, it was a massive shift which we had to conceptualize and deliver. So as there was no focus in the entire sector on this building gender diversity, therefore the first thing which we all started focusing was on building numbers. And apprenticeship helped, but I would just share with you that, you know, there is still resistance while hiring apprentices. So what we did was, we gave 1.5% extra only for women. So which means at the time of hiring apprentices, you can have a mixed ratio. We of course encourage more women, but this 1.5% is extra only for women. And that has to an extent helped, because when the ready talent is available, then absorbing them becomes much easier. And once you build the number, at least in my experience, what I feel is, until you build a critical mass of women, probably change doesn't happen, neither in the mindset nor in behaviors. So therefore, the first important thing for every organization to focus on is how do we build numbers. The second is, of course, the infrastructure part. So in infrastructure, of course, as the change rooms, separate change rooms or washrooms, but we build creche also, so that it's a mandatory you have a creche facility. And creche facility not only for women. Again, I would say, you know, earlier we used to say that we don't have 50 women, so we don't have to have a creche. Child is a responsibility of men and women both, right? So therefore what we said is, if you are a father, it doesn't mean that you can't bring your child here. So that was addressing that concept that it's parenting is a joint responsibility, and therefore having a creche is equally important for men or women, right? So these were the building up the infrastructure part. And then the thing is, if you have started hiring more women, but then you want to retain them also. So working on those conscious and subconscious biases and addressing at managerial level, at a recruiting team, etc. So those are the things which again become very, very focused areas to really address. And lastly, I would say the fourth point is having lateral hiring for, you know, building that middle level. Because you might have women at senior level, you might have women at the grassroots level, but there is no middle level to support or to guide or, you know, mentor them. And then again, that doesn't work. So therefore, this is something which we are at that place where consciously working the middle management with women. So that's what we are working on, that how we build the numbers at that level.
Thank you, Dr. Sapna. Thank you.
So just as Dr. Sapna was referring, the middle level is when the life stages happen. Women go for marriage and go for that. And that's the leaking pipeline. And that's why all organizations are actually working, how can we support and retain it at the middle level. attracting them in the first 5 years is the easiest part, and even at the senior level is the easiest, but is how can we ensure and build that resilience in each one of you, that you need not give up your career just because you have a child or you've got married. That's the belief that each woman from here has to kind of take back, as to they have to stand up to the family pressure. Family has been used to certain norms over the generations, and that's why they would like to kind of women to take up the responsibility. But if you are an equal partner, to what she was saying, the man also has an equal responsibility. So why don't some of the men also kind of share that responsibility? Is a conversation you need to have at the home fronts, which unfortunately the organization cannot have for you.
Thank you very much. With this, we can open up for questions from the audiences, please. Yes, I do see a hand there, and if somebody can give you a mic, otherwise, your question is to anybody specific, or is it an open?
Doing the similar thing, which to get into this space and to have more females on the shop floor and manufacturing roles. So when we talk about having a female and having a GET program, having 40% females hire as a when we do talent acquisition strategy mapping. So how you what is one top two things when you talk about to the leadership and present it to the strategy? How it is marrying with their revenue, their business agenda, because they believe at times when at the leadership level they believe that it has to be on the merit. So once you have X number of volume to be delivered and that like X profit to be delivered, but when you have more freshers at the entry level and less people who are supposed to be at the level of a skill and capability to deliver that kind of revenue and business. So how this things you in your organization faces challenges and how you overcome with this challenge. So how the DNI thing and having more females and at the entry level, or whether it is apprentices 0.5%, 1% extra, goes with your business agenda, and how this gets complete rollout.
I didn't get your name.
Priyanka from Starlight Bar.
Okay, Priyanka. Priyanka, the belief is actually from the management, and it is a top-down and a bottom-up strategy that works together. So the business results will come over time. It's not going to happen overnight. And that's why you need to have at least one or two sponsors in the management team who build it, who kind of support you. Because we have seen, and because we have multiple businesses, we have seen if the CEO or MD does not have it in their KRA, nobody believes in the cause. So you need to put it at least in the CEO's KRA, everybody starts working towards it. So, so if that is the one thing, if you need on that, has to be the CEO's deliverable, rest everybody can leave it. Nobody has to bother about it. It'll get ensured by the end of the year, is one of the easiest way to do it. But if your CEO is not believing in it, then of course it's a very difficult bias. You have to fight over it, and you have to kind of make small changes over the years for them to kind of recognize it. That's the longer journey.
Sure, thank you. So culture always is top down. Dr. Sapna, you wanted to add a point to this.
I wanted to add two things, Priyanka. One is that, everyone should read, there is a case study by McKinsey where how diversity impacts business in a positive manner. They have shown with percentages impact, right? So if you have all men kind of a management, and then the kind of decisions which are taken vis-a-vis a team which is more diverse and more inclusive, the business impact itself is better. So which means the first selling point is that it impacts business in a positive manner, right? So diversity doesn't impact in any negative manner, or it will reduce the performance. Second part is at lower level, operational level, where people would really want somebody, and there is still a perception that women would not like to travel, they would not like to work late hours, they would not kind of, be open to those kind of last minute priorities, etc. So this kind of a perception in some minds, some managers' mind would be there, which would say that no, hiring a woman is not preferable, I should have a man. But if you can break that mindset and you can have enough women who have the same fighting spirit or the same fire in their belly, then probably that point gets rested. So it's to an extent you have to play on the strengths of women who are competent, so there is no compromise on quality. And the second part is like showing the impact that how by getting a diverse view you benefit instead of just thinking in a siloed manner or in a one bandwidth and not having this view. It is not so good in long term. So that kind of a selling, that kind of a communication also helps.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One of the conversations, Priyanka, we used to have around 7 years back. Most of the people have at least one daughter. So we would say, if your daughter was going to come to work, how would you want the people to treat her? And that actually hits everybody home, because in every family there's one or two daughters who's studying and who would want to go and work. And that's when they start thinking about women. So that's the other example, that you can start asking the managers, if you would want their daughter to come, how would they operate it? And that's actually one of the biggest bias busters.
Right. Thank you very much. So build narratives around that. How does it impact you? While there are a lot of interesting questions, but I'm sorry, I'm being signal timed again that we are up on time. And I have to so profusely thank all the panelists for bringing in a lot of insights to this conversation today. And I'm sure we'll have time to catch up with them over a cup of tea. So sorry, can't take any more questions. Thank you very much, each one of you, for being here today.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to each and every panel members for sharing their insights and best practices with us. Once again, thanking Professor Agrawal for moderating this panel so well. Thank you. Check 1, 2. Perfect.
Check.
All right, so, well, I went to the school where I was told always that more is merrier. So when my teacher said that, hey, a huge round of applause, we used to. But again, that's mainstream, right? Because again, my teacher believed in making us believe in one thing, that when you dream big, you get bigger. When you dream bigger, you get things which are even more bigger and massive in nature. So when I say, may I request everyone to please give our panelists, our speaker, and obviously our moderator a huge round of applause. A huge round of applause? A huge round of applause. A huge round of applause. Perfect, thank you so much, and that's what I meant by a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Again, taking a sheer voice call on our energy levels. How's the Josh? That's it. Again, going back to my school days. Hi is supposed to be. So how's the Josh? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Perfect. So are we all awake now? At least at this point, because obviously the panel was amazing. But I want to know from each one of you, how was it? I'm going to come there. Hold up. Anyone who'd like to share something from the panel? Any key takeaways? Come on, this is not a quiz. Don't worry. Anyone? All right. So, oh, perfect. So I'd like to know your name first. You've got a very beautiful smile. 1 second. A vibrant one indeed.
Hi everyone, I'm Kalindi from Cummins India Limited. What I liked about the panel discussion is lovely ways all organizations are giving so much importance to capture, retain women talent, and the experience that they shared was phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for Kalindi, please. Well, once again, I was told that today the audience here are super energetic. Well, you'll have to prove them right. So, I like that already. Okay, so on that note, when I say clap, may I request everyone to just clap? Singular, 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 singular. When I say clap. Perfect. Just one, just one. Okay. I like it how the gorgeous girl there, she was just ready to go for another one. Okay. When I say snap, just snap. Perfect. Now, say as I say, do as I say. Okay? Perfect. Say as I say, do as I say. So, clap. I asked you all to say as I say and do as I say. Perfect. Teachers, right? They say, follow us. So, once again, clap. I'm going to come there. See, they say the energy rubs off, right? So, here you go. Okay, once again, can we all be louder? Clap. Snap. Louder, come on, ladies. Okay? Clap. Snap. Can we be a little louder? Clap. Snap. Now, do the opposite, or do the other way around, and say the opposite. So when I say clap, you're going to be, and you're going to be saying, perfect. Easy? Come on, the brief is very easy. Perfect. Clap. Snap. Clap. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, the energy levels are high. Checking up for our very next segment. Once again, can I hear you all? Are we all ready for the next one? I'm going to definitely come on the last row and talk to you all on one-on-one. But on that note, we now move on to one of our compelling segments, ladies and gentlemen, which is the SheMaker Red Carpet. This is where we showcase the most inspirational journeys of women who dared to dream, build, or are building successful careers and rise to the top. So are we all ready? Perfect. I love that energy. We're going to copy-paste that for our upcoming segments as well. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a postgraduate from IIT ISM Dhanbad. Native to Keonjhar, Orissa, she is a geologist with 16 years of experience in base metals, iron ore, chromite, limestone, and coal. She's the first lady geologist of Vedanta, Hindustan Zinc Limited, as well as JSW Steel, Orissa division, to work in a mine. Ladies and gentlemen, the more I say, the lesser it is about this Shiro. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Women in Mining, Nivedita Prajapati, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer and Women in Mining to give me an opportunity to share my experience in this platform. I am Nivedita Prajapati, an alumnus of IIT ISM Dhanbad from Applied Geology stream. In my 16 years of career, I worked with Vedanta, Tata Steel and JSW. And presently I'm working with Ultratech Cement Limited with Aditya Birla Group. I would like to share my experience. In my first instinct when I joined the mining industry, I have seen both the sides of the coin. I have seen both the sides of the coin. When I joined in a mine, I've seen the surprised faces of the people who were very surprised to see a lady working along with the male counterpart. And other side was like I have male managers and colleagues who were very supporting and encouraging to reach the stars when the peaks were down. This is about the brownfield. The other one is when I started working for greenfield projects. Traditionally, actually, it was reserved for male counterpart because of certain logistics, infrastructure, and safety issues. So during that time, I took the charge of a greenfield project and started working. This way, this helped me to break the glass ceiling of the organization, and
Soon after, two female geologists joined me along with the male geologist in my team and started working with me. I have another side of my life which is equally important and rewarding for me. I am a mother of two kids, and I believe that being a woman and mother, a woman doesn't allow to is not allowed to choose between either being a professional or a mother. I believe we are empowered by Ma Durga, which symbolizes a multitasking, and we a multitasker, and we are equally can do the work in all the fields. Still there are challenges being a mother, and I faced one of the challenges for being a mother while working in a remote location in Odisha. One of my immediate manager, he continued thinking that I won't be able to do my work balancing, I won't be able to do the justice to my work for being a mother. But I never let those thinking bother to me, and that's why I am here standing in front of you all and sharing my experience. When it comes to challenges, yes, there are challenges like remote locations and traditional mindsets, and also you have discouraging people around you, but that doesn't stop us to do our work and to reach our goals, because we have supportive managers and colleagues who continuously supports us and encourages us. So I believe by continuously doing our work and be resilient, to be persistent, and we need to be determined to reach our goals by overcoming the challenges. Lastly, I would like to thank my family who supports me, especially my husband. I believe that it holds true for me that behind every successful woman there is a man. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nivedita, for sharing your inspiring story with us. Well, we set the agenda. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got yet another powerful SheMaker coming up next. A process engineer at Sun Pharmaceuticals, skilled in cost reduction, budgeting, MS Office, Aspen software, plant management, process manufacturing technicalities, and process improvement. Let's put our hands together and welcome Amrita Yadav of Sun Pharma, please.
Good morning all. Am I audible? Enough. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share my experience over here. Myself, Amrita Singh Yadav, chemical engineer from MNIT Allahabad. Currently, I am working as a process engineer in Sun Pharmaceutical company at Devas API location. So, first of all, I like to share my experience in 3 phases of my life, which not only gave me a learning experience, but also the first phase was the experience for the another. So coming to phase 1, that is from being a mediocre student to getting into the admission of a most prestigious colleges of our country, that is MNIT Allahabad. So from childhood, I was a very normal student, very weak in studies, as I don't like to good in most of the subjects. I was only good in mathematics as well as science. That was what I liked to do. After that, when I have done my high school, it was a big challenge for me as I have to now decide my career path. So it was a challenging to select the stream, but at the same time, I was motivated with my elder brother, who have also become engineer by cracking the IIT KGP. So I was like, he is an engineer and he was very much appreciated by everyone in my family. So why can't I be? Why can't I become the engineer? As no other woman in my family was one like that. So I decided that I will also do the hard work. I'll prepare for the most toughest competitive exam and be the one who can compel in the studies and become the engineer at the same time. So for that, as being in my location, there wasn't many coaching classes, there wasn't many good schools. So I have to leave my home after high school. I have to go to the hostel. I have to live there. I have to do the schooling at the same time. So both the things, they were of immense pressure that is very normal for every student nowadays. Nowadays, there's a lot of pressure of doing good in schools as well as in the coaching classes. As if we talk about the engineering exams, we have a lot of competitions of majorly 30 to 35 lakh students are seated, and there are very fewer seats of like 40, 50,000 in the most prestigious colleges. So I have to deal with that. I have to go do good in academics as well. I have to crack the JEE as well because it was my dream to become the engineer. But somehow, sometimes I thought that I should give up. I can't do it. It's a lot of pressure to deal with. And staying away from the home, that was also one of the factors. But later on, I keep on motivated myself, my friends and family, everyone was with me. They were like, you can do it. So I have somehow maintained that pressure, burdened with that, and then finally I cracked, and then I got admission in MNIT Allahabad. That comes the second phase of my life. Now the MNIT, which was known for its immense placements as well as the competent professors, I have to, that was the home of mine for the next 4 years. Getting into the chemical engineering, it was like the 48 students batch was there, and we have only 8 female students over there. And it was like all the people, all the female were like mostly in the CS, ITs, electronics, and other branches. And we were treated like, oh, these are chemical engineers. And the CS and IT were more preferred over as compared to the other branches. So I was like, this is my field, this is what I love to do. And chemical engineering is like, I always wanted to know about the processes, how the changes can be made. Nowadays, chemical engineering has become a part in every field. May it be a pharma field, maybe it a petrochemical, or a fertilizer, paint, everywhere the chemical engineers are needed. And I really enjoyed while studying with that because we were indulging in knowing the process at a very ground level as well. So that's what I loved, although there were a lot of we have to hear of being a chemical engineer, but it was okay. I have to deal with it. I'll go through it. That's what I love to do. That was always kept me motivated throughout the engineering classes. After that, there was placements came, and like the CSIT, they were known for the renowned packages and the placements. A lot of Google, Microsoft, these companies came. But in our case, there were only core companies with a few packages, but it was like, okay, fine, they can go. We can also get the packages, but we have to wait for some time. We have to be patient. If we love our profession, then definitely we are going to get that. After that, I decided to join, I got selected in Sun Pharma. And coming to the third phase of my life was the professional life. So as you all know, the first job is very important, and it is like an open book, and we are really the author of that. We have to write it on our way. So before joining the Sun Pharma, I was very much enthusiastic as well as excited that how my first job is going to be, whether I'll be able to cope up with my work. Lots of challenges will be coming, but I had to deal with them. So after coming over there in the organization, I was like, the average age of the employees was like 40 to 45 years. And we being a college fresher, we have to deal with that, and we have no other choice. But later on, we get to manage with that. We started working in the plant, shop floors, and there it was like, there were only 2 female employees back then in the process engineering. Generally, we were working on the process improvement projects, cost reductions, for the benefit of the organization. So there were only 2 female members that were working on the shop floor, and I was like, there were like 100 employees over there on the floor, and being the only female employee, it was like a kind of fear generated inside me. But somehow the management was very supportive. The team members were always ready to help me at any time. I decided that, okay, fine, this is the thing that I can manage, and I have to keep me motivated if I have to work over here. And the first year of the job was very, means technically very, means every point of time I wanted to give up. Like, I can't deal it anymore, I can't do it anymore. But somehow I managed to do the same. Working on the shop floor was not easy, as the people over there, like the very experienced people of industry, like 25 to 30 years of experiences, they were not ready to adapt the changes. We were the process engineer. We have to bring some new technologies in order to, for any changes. Like if we want to implement, we have to give them the instructions to implement, but they were ready, and they were in a very, means they like to do the work they always wanted to do. They don't want to make the changes. So initially they were like, I can't do it. If you want to do, you can do it on your own. But somehow later on, when I know them, when I talked to them, I came to know about their perspectives. It was like, we cannot make them to do work by our ways. We have to understand them, what they want, and on the basis of that, we can make our improvements. So we talked to them. We tried to understand that what is the problem they are facing, what is the changes they will take to adapt. So somehow after like 1 or 2 years later on, we came to know that if we do the works in their ways, they will easily adapt it, and they will somehow support us in the same way. So I decided that I cannot go to the changes with my ways. I have to consider their perspective as well as their attitude also, so that we can excel in our works. So after that, whenever we tried to make the changes, they also cooperated with us. They tried to assist us. They even among all the male employees, they made us feel comfortable while working over there. So in this way, like after 2 to 2.5 years of journey, I was feeling comfortable to work over there in between all the employees. The other thing I would like to share, I was working on one of the projects on the plant area, and there was new technology I was introducing, and it was like we have to monitor the process throughout, means 24 hours, and one batch generally runs for 7 to 8 days. So it was not possible for me to be over there like 24 hours, so we have to manage somehow with my team members. So the people were like, why don't you come in shift? Why don't you come and see by yourself? So I was like, okay, fine. But in our company, it was not allowed for the female employees to stay late at night. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll come in the morning shift. I came in the organization like 6 o'clock in the morning and stayed like 7 o'clock in the evening. Later on, my manager, he was like, this can also be done. So after 2 or 3 months, morning shift was also started for the female employees, which was never earlier before incorporated in the organization. Apart from that, nowadays, after seeing this, how easily we were able to work on the shop floors, number of female employees have been more involved on the shop floors. Like when I came, it was two female members. Now there are only 30 to 35 members easily working on the shop floors, maybe it in a manufacturing area, maybe in an engineering area, or the effluent treatment plants, warehouses, everywhere we have the female employees working over there. So all these changes that was made, they didn't came like in a day or a two. It is just, it takes time. We have to be patient. We have to wait for the right time until and unless we cannot give up. We have to wait for the right opportunity to come. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Amrita. Well, ladies and gentlemen, are we aware of this famous proverb? Where there is a will, there is a way. Are we? Are we? Perfect. So, this proverb, where there is a will, there is a way, if it had a face, it would definitely be Amrita's transformational journey, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Amrita, please. Up next, through this segment, we will showcase the success stories of the organizations that embarked on the journey of improving gender diversity representation. The companies will share some of the leading initiatives and best practices that are working well to hire, retain, and build a leadership pipeline to improve gender diversity ratios across levels and verticals. So, ladies and gentlemen, fasten up your seatbelts and get set for 5 companies who will be sharing their inspiring stories with us. Before we start with our very first story, let's take a quick look at this video that highlights the DEI initiatives taken at Aditya Birla Group. Video, please.
With an ambitious goal driving my career, I found that ABG provided the necessary structure and opportunities for advancement, positioning me for success.
I had joined ABG as a fresher in 2018, and since then my life has changed completely.
ABG has been a turning point in my life, from supporting me at work to constant motivation in pursuing my masters in Bharatnatyam.
In my last 4 years at ABG, the leadership has given me a truly transformative experience.
Their initiatives. Now that we know which organization is going to be joining us for our very first story, I would like to call upon this personality who comes with over 15 years of HR experience, excels in talent dynamics, including acquisition, campus recruitment, talent mobility, and diversity initiatives. Chemistry graduate and Xavier Institute of Social Service alumni, she's thrived at Aditya Birla, Yes Bank, and Reliance Group. Honored in 40 under 40 HR professionals, she is an HR trailblazer, passionate about quizzes, ladies and gentlemen, please make a note, quizzes, and explores diverse subjects for continuous learning. Presenting Soni Mishra, Human Resources, Grassam Chemicals. I'm sure Soni are going to be asking some quizzes, right? Everyone, make a note.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, People Connect, and thank you, ABG, for giving me this opportunity to talk about the gender diversity journey that we have at Aditya Birla Chemicals. Sorry, I'm recovering from a bad bout of viral, so I may cough a lot during this session. So, at ABG and at, of course, the initiatives which Poonam talked about, the gender diversity initiatives of ABG, of course, remain our North Star. We get inspired, we take a lot of support from the central teams on the gender diversity initiatives. So, the initiatives at Aditya Birla Chemicals, just to give you a bit perspective about the spread, we are operating out of India. We have close to 12 locations in India. And we are based at Germany. We also have units at Thailand. Now, when we looked at the landscape close to 4 or 5 years back, we had almost 40 to 50% representation of women in our overseas units. Can you make a guess now, the quizzer inside me, what would be the percentage in India? it was in single digit, right? At some of the units, we did not even have women at the shop floor. We did not have women even if a meeting was called out. All the plants have this culture of morning meetings. On the table, there would not be a single woman present. Cut to that, today we are almost 4x, 4 times of the numbers that we were 4 years back. How did we made this happen? Slow, steady, and we started right from the top. So when we started, it was right from the top, and we were very lucky to have our business head, all our CEOs who were absolutely pro. So I remember this conversation very distinctly, where we had an industry expert, and she talked about the business case. So our entire effort was that this initiative should not be perceived as an HR initiative. It has to be a business case. It has to be a business initiative. More women at the shop floor, more women at the plant is equal to better efficiency, better quality, better numbers, better safety. And we were very lucky to have the buy-in right from the top. So that was our first step, our first check. Cut to how do we now get women at our unit locations. Now, when we look at our plants, you may not even have heard these names: Rehla, Renukut, Vilayat, Karwar, Ganjam. You can't even spot them on the map. Now, imagine the effort going to pull women at these unit locations. It is already an effort to get men to work at these places. The challenge was almost, I would say, 3 times. But we took it head on. We tied up with a few consultants. We gave them premium consulting fees on referring us women in the middle and junior levels. So this was an effort to create the pipeline at junior as well as middle levels for our units, and also at the HO level. The stage 2, I already talked about, where we had the leadership buy-in, and we established a diversity council. Now this diversity council comprises of all the CEOs, CXOs, and we meet every quarter and we talk about numbers, what initiatives we have taken in the last quarter, what are the roadblocks, what are the challenges, what are the new initiatives that we have planned for the quarter, what kind of guidance, what kind of challenges we are facing. And imagine a CEO signing off at the start of the quarter. Our road ahead is absolutely clear. We know that a diktat, a guidance coming from the CEO will not have any kind of challenges on implementation. So this diversity council has been a game changer for us. And keeping a very close eye on numbers, we ensure that our women numbers at units do not fall. The graph is always rising. There is not even a single dip. Every recruiter, every unit HR head has this target of recruiting 10% women more than the last quarter. So this is something that we track very, very closely, and this is again getting highlighted at our diversity council. The POSH compliance, I think this is something which is a given. As we bring more women to the workplace, we have to ensure that they feel safe, they feel confident working in a setup, and there is a through and through awareness initiative, a lot of training that goes even at the blue collar level. We ensure that POSH coverage is even at the workman level, so that when I or someone, any of my GET is going at the shop floor, they feel safe. So we track the lead indicators on the POSH, what kind of training, what number of coverage we have had, and we are almost at 100% level through. the payment equity and the equity in terms of what kind of, during the appraisal cycle, you know, are women treated fairly? Are they paid fairly? So these kind of, you keep a very close watch. This is something which always gets missed in the big, in the big projects. So we keep a very, very close watch on that. We ensure that any woman who's going on maternity leave, once she's back, her rating is protected. We ensure that no manager or no company is giving her a rating which she does not deserve. And of course, the sensitization training, this is something which we kick-started, I think, 3 years back. We looked at physical training. Of course, during COVID, it became very difficult. We looked at e-modules. We have had a very good coverage on the sensitization trainings where we talk about male allyship. We talk about the language, what kind of language you can adopt for being gender neutral, gender fair. What is gender sensitivity in total? What are some of the toolkits? So to give you an example, if a manager would say manpower, you know, what is the manpower looking like in my department? Now we consciously tell them that, can you use the workforce instead of manpower? I remember this incident very clearly where I think it was a GET joining meeting, and we were told, I had requested one of the unit heads that could you please come and address. Yeah, I'll be very happy to talk to all the young boys. And suddenly he was so conscious. He said, sorry, boys and girls, I meant. So these are the small nuancical changes that we are noticing across, these small green shoots that we are noticing across. Which are the result of these sensitization trainings. One very important aspect of leveling the field, why were managers not very okay and open to hire women on the shop floor? Because they could not come for night shifts. So if I have 5 people in my team, 1 is a woman or 2 are women, they will not come for night shifts. So we said, let us look at that. So we have almost 4 units where the night shift operations, we have taken special permissions from the government. We have ensured that there is a proper pickup and drop. We have women officers for security. We have CCTV cameras. We ensure that there is a medical doctor around the night shift. So all of this we could ensure so that no manager feels in his mind that I can't recruit a woman and she will be a challenge for me, because now the others will ask that, okay, this lady in my team, she can't come for night shift, so I have to fill in for her. So now we have leveled the field there. And this again has been something very, very gratifying to see that these small changes, rather this was a very big change, where we said women are also going to come in the night shifts. And when we spoke to the women, so after this big change happened, we are obviously in constant touch with women. We ensure that unit heads meet them every month. And we asked them that, what is the change? What change you felt? They said, there's no change. It was as convenient for me to come in a morning shift versus a night shift. And women never felt that I don't want to come. It was always our perception that women don't want to come in night shifts. So this was something which we took as an example. 1 unit implemented it, copy-paste, 2nd unit, copy-paste, 3rd unit, copy-paste, 4th unit, and now we are in the process of taking government approvals for the rest of the units. Going to the 3rd stage, of course, mentoring, coaching, and maternity connect. We know that as per, I think, a study in 2019, 75% of women, they drop out after embracing motherhood. And the ones who come back, almost 50% of them, they leave maybe in the first quarter. So the point, again, which Poonam mentioned, it is a leaking bucket. We may fill 50% at the campus, but the moment you hit that 3-4 years, and when they get married and look for a family, go the family way is where the problem lies. So how can we support them? ABG, of course, has a beautiful maternity support program wherein we ensure that women, we have a couple of slides ahead on that, and women are supported in every way possible during and after the stage. And one of the units where we have recently, we have opened a creche facility. I think that has been again very, very rewarding journey, and we are looking to copy paste the same formula at other locations as well very, very soon. I think I've already talked about, infrastructure was one of the first areas that we looked at. A lot of our units were acquired units. They were not ABG units. They were acquired from other companies, and basic sanitation, basic washrooms, separate washrooms were not available. We did audits and surveys, and we found that a woman has to walk almost 5 minutes to find the closest washroom. We converted all the men's washroom to women's washroom, and we ensured that more washrooms are constructed, and all the facilities, right from the quality of washroom sanitation is as good as the sanitation standards in an HO office. So this was something that we again keep a very close, it's a very small thing. Sitting here in HO, we may feel that what's the big deal about it? But someone who's menstruating, for her to walk 5 minutes to find the nearest washroom, imagine the kind of ordeal she must be going through. So ensuring that 2 minutes is the maximum. I should only take these many steps to find the nearest washroom, and we keep a close track on it. We rank every unit, we score every unit on the gender diversity initiatives, and washroom is one of the prime focuses that we have. We do every quarter surveys with all our women employees to see what kind of sanitation challenges or what kind of sanitation experience they have. Even on the accommodation. So when we talk about campuses, when we go to the campus and hire them, and we have to train, because this is make your own pipeline strategy that we focus at. We have to ensure that we have to give them a place to stay, and the place has to be good. It has to be really good. They should feel at home. So this was again one of the target areas that we looked at. Of course, you know, in covering the basics, the ICC committees, they are very, very active. We have constant focus on the trainings. We have constant focus on, we keep a very close eye on any POSH complaints which come. We ensure that the investigation is absolutely impartial, and the person concerned is given fair, absolute fair treatment. A lot of focus on physical wellness. I think as women, we give least priority to our own self, our own physical as well as mental health. And a lot of focus is again on units. They conduct various wellness program initiatives, yoga initiatives, diet. I think this is something that we have taken on very, very seriously. And a focus on their learning. So when we look at the learning numbers as an organization, we said, okay, can we pick who are the top 5 women learners? It was dismal. The numbers were just not there. So then we started focusing that why are women not putting efforts in their own training, in their own, in their own training initiatives. And that is where we saw the stride changing, the picture totally turned upside down. Now we showcase the top 3 learners every month. And all the women, they take a lot of pride that, I have done so many manas or training, so many trainings I've completed, so many certifications I've done. We have something called e-wallets, training wallets that women use. And the last is on the creating a sustainable pipeline of empowered workforce, highlighting our women achievers. They may not be just the senior most or a middle management woman achiever. When we started digging and when we started talking to women, we saw so many stories coming up. We saw a woman who is an ex-Air Force pilot. We had a woman who is almost, she was a national level mountaineer We had women who was a national level badminton champion. So these kind of stories we started putting out on our social media handle, and we have a common WhatsApp group, and when we share these stories to them, we ask them that, how did your family feel? They used to come back and say that, I felt very good. This was something which I never felt was worth mentioning, was worth a spotlight. So putting them as the main character front and center, I think that gave us a lot of, it really changed the entire narrative. And I may not look up just to the senior most, it could be someone at my peer level who is a woman achiever. Of course, we have our hypo programs, our high potential program called Herald, which is for junior management cadre. We have almost, this is the second batch of Herald that we are looking at. It's a 1-year training program, long duration program, where women of junior management cadre, they undergo the entire journey of where, we talk about networking, communication, influencing, and building your own personal brand. And the annual Women Leadership Meet called Swing, She Who Inspires Generation is the acronym Swing. And this was the last year we did the first batch, which was very, very warmly received, and I think we had a great participation. The agenda was just to connect. No training. We of course had some bit of training, but the agenda was just to connect. People should feel a sense of oneness. Women should feel a sense of oneness, that we are part of this large organization, large conglomerate, and we are here to support each other. So that was the entire agenda. I think next of the slides are they just talk about what kind of, we have equity strides, our sensitization workshops. It's actually more than 150. We have almost right now a session going on in one of our units called Ganjam. It's in Odisha, by the way. Next slide, please. The infrastructure survey, almost 91% participation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, the Herald program that I just spoke about of the women leadership building for our junior management. For middle and senior, we of course have the group programs called Springboard. Next slide, please. Yes, so the brand that we build for recognizing our branding, for recognizing our gender diversity initiatives is called Project Ignite. And on social media, on LinkedIn especially, we are present. We advertise all our initiatives under one brand called Ignite Her Potential. So anything which is hashtag IHP, Ignite Her Potential, is something which is related to gender diversity at Aditya Birla Chemicals. We have showcased just a few of these posts. I have to mention our CHRO, our previous CHRO. She's moved on to another business within ABG, Ms. Chandra Bhattacharya. I think she has been the power behind the entire initiative. She has been the force. Her ideas, and I wish her ideas and our execution could match. The way she would give ideas was immense, too good. Next slide, please. We ensure that all of these are some of the pictures of our night shift working. And we ensure that we have leadership connect. So unit heads are meeting all the women employees once a month. So that they know that if there is any challenge that they are facing, it gets addressed right at the top. Next slide, please. Yes, so this is the maternity program. Sorry, it is not clearly visible here. So this was the creche facility setup that we had. Next slide. This should be the last one. Yes, and we have the wellness initiatives across the units. Next one. Thank you so much. That's been my time. Thank you so much.
They say what happens at the backstage remains backstage. But what happened at the backstage was someone getting inspired, clearly. So that's not going to remain backstage, but I'm going to share something with you all. It is right to say that Sony and ABG actually live the saying that every single challenge or pressure is nothing but an opportunity to rise. So ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Sony Mishra, please. Up next, right before we introduce our next story, let's have a look at this inspiring piece by Hestam, please. Video.
Hestam thrives on a mosaic of talented individuals represented by 90 nationalities from 24 different countries, creating an enriching environment that stimulates innovation and creativity. We believe that every member of our team contributes to Hestam's success. That's why we are dedicated to nurturing the professional growth of our employees through comprehensive training, skill-based workshops, and ample opportunities to advance.
From pay parity to safety, we at Gestamp are fully developing an inclusive organisation structure. We ultimately look at diversity, inclusion and gender as part of our long-term strategy here in the region of India. We've seen significant improvements in our gender diversity policy through a safe and inclusive working environment. We as Gestamp fully recognise the importance of people as architects of our success. And with our female workforce now, we're seeing another dimension to our diversity portfolio and our value creation here in India. We're very proud at Gestamp in India.
At Hestam, our commitment to an inclusive workplace transcends words. We strive to provide our people with the best aid for a collaborative work style, regardless of their age, gender, race, or nationality.
At Gestamp, we continually work to provide more opportunities for women in the automotive industry, starting with the education of the youngest. We are proud to sponsor STEM programs for girls in the communities where we are present, with a focus on learning and developing the skills demanded by the industry. In addition, in India, our programs to learn entrepreneurial mindset and support women's small-scale businesses have had a positive impact on more than 5,000 women.
Hestam is giving me the tools to continue growing in my field.
Hestam has made me aspire for greater challenges.
Hestam has opened gates of success for me.
Hestam helped me restart my career and build the confidence as a mom and a professional.
Hestam is letting me to explore the world of possibilities that are out there for me.
Let's work together as we embark on this journey to empower society to reach its fullest potential. Together, we manufacture diversity from within.
An experienced HR leader with over 18 years in MNCs, spanning India and Thailand, a DEI champion at Hestam Asia Pacific level, trained globally in people and culture practices, trained by DDI, CCL, Ken Blancard, across nations. And I am Bangalore's certified coach who drove L&D, PM and succession through her coaching. Introducing the regional HR director at Hestam. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Priyanka Shakyavanshi, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another eminent personality who will be joining us on the stage. Let's put our hands together for the CEO of Hestam. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Glenn Jones, please. in love with the sync right there of the claps. His time, isn't it? Come on, a big hand, please. Welcome, sir.
How's the energy? How's the Josh? Really? I can't hear anything at the right about the back. There's a problem at the back. How's the Josh at the back? Ladies, how's the Josh? Hand up, yeah? Oh, hey, got a wave going? Oh, really good. I wasn't expecting to be called on stage today, but again, as always, Priyanka drops the ultimate curveballs every now and again. Our journey here in Gustamp in India is something we're extremely proud of. We are known now in our global organisation as being the leaders, not the followers, when it comes to taking the mantra of gender diversity. With this young lady's attention to detail 3 years ago, we hired our first senior female director in our organisation, when I only had less than 1% of the females employed in our organisation. 1%, less than 1% were female. Today, we're at 10.5% today. You know, a huge achievement to Priyanka and the team. And it starts at the top, and I think Priyanka mentioned it earlier this morning about how do we get the CEOs to acknowledge. The first thing you need to do, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a cost. It's not a cost, it's an investment. You've got to see people as investment, not as a cost. So when you're looking at your bottom line, you should never be looking at people as a cost. It's an investment in your future, in our future, in India. We look at the BRICS economy 10, 15 years ago, everybody was looking at China and India. China and India, China and India, together. China's taken off, now he's going through a different dimension. It's our time to shine in India. Make in India, export to the world. Manufacturing, okay, we've heard this morning, it's not the most glamorous. Some of us in the Western world say it's not sexy. You know, it's not the glamorous, it's not the catwalk. It's the behind the scenes activity. But it's important. And if you look at where we're going in the automotive industry, today we're around about 4 million passenger vehicles. By 2030, we're predicting 8 million. So that cake is going to double in size. So anybody joining the manufacturing segment today, purely in automotive, the cake is going to double. So our opportunities will double. Will completely double in the next 6-7 years. Anybody today coming through graduation, coming through schooling, coming through universities, it's a fantastic opportunity to jump into manufacturing at any level, be it automotive, be it whatever, pharma, anything. Because it's something that I wish I had the opportunity now, being young. If I could start my career again today, I'd be super excited. Really would be super excited. And that's what we're trying to encourage now in Gustamp. We've got the pipeline, but we've got the leaks. We see the leaks, and it's how to stop the leaks together. And this forum today, hopefully we can have some discussions about exactly that. You know, we see the changes are coming. It's very easy to close a door. I encourage everybody to open the door. Everything is possible. And today especially, my team sat with me 3 years ago, boss, it's impossible. It's impossible. You can't do what we want to do. Today, tonight, hopefully, grace of God, we'll land on the moon. That's difficult, guys and girls. That's difficult. Bringing females into the workforce is easy. It's easy. Taking a spaceship out of our planet onto another planet and landing it safely, that is difficult. This should be easy for us. And I'm sure together, the more of these sessions we have together, with the support of People Connect and Angelique's team, you know, the more this message will get through. We all have a voice. Everybody has a voice. And we have to make that voice heard. So together, everything's possible. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Madam, because she's one of my superstars. I've got another batch of superstars over there and lots more in the factory. Yeah? So over to you, Madam.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, Glenn. He is always inspiring, and with the vision that he had, I think we are, going step by step. So with that, without wasting more time, I'm just going to quickly take you through our journey. not just in terms of DEI as a piece, but how it has embedded in our culture. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of background because I heard we talked a lot about manufacturing, we talked a lot about technical skills. So if you can, take it to the next slide. This is what we are. We are a heavy, press shop and welding shop. What we do is BIW assembly and chassis. We are a Spanish multinational. Next slide, please. We are having more than 100 plants in 24 countries. And in India, we have 3 manufacturing facilities, which are the biggest. And all of them have some women representation. So you see, we are there in Pune, Chennai, as well as Delhi, and now R&D center coming up, which is there in Pune. And these are the highlights. We have hot stamping, cold stamping, and everything, as you can talk about, highly technological, and we produce high quality. Moving to the next slide. As I said, our DEI agenda is not just gender diversity, but it is really coming from corporate. We have seen our sustainability agenda, and that is very much aligned with ESG, and taking the E out of it, the S we are really focusing on. That is on health and safety for our female and overall workforce. The talent, what kind of talent are we taking up? Because as I said, we are highly technical. And then what is it that we are doing on the social contribution in terms of allyship and collaborations? Moving on to the next slide. So this is pretty much has been our first slide, the framework that we plotted, that how do we want to get to the gender diversity agenda and how do we make our female equality. So you see a lot of policies and practices we had to set because we wanted to have an inclusive culture. We wanted everyone to feel respected and valued. So we have equal pay practices, we have hiring practices which are very much having gender balanced interviews. Then we give a lot of training to our hiring managers as well as our people managers, because one, that we should know how to hire, but it is quite important that how do you accept and how do we ensure that we still manage our people. And then training on POSH, which is very much important for safe and healthy environment. Inclusive network about giving equal opportunity to everyone, creating an ambience of women workforce, and obviously POSH, which is very much from the compliance point of view. Our target has been set for till 2025, which is 20%. If you can show the next slide. We have already reached 10.5 in the last 3 years, and this is for all 3 plants, and then we want to be at 20%. At the same time, gender we are also looking at, how can we have more regional diversity and how can we have more generational diversity. So we are taking a lot of new young freshers. We have GETs out there sitting who have nominated today for the programs. We have apprenticeship, we have GETs, and as I said, the graduate trainee engineers. Moving on to the next slide, simply. So on talent, what is it that we do? As I said, gender diversity, female diversity, I think COVID has really taught us and told us, and I don't know how many of you have seen it, but the countries who have led by female president, they have had 6 times fewer deaths, and they are recovering faster from the recession. And there has been a statistics, there has been a data, and you please, if you have some time, have a research on that. These female leaders are not just talking about, how do we get out of COVID, but also on the health and well-being of the nation. So, the why is already out, as the panel said. But because in HESTAMP we are so much technical, sometimes we don't really get the right talent from the nearby communities, and that's where we have done a lot of partnership with NTTF, which is a specialized trade in mechatronics and tooling. We take a lot of graduate, and we have collaborations with MIT, COEP, and others. We do offer sponsorship and mentorship. to our people. We have international assignments. Some of our GETs are going internationally to China to get exposure and get trained. And we are giving STEM education, and every year we send seven, and now this year we have given 14 people for NTTF education. So this has been completely sponsored by Gestamp, and because we are in manufacturing and we are a just-in-time operation. So if you see that all our OEMs, most of them are our customers, and we have to have production operation, all 3 shifts. And we must have those resources ready. So sometimes we, I don't say that we are very much flexible in terms of work for the blue collar, but yes, for the white collar, we are flexible. And we are also accommodative. When a female or anybody having a problem, we do consider that. And as I already told, we have unbiased hiring and promotion practices. Moving on to the next slide. So how did we make it happen? As Glenn said, there's a lot of commitment, not only from just India perspective, but also from global. We really have plotted our vision, and it is very clear that how we want to be in terms of our workforce. We want our workforce to be inclusive. We want our workforce to be very much, having that belonging within all levels, not just shop floor levels. But yes, I think over the years we have also faced challenges in terms of introducing women to the mid-level, and which we are now tackling. We are also taking a dipstick study with NITI for that very soon. So global mobility, we are at Gestamp, we are sending people not only just from one plant to another in India, but we've had people going internationally. So, I think 4 of them have already gone to USA, France, Mexico, and these are just permanent transfers. So we really want to have a mobility from within, not just short term, but it is long-term transfers. And we really want to give equal opportunity to who's capable, and the only differentiator for us is talent, not anything else. So again, in inclusive communication, we spoke about how monthly we need to have a connect with the females, and what is it that we need to do in terms of their performance assessment. So a lot of feedback is taking place. We do 1 month check and then 6 monthly check. We recently completed our 6 months performance appraisal as well in our plants, and it just going back to basics. We are not really looking at what is best, but we are looking at what is that is going to work for Gestamp, right? So I would say we are evolving as a company. Yes, there are best practices, but not all of them suit to our needs because of, we are a just-in-time plant, 24/7, heavy technically, technically oriented. So we are looking at what is it that our people are looking at, what is it that they want. So through regular communication channels, through feedback, suggestions, our surveys, we are getting to know that where are we and how we can, move the needle. So that's our vision. Obviously, every team is having one vision, one mission, and we really say that people are the architects of our success. So, we really want to, we are people-centered company. Yeah, next slide, please. So this is what on the collaboration side, we have taken a lot of efforts on STEM education to women. You have seen that our GET is talking in a video. One of them is sitting here, who is the sports champion at national level. She was a rifle shooter for 5 years. And Shraddha, if you can just stand up, and I want to give you a big round of applause, because she chose that career because she wanted to come into industry, and it was 6 years of sports field. I'm really happy that she made that shift, and at Gestamp, that is what we want to, take it further. It's about your interest. It's about how, all that matters for us is talent under each of the scenario. So again, we are sharing our best practices with our client, who's Skoda Volkswagen. and I'm very happy that we have had a chance to go there, and they came here. And also Mungi engineers, the promoters were coming up and asking, what did we do differently? Because I think the first step to diversity is inclusion. If our people managers are not going to have or understand what inclusion is, it's going to be difficult to all of us. And we don't want to just bring too much of diversity and not know how do we manage it. So that was important. Through social responsibility, or through corporate social responsibility, we have had women development centers and these are in our local communities, wherein we teach them on the entrepreneurial mindset and different types of skill trades, so they can start their small business or things like that. And they also share, off late we have asked them to share some referrals if they know anybody who can work with us. So they have started doing that. So again, going back to overall diversity, as I said, we are taking, not just gender, but also on generational diversity we are focused on. And I think we want to take this year and the next year more focused approach on collaborations, partnerships with various technical institute, because we are technically oriented company and we need talent who's coming from that. So without taking much of your time, I think this is what we have done. However, we do know our challenges for the next step up. So we are here today to learn from all of you, and we just thought to share some bit of information that has really worked at Gestamp. And with that, thank you for the opportunity for having us here. Thank you to Niti, Dr. Pasita ma'am, we've been talking, and all of you, Anjali out there, thank you for having us here.
Thank you so much, Glenn. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for sharing the best practices at Gestamp. On that note, I like it how when Glenn came on stage, he asked the very first thing, how's the Josh? And again, I was in awe with the energy that obviously the synchronized, well-synchronized team at Gestamp had, and the team right out here as well. I love the smiles. Look at them. All right? So people behind, I'm going to ask y'all, how is the Josh? Perfect. Thank you so much. How is the Josh? To take your Josh a little more higher, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our very next nugget, which is by Sun Pharma. So let's have a look, please.
के संग नए सपनों को बुलंद करे हम वो है हम We are sun चाहे हो अपना घर या हो पूरा शहर बनेंगे हम सबकी रोशनी विश्वास है ये दौड़ थमेगी अब नहीं ऊर्जा अब हमारी रुकेगी नहीं रोशनी है उम्मीद की किरण We'll live our days just like the sun रोशनी है उम्मीद की किरण We shine bright just like the sun
Behind the words we choose to dare Strive with the grit, try to keep it fair Soft and hard, but with iron fist Women in Sun Pharma are simply the best Working together to bring revolution Research we love, we bring innovation We found our own ways to success Women in Sun Pharma are simply the best
छाँव और अंधेरे में जो अंतर है धूप और उजियाले का जंतर है दिन को आसमां की नाव पर जैसे वो सूरज चढ़ता है उतनी ऊंचाइयों तक आरोहण हमारा पक्का है चाहे हो अपना घर या हो पूरा शहर बनेंगे हम सबकी रोशनी विश्वास
Okay, am I audible? Just like the Josh, yeah, a little louder. Perfect. So I've been told that Sun Pharma team cannot wait for the introduction. So I'm not going to definitely make an introduction, but let me make this small point. Just like this extremely gripping, dynamic video. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for two dynamic personalities out here. Over to you.
After two outstanding presentations, get ready for the third one. And the video is a testimony of how a day looks like at Sun Pharma, especially in the lives of women at Sun. And we very proudly say that with a lot of efforts, concentrated efforts from multiple stakeholders, we have reached here where we can say that women are thriving across all functions in a #1 pharma organization of India. I have Sandeep with me, and he will, come in. He manages Sun Global. He's an HR head of Sun Global Operations. And we have a couple of more team members towards the end. We would like to introduce them as well. Yeah, we can start. I think you can click. There are 6 clicks. Couple of things about Sun Pharma. We are the largest pharma company in India. We are the 4th largest specialty generic pharmaceutical company in the world. We have global footprint in 100 and more countries. We have grown through multiple acquisitions, the famous and most popular being Ranbaxy acquisition, which we did 10 years back. We have 43 manufacturing locations across the world and 24 in India. And we have ranked 40 in top 100 companies in GPTW. So that's about Sun Pharma. Next. A little bit about what type of roles, Sun Pharma has. So one is, there is a formulation unit, multiple formulation locations where the medicines are manufactured towards the end of the process. Next. Then there is something called API, active pharmaceutical ingredients. The API plant is like any other chemical plant where typically chemical engineers, diploma holders work. And this is raw material of manufacturing medicines. Next. Quality is extremely integrated part of all the roles because at API and SGO formulation, both units, we have 30–40% of quality people, and it is a very separate vertical, so it is a huge, set of function there. The next is research and development. I think, little quick, research and development, we have 2 state-of-art research and development facilities in Gurgaon and Baroda. Next. And there is this huge sales and marketing workforce. So in India, globally we have 40,000 plus employees. Out of that, 30,000 in India. And out of that, 14,000 are sales and marketing professionals. So feet on street is a huge, set of employees for us. Next. Okay, so that was about Sun Pharma, and I think I'll invite Sandeep to, take you through a couple of interventions. By the way, before he starts, sorry, I have a habit of speaking a lot. This picture, the huge picture, is the first walk-in drive we did at one of our locations. And we showcased a couple of openings. That these are our openings, and we invite all women walk-in. Whatever relevant qualification you have, please come. Before that, we all were speaking that there are hardly there are few women who are interested to come and work in manufacturing. But this is what happened. There were 340 girls on our gate applying against those 10 positions, and I think that was a breakthrough point in our journey. And Sandeep, over to you. Yeah.
So thank you, Pooja, for such a great introduction. So when it comes to the hiring women at the manufacturing plant, all speakers were talking about the challenges which were there to attract women onto the manufacturing. And the basic first challenge which come across is a skill set required for the manufacturing need to be there, especially for a pharma setup. So we actually started working from the basic steps And that first step was to create a will among the women to work into the pharma industry. So for that purpose, we created a Campus Connect programs wherein our leadership team, including women's, go and present the roles available at the different formulation units. They explain them the career path which is available for them. They also narrate their own story about how they have rise up to the levels. We also call these students to our factories for a factory visit, so they can see themselves what is happening, how is the infrastructure available at the plant level, what is the level of automation we have, cleanliness we have, so that they get confidence to apply for the positions. As everyone has told, we also started building our talent pool through the Campus Connect and through the apprentice program. Second, will factor also comes from the families, because women working in factories is little different for the people to understand. So we created family connect programs wherein we call the parents or the family members to the factory locations. We show them the workplaces, we show them the shop floor, we show them the facilities, the all infrastructure which is available for the women to work safely and securely at the factory level. So this is the will which we created among the families as well as the girls or the women's. Second is to create talent pool, because most of the time what we found that women's are more interested towards doing some kind of a documentation activities and not really on the shop floor. So we hired women's. We also launched a program called Sun Reshine program, wherein the women who have taken a break, career break, we invited them, we connected them with the different platforms, social media platform, WhatsApp groups, and we called them to the factories. We asked them what is their career aspirations, and we try to match with our existing requirements. So this was the second program which we did. So we created a pool with this. In last 1 year, probably we must have hired more than 300 plus apprentices across all our manufacturing units. As a diversity percentage, I can tell you in manufacturing, we have less number as 5%, but more number as a 34% women working into manufacturing plants, which is a good number for us to tell the stories. The third piece which we also work, because being a manufacturing plant, the infrastructures are not available for women to work on a shop floor. So a lot of focus was given, a lot of additional capexes were approved to ensure that we have the right infrastructure available. It is not only the physical facility, but also the IC committee members available at the site, women, special buses for the women working in shifts, pick-up and drop facility for them, deployment of women security guards, as well as other required infrastructure also was provided. Creche facility, which Dr. Sapna also told that we have creche across all locations. So this infrastructure is getting built or also built at some locations. The third piece also is very critical for us is internal support system, wherein we talk about women who are working in the manufacturing area, how they will get their career path to grow up. Okay, we have internal job posting processes, wherein now the women who are working in, let us say, in LNOD department, as a traditionally, now they are aspiring to come into the QMS, which is the mainstream quality management system processes. Or somebody who is working into the quality function is aspiring to become a plant head, and we have some success stories around it. So this is the way we are plus other factors like internal parity, internal compensation structures. We have a people development index wherein we incorporate these things so that we have more people, more women moving into different roles. The last piece is also about the feedback, because we also need to continuously make changes into our policies, processes, systems. So we have Sannari awards for recognizing the women's. We have a separate program wherein a woman goes for maternity. We have welcome program for her when she comes back at the workplace. We have women's town hall every month happening for the all women together. We have women health programs for the women to maintain their health as well as their well-being, which is also giving us a feed forward for us to roll out many more programs which will enable us to have more inclusive work environment. Last but not least is also about the mindset of the managers. So we are working on that to create the, mitigating the biases, unconscious biases which are there. So we rolled out this program across all locations, and we probably will be covering all managers with this program, so that the unconscious bias also is not becoming a hurdle for career progression of any women. Thank you, Pooja. You can take it further.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think I'll just take forward what Sandeep just mentioned on inclusive culture. What is unique about this is gender intelligence program is done with leaders at all locations, and this is a very deeper program. So we are not just leaving why you need to do it, but also reflecting. It is a full day program. So imagine all the top leaders giving their 8 to 9 hours in a day only to discuss diversity, equity, inclusion, and make their way forward. The second part, which is mitigating unconscious bias, these 27 senior leaders are trained, and they are not only from HR. So we have functional leaders who are going and taking session on mitigating unconscious bias, and they are as senior as general managers, DGMs in their respective locations. So I think the next one, what we are trying to establish through these interventions is we all are in together. And we don't want to really make it very HR-specific intervention when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are constantly connecting with everyone, and the messaging is very clear for everyone, for leaders to lead, for women and for female employees to stand up and ask what they need to, to ensure that they are successful in their career. And definitely, people managers who have responsibility to ensure that the environment is inclusive and everyone who is stepping in Sun Pharma thrives. Next one. Apart from this couple of affirmative actions, we put together a DEI policy. We have started second shift. Sannari is an ERG for women employees. There are a couple of all-women projects. I think next time when we all meet, Sandeep will have some more stories to tell you about it. There is special women's town hall which happens so that all the important topics and the comfort is there for people to speak up. And exit analysis, we are doing it very closely to understand that whoever we are hiring, we retain them big time. We also have a policy to have an additional resource against a maternity leave of a team member. So if there are 7 people, if the lady is going for maternity break for 6 months to 9 months, there is an additional resource which is given to the team. It can be at par level or it can be a junior level. But I think that has helped managers big time, to navigate through that phase of, not having a women employee right there in the office. So these are a couple of things, and so in last 12 months, in non-field, our hiring might be close to 1,000 women we have hired in last 12 months. And in sales and marketing, we have multiplied our number into 4. So that's where we are, aggressive hiring of female employees, and with that, putting together everything to ensure that we go strong in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our team members from Sun Pharma, Ujjwal, Rinku, Prasanna, and you heard our very budding chemical engineer as well. Thanks to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for this dynamic duo. Thank you so much, Pooja and Sandeep, for throwing some light on the best practices at Sun Pharma. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we have a look at the DEI efforts at Sterlite Power through this video. Let's have the video, please.
लड़कियां हैं, आप कुछ काम नहीं कर सकती हैं। लड़कियां सिर्फ घर का काम कर सकती है, बेबीज बड़े कर सकती हैं और वो कभी भी लड़कों से कॉम्पीट नहीं कर सकती है।
The 420 women working at Sterlite Power's production hubs are shattering these narratives every single day. The 4 conductor, cable and OPGW production hubs are bringing about a revolution. Fun, respect, innovation and social impact are the core values of Sterlite Power. Gender diversity and inclusivity are at the heart of its philosophy.
It is a vision of a chairman, Mr. Praveen Agarwal, and a MD, Mr. Pratik Agarwal, to create a gender diverse workforce and create a modern and collaborative culture. Even our global products and services CEO says the machine capability and output comes from the operator skill, not from the gender.
20% of the total workforce in Sterlite Power operations are all women. Sterlite Power has always strived to be an equal opportunity workplace. They are doing this by encouraging women to take up roles and functions traditionally restricted only to men.
सबका मानना ये था कि लड़कियां लैब में ही काम कर सकती है, कंप्यूटर में ही काम कर सकती है, लेकिन स्टरलाइट ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया है मुझे कि यहाँ पे फ्लोर पे काम करने के लिए। एक्सपोर्ट का मुझे भी नहीं पता था, बट यहाँ पे आने के बाद मैंने सब कुछ सीखा।
Here, what counts is your skill set and talent. Your gender is just incidental. Rolling mill, wire drawing and stranding of conductors, extrusion and CCV at power cable operations, tubing, buffering and stranding in OPGW section. These functions need a high level of precision, patience and perseverance.
I feel proud when I see female associates working not only at manager level but at also the security, at operations, at the front line. When they come and share their experience of helping their families in financial, it gives us a sense that we are making a difference and we are empowering them.
We are bringing the diverse force into the factory to bring more innovation into the plant. They are coming with different mind and they will help us to change the status quo.
Sterlite Power is a certified great place to work, and we can see why. The workers are provided pick and drop facilities. Their children can comfortably stay in the creche through the day while the parent works. Their health is regularly monitored at the OHC, and there's 24/7 security. Sterlite has set the benchmark in inclusivity for corporate India. At Sterlite Power, as they like to say, things are not just manned. In fact, they are also womaned by a gender-neutral workforce.
Check. Perfect. It's beautiful to see when organizations don't just treat this initiative to be a goal to be achieved or a target to be achieved, rather a way of life. I think everyone here deserves not a huge round of applause. Like I said, it's mainstream. I want you all to please raise your right hand on top with immense conviction. Come on, everyone. Place it on your back pad and say, good job. You all deserve it, right? On that note, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is from Sterlite Power, an HR professional driven by learning, expertise, and ownership. She excels in learning and OD, business excellence, certification, talent management, leadership hiring, analytics automation, and global ops. She's committed to fostering growth, engagement, and diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Assistant Vice President at Sterlite Power, Priyanka Kaushik. I thought the claps continues.
So now I will ensure it will continue. Okay. So, very good afternoon to all of you, and you have already seen our video. We are Sterlite Power, and we are into distribution business, and we have 4 manufacturing units which are based out of Silvassa, Odisha, and 1 in Haridwar, and we manufacture power conductors, power cables, optical ground wire, and no matter the the networks which you are using in your phone, and the electricity which is coming here is the ultimate product of Sterlite Power, because in India it is said every 20 kilometers you go, you get a Sterlite Power conductor who is transmitting the electricity. So thanks People Connect for giving this opportunity to present our organization here. Like any other organization, we also have a management buy-in, and our chairman and MD and a global CEO who has been guiding us, being visionary about getting more diverse workforce, because one of our core values is innovation. So when we talk about innovation, the innovation comes with the diverse workforce, diverse ideas, presenting them, talking, having the war room, and coming out to be the best solution, which is very, very, very much fitable for the business. So can we have the presentation, please? We will talk about few initiatives which we have been doing, and we believe in 3 things, that we create things, we collaborate, and then we create a culture of collaboration. So create, collaborate, and culture is 3 things we strongly believes in. So any things we start with is like we always have to practice our value, which is innovation, and in creating new things, which is making us ahead of industry, and our products are very pioneered in the industry, and we are kind of market leaders when it comes to these kind of heavy engineering products. Can we have the presentation, please? So that what I told you about the Sterlite Power, we had into core heavy engineering, manufacturing facility. It's 24/7 operations running, and we have female who are deployed in all the shifts, all functions, all the shift, whether it is melting of the conductor, melting of the aluminum, which is like at a 700 degrees Celsius, and then getting cooling it down, and then making into a wire. So it is all, all operations. We have women who have worked with a lot of precision. They are graduate engineer trainees, they are GTs, they are apprentices, which have been hired from, campuses, and they're very happy, to work with us, because we have given them, that kind of career path, and we have been, training them, building their skills overall. So 3 businesses which we have, which is like, we manufacture cables, we manufacture optical ground wire, which is very niche product. We are the market leader in optical ground wire. We have a capacity of producing close to 18,000 kilometers, going to extend to 25,000 kilometers. It's a very niche product which we manufacture in India. And the conductors is like we manufacture high performance conductors. Second, you could please move. I will more speak about our initiatives and all. So when we started our journey, it was not that easy for us also. If you see how the graph, how the numbers are looking, in 2019 it was like 1%, and 1% talking to everyone when we have a connect, and when we have a meetings, and then when we see that there is no representation of females on the table. We also have that kind of tough conversations within ourselves, within department heads. We also did a lot of sensitization sessions. We involved hiring managers, we involved HODs, we involved a lot of industry experts also, which guided us. We have a leadership team in HR, which is quite some time trying to do a lot of things, and we also make those cohort groups in the organization. And ultimately, if you see, we have a very clear vision. Then we move from 2.5% to 5%. Now I'm very proud to say that we are 20%. We are 20%, and our vision is like getting into 35% by March 24, and it is very much doable. So we have been very conscious of a lean organization with a kind of roles which we have. We always replace those roles, or we whenever we are hiring, we always have a practice of for each role we interview 3 females and 2 males. So that's how that's the precision which we come up with. We have done a lot of initiatives in terms of engaging up with our partners, our vendors, upgrading our partners and vendors where they come up with their own, kind of proposals where they are ready to support our, agenda in terms of having a, gender diverse workforce. These are the core, you can see some core operations. I'm sure you must have seen our video also. These are very tough operations, very heavy. So if you see a drum and a bobbin sizes has huge as, if I talk to you like 270 kgs. So it's very hard to move. It's like so we do lot of scenes. I'll talk about innovation is a core value. So we also do lot of innovations so that all the job ergonomically will become easy for a female to work on. Please move. I think everyone needs some lunch. Everyone is hungry. So there are 2 facilities which we know. I spoke about 4 facilities. 2 facilities in Silvassa is something which last 2.5 years, 3 years we have really worked on, which has given us good result. We have a high representation of gender diversity there. And we are very proud that it is now sustainable. We hardly see a kind of attrition there. We have also gone like other like companies like Sun Pharma, and when HUL and PNG, they were discussing their stories, and we also gone with the kind of a strategy like having apprentices, then GTs, and then having a middle level female managers who can develop kind of a ecosystem where everyone can go and reach out. So this is how our operations look like, and this is how strength and numbers look like. Please change. So as we are also working on the job rotation part, we train them, we do a capability development programs, we hire them, we give them proper on the job training for 60 days, and when they are ready, they pass their certifications, then they go to the shop floor. So that safety is something which is utmost important for all of us. So we also do that kind of program. We do shadowing. We also have all kind of good facilities like which is very compliant in terms of occupational health center where health is monitored. It is like doctors is available, nurses are available, and everything is very precisely and very carefully taken care of. We have our own Pragati Connects, like every week we have a connect with our female employees. We don't wait for a monthly town hall or a weekly town hall. Every month we are doing this connect, and it is like in the DNA. So anything which is like to be catered, we take the note from there and we just take it up with the management. And yes, other things like equal pay parity and shift deployment is for us now it is business as usual. So we are very confident, like for anything, everything, we will be soon having some operations managers and shop floor in charge from the GT's batch which we have hired in our manufacturing unit. That has come with a lot of efforts which our team members, my team members are sitting here, Swati, Komal, Pragya, Amrita, and Praveen, Vijay, and everyone is sitting here, and they have been very strongly and hardly and dedicatedly working on all such things. Please change the slide. I can see everyone is so hungry, and just things should get completed. And so we have been very wise with leadership team in terms of when we started this journey, it was as hard as to sell this agenda to the management. Then we went back and did a lot of our leadership connects. We got those input from them, and then we what we very confident of drawing a blueprint. So when we did that, what are the roles available, what shift, what operations, what is skills. So we did a very detailed, understanding of the business. So for anyone who is doing a, kind of intervention in, workforce plan of the organization has to have a very good understanding of the business operations which we are running. What kind of, time motion studies which we have to do. And we have done that kind of a blueprint, and then that has, helped us. Then again, we went to, developing our infrastructure. We talk about lot of, developing like occupational health center, creche. We have developed them, and then everything is so sustainable and business as usual for us, and things are, working very, very fine. We have been lot of, getting benefit because the workforce is getting benefit out of it, and social impact is again one of our core value. So this is for us is like, giving back to, what we have earned from them. And now we have been also partnering with, a lot of external, vendors who can, educate us, and we have our own, connects with industry practitioners which come to our, facilities, and they also interact. So that we have a overall, pulse of, how things are, going. Please change the next slide. And I would like to mention that, since it is Sterlite is larger a part of, comes under, group companies like Vedanta, and we are Sterlite Power, and we have Sterlite Technologies and other. So Sterlite Power, we have Mr. Praveen Agarwal. He has a very strong vision of, making complete factory, women driven, and we have been having all these connects, every 2 months we have this connect with super, leadership, and which is making our things very, easy in terms of driving, gender diverse workforce, things. So these are kind of, initiatives which we keep, and it's very interesting to share with all of you that with kind of, factories which we have, we because it is, our Silvassa facilities is based out of Gujarat, and between Gujarat and Maharashtra. We even organize a grand Garba in a factory, which is, everyone participated, and it has been done with, lot of safety and care, and it was like, workforce was quite, involved and engaged. So next. So this is like, the key, things which we do in terms of our policy, wherever it is required, because every month on month we are getting inputs from them, and we are improvising. We are not waiting for any industry benchmark. So we are creating our own benchmark. Every month we get inputs, anything which is to be done with, maybe making some tools, some designs, making some operations lean, making some operations easy. So we get them, and then we give them also no timeline that by this time we'll come back to you and we'll resolve this, things. So this is like working very well for us. As and when it is required, we do policy changes also. And in terms of all the basic, things which is very much there, what work well with us is their collaboration and their inputs. So this is, I think, is something, monthly is, it's very tough, our team are also teams like, all the heads and all my, team members say it's very hard, to, drive. But once we create this kind of a practice for another in a year or so, we will be, I am sure, will be ahead of, other industries, and will develop, a very sustainable ecosystem. So we have an agenda of getting into 35%, and I'm sure by May 24 we'll going to achieve it. So thank you so much, everyone. For I tried to cover it up early because I know it's a lunch time, and everyone is waiting. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Priyanka, for sharing your strategies at Sterlite Power. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for Priyanka, please. I understand and I know that we all are hungry, but right now, let's just understand one thing. The hunger is for the food for thought. So continuing with the food for thought, and trust me, we're going to announce lunch very soon. We've got our next speaker, and I would now like to call upon two powerful personalities on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first speaker, Cargill's APAC Regional Talent and Diversity Sourcing Leader, built strategic solutions for talent acquisition across segments, drives DEI and talent fulfillment for transformation projects. She comes with a vast experience in energy, finance, DEI, and change management. She's deeply passionate about talent programs and employer branding. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for APAC Diversity and Talent Sourcing, none other than Zena Prasad Thomas. A huge round of applause for her, please. Accompanied by someone who's accomplished plant leader at Cargill's Food and Bio, led successful brownfield project launch, expertise in operations, safety and quality, visionary in establishing refinery, previous experience at Aditya Birla, Cummins, Becker McCann, proven leader in operational excellence, safety and quality culture. The plant head at Cargill. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sangeeta Sadafule, please. The stage is all yours. Can we have the cordless on? Check, 1, 2. This one's for you.
Thank you.
Check, 1, 2. Check.
Good afternoon. I know I'm standing here between
Check,
lunch. And I hope that, like she said, there'll be food for thought today. My name is Zena, and Sangeeta and I are proud to share the stage with so many esteemed colleagues from the industry, and also share a little bit about our own journey in the manufacturing plants at Cargill, and also hopefully take back with us some learnings from what you have also shared with us. A little bit about Cargill, if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so Cargill is one of the world's largest food and agri manufacturing company. We are present in more than 100 countries and about 150,000 employees globally. We are responsible, our purpose is to provide food to animals and human beings in a safe, sustainable, and a responsible manner. Of course, our core values hinging everything that we do, which is doing the right thing, putting people first, and reaching higher. You can go to the next slide, please. A little bit about Cargill in India. Now, I'm sure that in Maharashtra, some of us will be familiar with some of our Cargill brands like Gemini or Nature Fresh Atta. This is something that you're familiar with. But I also want to spend a little bit time talking to you about how Cargill impacts our lives from the time you got up. So if you've brushed your teeth this morning, and I hope you have, sorbitol is the ingredient that you have that gives a sweet taste to the toothpaste, right? That's from Cargill. If you step out of this and you're not happy with the food here, you want to eat your McD's, then please remember Cargill's responsible for that as well, right? For the meat, the eggs, and the oil in which it's fried. If you have a pet at home, then the food for your pet comes from Cargill. And then if you have to have a good night's sleep tonight, then on that mattress, through that mattress, the biopolyols, that's from Cargill. So Cargill, just a few examples, I can go on and on, we'll be here till tomorrow. That gives you an understanding of all the stuff all the areas that we are working in. Okay, so this is, our operations in India started in 1987, so about 35 years in India, and about 5,500 employees across India, with about 12 to 13 manufacturing plants. Of course, Sangeeta will talk a little bit more about that. Can go to the next slide, please. Of course, here we're talking about diversity, DEI. That's the conversation for today. If we have diverse needs as customers, we need to have diverse perspectives in order to fulfill those diverse needs. So you need diverse people in the organization, right? And diversity, of course, it's not represented only as gender. So there are underrepresented groups, of course, that we talk about from a diversity point of view. But for today's conversation, we're talking about gender, right? Gender is a big topic, not just globally, but also in India. The pace at which societal change and decision-making is not commensurate to what we would want it to be. So, of course, organizations like us today have to take our own initiatives and do what we have to do to make that impact. So a few years ago, all the manufacturing facilities came together and said, hey, this is something we want to do for Kargil, because a sizable population, a representation of our staff is the ops staff, right? The manufacturing communities. We have 1,000 plants globally, so that's a sizable population. So together, they worked on something called a Women in Ops project, which is no more a project, is now a way of life, and to realize our aspiration. So, of course, we did some internal studies and data crunching to look at some insights internally, and externally to look at some benchmarks. And we came up with 3 areas that we want to focus on, broadly. So diverse talent, hiring the right people, which means not just looking at, okay, I need to hire X from outside, but also making sure that the build, buy, borrow mix is the right mix, right? Also tracking that number very carefully, ensuring that you're monitoring that number and improving that result. Then, of course, fulfilling experiences. So we've talked a lot about, some of the hygiene factors, right? The inclusive facilities that we have. But after a point, it's just hygiene. Nobody cares for more than that, right? And if you will know that all of us, the women here, I'm sure everyone is, after a point you'll say, okay, so what? I have a great facility, so what? What next? So ensuring that there is a career enriching experience, ensuring that people are getting that value out of the projects that they are put on, out of the engagement that they are given. So elevating their experience is very important. Last but not the least is career progression. Sometimes you forget about this as women, right? We also, I think somebody talked about in the morning about the imposter syndrome, one of our speakers. She said that she didn't think it was important. She didn't think she was ready for the job, right? I think women suffer from it a lot. But so we focus a lot on career progression because we know that's how the stickiness will be there, the retention will be there. Enough about the theory. Now let's see how all this has come to life. I'm going to hand over to Sangeeta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Next slide, please. I'm taking care of the plant in Krishnapatnam. Here, everyone has talked about the organization doing a lot for the females, yeah? But now it is time to implement also. So here I would like to take you through a journey that took place in Krishnapatnam. Krishnapatnam is a small town in Andhra Pradesh. It is basically known for the port. In Kargil, we have manufacturing plants in different states, like Gujarat, we have one, then we have in Maharashtra, and then the third one we set up was in Andhra Pradesh to have a footprint in the south. So it was a brownfield project. It was an acquired plant in an e-auction. It was shut down for 4 years. So we had to put it back to life and within a short span of 1 year. So this challenge was there, but then this whole plant was a diverse plant, not in just terms of female diversity, but we had people from different regions, age group, 80% millennials. So, aspirations of millennials are high. So this is how we could achieve the journey of what we are today. Next slide, please. So if we talk about diversity, I have just put pictures. We have in Krishnapatnam around 35% of diversity. So how did we achieve it? 3 basic parameters: welcomed, valued, and heard. Welcomed when they are coming into the plant. We have others also. So when this concept was being launched, the first thing was to make them welcome. The internal team had to be on one platform. Getting a buy-in from the others in the team was the major challenge. So after getting that buy-in, we could bring this to life, and you can see when the first team joined, we collected them together and had a good welcome for them. The second part is attraction. So in attraction, in attraction we took care of inclusiveness, they being looked at, they being heard, and interactions so that they could develop. So in this attraction part, I would say in Kargil, we have GETs coming in, and GETs have grown up the ladder. In this plant, we had also first-time managers who have been GETs and then grown up the ladder. So that is the reason the attraction is there, that they could see. We always know that seeing is believing. So they could see people grow up the ladder. So that is the reason that was also a part of the attraction. Talent mix coming to 35% was not an easy task. It cannot be just in the operations that you can have all people in the staff. So we had to go into different categories. One is on-roll people, then apprentice, and also the other contract employees that are there. So this was done by appreciating and setting a footprint in the community. Here I would say that engagement, you can see in the picture that our contract employees on Women's Day, we just gave them calligraphy and we asked them to make an outfit out of it. Initially they were so reluctant. In the southern part you can say that language is also an issue. They don't know Hindi, neither they know English, they only talk Telugu. So getting them on page, and after that, after the motivation, at the end of the session we could see they were doing a ramp walk, which was really motivating, and others also started getting involved in it. Next slide, please. Career experiences and progression is very important. So this was achieved through, as I mentioned, apprentice. So apprentices were taken in, looking at their capabilities, they were transformed into technicians who could set up the machines. So you can see the 3 ladies standing there who are the operatives now. And on the other side, community and partnerships along with the ITIs and others around. Because what is happening, it is not just motivating these women, but motivating the community to build the trust, to show that Kargil is a place to work, a good place to work. So getting engaged with the community around was also a major challenge we took. And in that picture, last picture, you can see she's a blind girl who is stitching clothes, and not only she is doing it, but she's also teaching others to do it. So promoting such activities and setting a footprint in the community helped us to achieve our values of 35% in diversity. Next, please. Thank you, and sorry, it's lunchtime, so I don't have much time. Thank you.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Zena and Sangeeta, please. Check. All right. Fortunately, unfortunately, the food for thought is on just for a while. I promise this time, right after this, we're going to have the lunch announced, and that's when we have the 2 powerful ladies right here on the stage with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment is Best Practices Report. 10 companies, 10 stories. This isn't just a report, it's a testament to change, a chronicle of evolution, and most importantly, a handbook of inspiration. I could see a few of you all actually noting down each and every statement that you all found might be key note for you all, but then this book is nothing but a digest, a treasure of all the best practices put together. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to unveil the research today. Let's celebrate these 10 trailblazing companies, and let's share their stories far and wide. To talk about this approach taken for creating the best practices report, I have the very powerful lady here, Brinda Khattar, DEI Cell of IIM Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. Well, the more I say, the lesser it's going to be for sure. But on that note, Brinda is a doctoral scholar working at IIM Mumbai, India. She received her BTech Industrial Engineering degree at NIT Jalandhar, followed by post-graduation in HR at TIS Mumbai. She has 20 years plus of corporate, teaching, and entrepreneurial experience. Her main research interests include in entrepreneurship and venture scaling with a special focus on gender. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the lady herself right out here. A huge round of applause, please.
Hi, good afternoon. A louder one? I always believe that hungry souls make better noises. So can I have a good afternoon which is louder than this? Good afternoon, everybody. Right. So my job is the difficult one right before lunch, but what I wanted to point out here is today I did not hear stories of women or what corporates have been doing here. I hear very human stories. Am I, as a woman, different from humanity? And that is a thought that I will leave you to ruminate with as you have your lunch today. In my thought process, and it's my job to introduce I Am Mumbai to you and what do we do, apart from having a great name. We do world-class research, and our research is published in international journals where we talk about how and why of diversity. We talk about a lot more things on economics, entrepreneurship, etc., etc. We do conduct journey programs on leadership with women. And it is a strong belief, and to quote Abhijit Banerjee here, one of my inspirations, we are here to create a new social imaginations. So are you with me, all of you here in this room? Great. So we are here to talk about moving the needle on gender equality. Can I have the next slide, please? And just to briefly let you know, this is a part of a very large study that we are doing, and it's only the tip of the iceberg that we have started with. And what I heard all of you saying is this. We are doing great on talent attraction and female talent. However, when I look at the bottom end of the spectrum, we are still building our path and taking one baby step at a time. What is most important for us as a community is to share and keep on sharing these success stories. And a very inspirational thing there, and I quote you, Poonam ma'am, is when you quoted that we need to have creche not only for women, but also for men. We need to have more human stories. And that is what we are pointing out. That is the mind shift that we need to have. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, this almost childlike drawing of things is how we academicians work, but we work magic with it. What we are saying is that this person out here has two things. It's a whole person approach that we are looking at. A person who has the will to do or agency. I'm academies, so I will talk academies here. And the meaning. Our ultimate goal is to create, and again, a food of thought. We are not talking about just doing diversity for the heck of doing diversity, but to create a sustainable career model, to create sustainable careers for women, and that's what we are talking about. How do we do it? I think you guys have already started taking steps, and I will not take time on that, but we need to remember that we are people in our context. I am who I am because of my parents, my family, the education that I have, the experiences that I have, and the talks like these, which develops me as a whole individual. So, can you add the next slide, please? And on that note, I will hand it over to Purba, who will present some of the findings of our research. However, let me point out, this is just the beginning. We are at the tip of the iceberg. And I'll just leave you with Rumi at this last juncture. And to quote Rumi, every door we open is a boundary that we cross. So help us open more doors and to partner with you for research and make the difference in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Vrinda. I am Purba Bhattacharya. I am the CEO at People Connect. I thought, let me just cut short my introduction so that we can quickly go over to the lunch right after this. And initially, back in 2000, we had sought out for 5 stories of inspiration for SheMaker Summit. And today, I think we are proud to say we've got, the numbers are more than 50. And we could only compile some 10 of them for you to carry back home. And these are very interesting times, and there's so much work and positive work happening across industry. It's really heartening to see that. Whenever DEI practitioners get together, we initially start with statistics in mind, but behind that even 1% change in the demographic in our plants, we know the amount of work that it takes. So the research report that we compiled for all of you today here will tell you and talk to you about all the best practices that are being followed. And I'll pick what Sony mentioned, that you can copy-paste some of these practices by customizing to your plants. And that is the whole idea of SheMaker Summit here today, that we listen to others, learn, take back nuggets of knowledge, information, and see if it works for us. And next time that we come back, we have a story of our own. So thank you, Dr. Upasana, for backing us up on this research. Thank you, Vrinda and the team. And can I have some of the representatives from the organizations to come here and help us unveil this report? Dr. Upasana, I'd like you. Glenn, if you could come up to the stage. Zainab from Kargil. Manish, Tata Steel, are you here? Pooja from Sun Pharma. Pooja, come over, please. Priyanka Kaushik, Sterlite Power. Do we have anyone from Cummins here? Anyone, just please come over. Love to have one of you here. Ritika Lal, Kellogg's. Do we have Tanisha Saraf from Ultratech? Yeah? Please, please. Anjali, come over. No, she's not there. So let's have a bit of drama here before we break for lunch. We unveil the report, and all of you DI practitioners, plant leaders, and HR professionals, please carry back a copy with you so that you can read through and get inspired. We'll open it all together and have a photograph. Yeah, thank you. Can I have the photographers ready, please, for this?
Check. Well, while Purba mentioned about the drama, let's make it a little more dramatic, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, with our stomachs growling, I think we all should also be cheering. So once again, I would request you all to please give these esteemed guests right out here a huge round of applause. But right before that, we'll start with the countdown. Together we say 5. See, I understand the Josh, but let's just keep up the Josh for now. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's do the unveil, ladies and gentlemen. A Pandora of best practices, ladies and gentlemen. 10 companies and 10 stories. Let's continue clapping, please. It increases our blood circulation, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us on the stage. And right before we break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, yes, the good news is here. After a lot of food for thought, we've got food for soul, and we've got a food for tummy as well. We proudly present, ladies and gentlemen, Dear Future Women in Manufacturing. Requesting Vrinda to please throw some light on this initiative for us. Check, check, check. Cordless mic? Check. Here.
Yeah, Ankita has ensured that I'll be killed when I step out of this, right? Sorry for this, right? Yeah.
On a lighter note, while it is said that intermittent fasting is good for health, well, soon our intermittent fasting is now going to end. So, but right before that, we have a very small, exciting announcement to be made. So, Vrinda, I would request you to please take the lead.
Yeah, thank you, Ankita, for placing me right before lunch. I like that. Okay, one exciting thing about women today, whereas, like I said, social imagination. Where do we see women in manufacturing in 2035? And that goes for you, Glenn. Thank you for putting that imagination into us. We need you as people who have been in the manufacturing industry and as role models to write a very heartfelt, inspiring letter to the people. And I say people, I don't say women. I say people entering into the manufacturing sector in 2035. How will your experiences, your challenges, your life stories make a difference to them? So there is a little QR code. We are a very tech-driven institute. So a QR code, which I request all of you to scan. Take your time over the weekend while eating, while sleeping, while playing with your kids. Take the time to think and write that heartfelt letter to your daughter who will enter manufacturing in 2035. Can you do that for us? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vrinda. And yes, may I see everyone smiling? Because yes, it's lunchtime now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you back in next half an hour. Once again, we'll see you back in next half an hour. 2:20 is when we resume with our next segment, which is the continuation of SheMaker Red Carpet. Once again, please note, we may now disperse for lunch. Please go ahead, gain as many calories as you can. We'll burn it together eventually. Thank you so much. Please do not forget to scan. We'd love to read your letters to the upcoming women who are going to be joining the field or the industry of manufacturing. I'm sure they'll be having a lot of advice to go through. When you join, I'm sure there was no one to talk about it, and hence you're here today. So why not make this sector, this industry, a better place to work for? On that note, with festive season being around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, we often look for innovative ideas. I've seen the branding team actually putting their head together, trying to figure what innovative can we gift this time when it comes to corporate gifting. So, well, we've got your back. Do visit the showcase of Card by Moms, a corporate gifting vertical of People Connect. While you're on your way out, do visit us. I'm sure you won't be disappointed with the kind of ideas we've got for you all. On that note, we're back. Are we all awake? Come on, even I haven't had my coffee as yet, and I am good on rice right now. But I'm sure so is with you also. Are we all awake? I'm going to definitely follow what Mr. Jones did. How's the Josh? Fine, we'll get there, I'm sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a tiny nugget from Aditya Birla Group. Let's have the video right up on the screen.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives every single day. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment is a discussion on industry-academia partnership, through which we aim to create a collaborative platform for institutions and employers for skilling and building a robust talent pipeline. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, starting with the co-founder of Women in Mining India. Let's give it up for Ruchika Jha, please. Followed by our panelist, requesting Professor Dr. Shirish Sangle, Dean, Faculty Affairs and Professor of Sustainable Business, IIM Mumbai. Manish Kumar, HR Head, Tata Steel. Ketan Deshpande, Chairman, Fuel. Swati Sinha, VP and Head Talent at OD Sterlite Power. Well, I understand. The energy levels we spoke about is right here. But that can't stop us from clapping and welcoming the panel out here, right? Thank you so much. Over to you, Ms. Jha. One, two.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you. I really hope you all will stay awake and listen to the wonderful, power-packed panel out here. So first of all, I'm very thankful to People Connect and NITI for this opportunity, and it's an honor to welcome you all to discuss this crucial topic. Your presence here, I feel, is a testimony to your commitment to really see this change coming. So the topic we are going to discuss today is the Industry Academia Connect, right? So basically, the idea is, how to bridge the gap that we've all been discussing about since the morning. I mean, there's a clear, very, very clear evidence of the fact from, from the discussions in the morning that there's a huge demand-supply gap. While the industry is eyeing for more and more diversity in manufacturing, probably there's a lot more that needs to be done on the supply side. And I think all of us understand and know this fact that when we talk about numbers, then the biggest of numbers can be achieved, when we actually do the campus placements. And that is where the gap is, is very glaring, and a lot of things need to be done. And I think this discussion today will basically be the setting stone for a lovely collaboration between the industry and the academia to basically understand how we can together try to make this meaningful change, right? So my first question is to you, Professor Sangle. Could you please provide an overview of the prevailing landscape of skill building initiatives in the country with a specific focus on women in the, women's participation, and how does this landscape align with the skill needs of the manufacturing industry?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for asking this question. So as far as I think India is concerned, let's try to look at the initiatives taken by the government of India in the last, 10 years or so. Whether it is for the educated women, I would say, or educated people, or even for the ordinary citizens, who may not be having degrees and diplomas to their credit. I think the government has taken a lot of initiatives, ranging from Digital India to Make in India to, Skill India initiatives, and similarly in the rural sector also. So as far as I particularly see, the way I look at it is that these policies and programs are nothing but the intent of the government. And I definitely see there is an intent not only from the government side, but also from the corporate world, as well as from the societal side. Because I see that, today's society has become much more open where, young girls, coming and doing a lot of initiatives which, during my time at least, they were not doing it. In fact, the kind of exposure that today's generation has is enormous. So I definitely see that, today, for example, in certain sector, the workforce, the women workforce is quite dominant in some of the areas, like agriculture is definitely comes to the first, where I think more than 60% of the workforce come from India, from the women side. Similarly, if you take schools, especially the primary and secondary schools, nursing, healthcare, some of these sectors were dominated by the women force. But I think coming back to the the new sectors, the service sectors, I personally see that there is a tremendous amount of opportunities is there for the women's sector. For example, NITI traditionally used to take students only from the engineering background. Now we are opened our doors to students from all disciplines. So we definitely will see that a lot of students will come here. And I think when it comes to institutions like IITs, IIMs, and NITIs and those kind of Institute of Higher Education, these are by nature, they are equal opportunity organizations. We really don't have that kind of a discrimination. And the kind of talent that comes to us, they're pretty, they're far, sometimes, at least they're at par, and in many areas, they are far better than the boys, because girls, are very focused, they are tasking right from the beginning. So I definitely see a very opportune time for, the country. And, for the first time I heard about the feminization of the economy. When I read a book by John Nesbitt, Reinventing the Corporation, and he was talking about these things. So I think the world over, the governments have expressed their intent through the policy reforms that they have brought in, which is, I think, definitely quite encouraging thing as far as our country is concerned and, the world over.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I think particularly the skill development councils that are being started under the aegis of various ministries, like Ministry of Mines, for example, has a skill development council who's working very closely with the local community to empower them and, generate very specific skills required for the sector. So I'm sure there are many similar organizations for manufacturing sector as well.
True.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Manish, my next question is to you. So as you know, the talent attraction we've been talking about since morning is pivotal for cultivating a diverse workforce. And in fact, most of all the HR people are mostly focusing on that. But how does your organization collaborate with the academic institutions to effectively attract, retain, and enhance the skill building journey throughout the life cycle of women in the manufacturing sector?
So thanks, Ruchika. So if you talk about talent attraction, in general, that's a challenge for manufacturing companies like Tata Steel. And there are multiple reasons to it. And one of the reasons is location where most of our operations are based out of. These are mostly non-metro location, away from the glitz and glamours of the cities, which is not so appealing for the talent, or so to say the today's youth. It's not so appealing. So, and that creates a problem, when it comes to attracting women workforce or women talent. I would also like to highlight one important point that, when it comes to manufacturing industries, most of the talent requirement is from the technical background. I'm talking about majority of the requirement is from the technical background, wherein we look for talent from core engineering diploma or ITI background, which includes mechanical, chemical, etc. But if you look at the data over last 10, 15 years, there has been addition of so many colleges offering courses in computer science and related subjects. And more women are opting those courses. And that is not the case with the core branches. And if you talk about the industries are growing at their own pace. If I give you an example of Tata Steel, way back in 2015, we were producing somewhere close to 10 million tons of steel per annum in India. And as I speak today, we are producing 20 million tons. We aspire to produce 40 million tons by 2030. So there is a huge demand of talent. But if I look at the supply part, it's not proportionate to that. So that is again creating a kind of issue for manufacturing industries. But if I talk about again Tata Steel, what I've seen that the confluence of multiple factors which has helped us in attracting the women workforce. So the first one is again having a progressive and pioneering policies. Some of the policies which might sound quite rudimentary in the context of IT and similar industries like work from home or flexible working, or it becomes quite difficult to implement it in the manufacturing setup. But when we, way back in 2016, started 5-day work week, I think we were amongst the first few organizations to do so in manufacturing setup. The concept of work from home, flexible working hours, is not something which happened during COVID. It was existing with pre-COVID era also. It just got matured during the COVID period. So there are a lot of policies which has helped us in attracting women talent. That is one. Second is, visibility of women at a leadership role. So traditionally, manufacturing industry is being perceived or seen as an industry which is meant for men. And in order to change the mindset, I think, we need to have more and more leadership, women leadership in the organization. And luckily at Tata Steel, we do have women leadership, which has helped us again in attracting women workforce. And the third and the most important, which is...
Sorry, just to interrupt you. You said that you would like to showcase a lot of women leaders. So when you go to campus for recruitment, do you have on your panel such women leaders?
Yeah, so we try that whenever we visit to campus mostly for pre-placement talk, we have women leaders representing Tata Steel at those forums. And that has definitely helped us. And now coming to your question, which is again, and that's the third factor which I think has plays a vital role in kind of attracting the talent, is the collaboration between academic institution and the organization. Because majority of our talent at entry level comes through campus route. And there, it's very important for the organization to create that buzz and attractiveness. So at Tata Steel, what we have done, we have started a program which is called Women of Metal. which is aimed at targeting engineering female students in second year, right? And there is a process through which we shortlist a set of women, and then we kind of groom them, and we collaborate with the institute to help them build skill which is required for a manufacturing setup. So that is something which has definitely helped, and as I speak, we are running the 7th season of Women of Metal, and there was an overwhelming response. We had received close to 3,000 applications. So that is something which has definitely helped. So I think in a nutshell, these are the factors which has helped in kind of attracting the female workforce, and also kind of helping them build the skill which is required to deliver in the manufacturing setup. So though we, as I speak, we are close to 8.5% of female workforce, but we aspire to have 25% of female workforce by 2025.
That's a great vision and very progressive initiatives indeed. Thank you, Manish. Swati, my next question is to you. So I think we've been discussing a lot of initiatives, and all of you will agree that there have been certain repetitions as well, in terms of strategies, very core strategies that almost all the organizations are following, right? But when it comes to, sustaining women workforce throughout the career life cycle, right from an entry or a GET level, right to the boardroom, right? So I'm sure innovation and adaptability will play a very significant role. So what are some of the, innovative and, you can say, internal or external skill building activities that you all are doing to ensure that these objectives are met?
Sure. So Ruchika, as you talk about innovation, I think manufacturing sector has always been looked at as a very labor-intensive industry, and the advancement of technology, automation, and innovation in this segment is a big breakthrough, I believe. And with this breakthrough, we have been able to encourage and attract a lot of women talent on board in our plants, in our manufacturing setups, which has been a big game changer for us as well. Having said so, traditionally if we look at, we are sitting in a IIT, IIM campus, and I'm sure the hall is full of many engineering graduates here as well. But if you look at it culturally, we have seen that a lot of women refrain from entering into the STEM field, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I think that's a mental and a cultural block that they deal with in their growing up years, which actually results in them having this mindset of not entering a manufacturing segment as well. So I think somewhere it starts at the grassroots level there in families where this culture change needs to happen, and we have to encourage women to take up more careers in the field of engineering and manufacturing and mathematics or science, whatever. Having said so, again, as an organization, skill building has been one of our topmost priorities. We showed in one of our presentations, this journey has not been very old for us. In the last 4 or 5 years, we really stood up and we started talking about bringing in diversity in our plants, in our organizations. We started with 1% and that's where we were at. So we've started talking and we've started focusing a lot on the skill building. A personal anecdote I'll share, I remember some 17, 18 years back, I was in my B school, and in a summer internship project, I was doing it in a manufacturing setup of a very leading plant company. And the plant was based in a very remote location in Ghaziabad. So when I entered the plant, and it was a 2-3 month of internship that I was doing, I was clueless, very, very self-conscious, and had no idea what to do there. So I was hesitant to talk to the people working there, to the workers, and I don't think I saw any female or workers or faces there whatsoever. So from there on, I think, and I also think that I was as much a stranger to them as, I looked upon them as strangers. So I think from there to now, what I see, organizations are very focused on bringing in diversity in their setup. And with diversity, there is diversity of thought, there's diversity of innovation, culture, and a whole new gate of opportunities open up. So coming to specifically your question, Ruchika, on the we are very focused to provide technical as well as functional trainings as these women workers join us in plants. And we give them a very rigorous training of 3 to 6 months' time on their functional and core skills so that they are ready to take up the work. As I said, thanks to the technology and innovation, it's also interesting for them to pick up these skills, We also partner with institutes which are locally available around our plants so that we can start collaborating and connecting with these female talent available there. I think one thing which we really back upon is mentorship. Providing that kind of exposure through interaction with various other women leaders that we have in the organization. So I think those are some of the things that we look at. The other piece that I just want to add is that, as a country, vocational training, like you rightly talked about, there are so many interventions by the government now on the skill building which is happening. Vocational training still is not a very looked up kind of opportunity for us, and not many women or not many talent in our country take that route. If you look at countries like Germany, it is the much sought after area where people go for vocational courses and then they join plants. So I think those are some of the areas that we need to really explore more and get talent from these sources.
Absolutely. And I think the point you mentioned was bang on, the awareness creation right at the, the drawing rooms or the dining tables. That is where, young girls need to be made aware of possible careers in manufacturing or, these kind of opportunities. So maybe, open up doors. Some of the manufacturing companies may want to open up their doors and have everyone bring their kids, walk in and just show them around how, see, because metals, mining, manufacturing, we use all of these products. We heard from, our friends at Kargil how their products are embedded in our day-to-day lives. So if kids can get curious and try to understand, where is this made, how is this made, that will open up a lot of new opportunities.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So coming to Manish, on the innovation side, is Tata Steel doing anything differently? So just please add points incremental to what Swati has already shared.
Ruchika, see, as like many other industries, the technological landscape in manufacturing industry is also changing at a very fast pace. And it's very important for organizations to embrace the culture of, continuous learning and upskilling. So if you talk about Tata Steel, so we had MOUs with a lot of institutes like with IIT Dhanbad, IIT Madras, and as I speak with CBIR. So wherein we kind of create the innovation cell and R&D cell where people from the institute and the organization like Tata Steel can work together on the future need and the future requirement in the industry. And apart from that, what we have also done is like we have identified cohort-based programs to develop women workforce, at a different stage of their career. So we have in-house and we have programs in collaboration with institutes and other training agencies for women who are like transitioning from individual contributor role to team manager role, or who is somebody who is at a middle management role or at a senior management role. So this is how we have been kind of trying to help women workforce upskill themselves and be ready to take the higher challenges.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Manish. So next question to Ketan. You've been waiting patiently. So I think we cannot emphasize enough the need for very different strategies of collaboration between the industry and the academia. So coming to you and your institute, how do you keep yourself abreast or updated on the evolving needs of the industry? So for example, nowadays, we are talking about digitization of manufacturing and automation everywhere, right? So how do you keep yourself updated of these changes, evolving needs? At the same time, if you could cite certain examples, specific examples of how your collaboration has been successful in improving the diversity ratios.
Sure. I think from where I come from is from an ecosystem where I implement corporate sustainability projects across the branches and locations and plant locations of various manufacturing units. What I have seen is there is an immense potential of young people who want to learn the skills, and what we have not seen is probably they don't get opportunities. And right now in my institute at Fuel, we have almost 35 scholarships for women to perceive career in manufacturing, perceive career in engineering technologies and new age technologies, but we don't get those many applicants when we look at the actual case happens. And we really had to canvas very hard. We have to go and share the case stories, find out the role models, and make it reach to the grassroots, especially in the rural areas and in the plant locations. I can cite a case study where recently I was working with one of a very big, large group of plant location where everyone wanted a job in that plant. And as my friend Manish was saying, their metric ton capacity was also increasing year by year, naturally because of the production. But what people believed in around the plant was that my son or daughter will get the job here. And that's the line they had all wanted to. But at the end of the day, because of the technologies, because of the artificial intelligence and all those things, the number of jobs that that plant would offer would be very minimal. So going beyond those kind of offerings and then thinking of those jobs was very difficult for us to make them understand in the community. So every day what they thought was either this company gives me a job, or those people who were getting aged also thought that their daughters or sons also should get a job there. And it's very difficult situation to handle. So what we did was we told them what are the different offbeat careers and offbeat opportunities which they can take apart from what they want to do. And then we started from school level, and we started giving them career counseling, psychometric analysis, then providing them access to opportunities, and then thereby contributing to different skill sets altogether. And what we also realized in the process is many other companies who were in and around them, they said that we should have differential skills. So a skill which they learn can be also replicated into different sector, which is very unique model. So we implemented that, and now we have a full-fledged skilling university in Pune, where we train around 5,000 women every year in the skills which can be differentiated and which could replace them to any manufacturing or IT units. That's what we've been doing as an example to it. So, you know, this space, I operate in a space of CSR also, so more than 50,000 crore is available to skill people. And as our professor was saying, that the initiatives which government is doing and pumping in for Skill India or Digital India is actually going to contribute this women to get jobs. And what we have seen is if women can come in and apply their mind, and especially I've seen a huge dropout after graduation. More than 60% girls drop out after graduation, they don't perceive education, and that's where the big challenge starts. So if we can attract those kind of opportunities, those kind of corporates and industry partnership, embed the curriculum right from the beginning in the school and college level, that's where the fundamental difference will happen.
Thank you, Ketan. So you're talking about not just skill development, but also building agility in the process, so that, you know, the jobs become transferable and people become more employable in turn. Thank you. Interesting. So next question to you, Professor. So when we look into the future, what are your institution's long-term goals and aspirations when it comes to women through skilling and contributing to a more inclusive manufacturing sector?
So as far as you know, admissions in the IIM now, since we have already become IIM, so obviously we will welcome students from all the disciplines. So that is the first big change that is going to happen here, because until now we used to take only engineers. Apart from that, I think in NITI is definitely, I mean, IIM is committed to promote diversity. The first thing that we did is, you know, in terms of admissions, whosoever was coming here, especially from the girl side, the faculty over here is sensitized about, you know, encouraging them to get admission here, the students. So we have actually a more accommodative view, you know, towards them. That is one thing. You know, we make them comfortable. And as I said that, you know, the girls who come over here are at par with the, you know, any other, you know, boys. So we really don't find a difference there. So if you really look at, you go and talk to the any, you know, students over here, we hardly have those kind of issues at the moment here. When it comes to choosing career in the manufacturing sector, there are a lot of girls actually who are looking into the operations and supply chain and management related jobs, for example, in the Genpack also. But I think let's face the reality, some of these jobs compared to the, you know, the IT sector or in the, you know, the fintech, the pay packages are very, very lucrative over there. Now, we don't ask this question to the boys, and why are we asking these questions to the girls, actually, right? To be on fair side, we have to see that the opportunity basket seems to be bigger in the other areas, and that's the reason, it's a natural choice for the students. So we really don't make a difference, whether it's a girl or a boy, it's the same thing. The boys are also not interested to get into the manufacturing sector. You take, for example, in the country, a lot of undergraduates, colleges where the, the mechanical, those core engineering branches are, they're closing down, at least in the private institutions. So that's the reality. But looking at the brighter side, what is the, what opportunities is ahead of us? If India has to become, third largest economy, currently we have about 650 large, firms. And if India has to become third largest economy, another 1,000, mid-size and small-size companies have to become large companies. And which essentially means that these are the manufacturing, companies. So I think the one change in our mindset is that only working for the big companies is what we all prefer, actually. Correct? And that is there the problem with all of us. Yeah. Somebody gets into an Apple, we really, put it on our website. But somebody is going and working, for example, in the smaller scale industry, we don't even want to mention that. So that's, of course, our problem as a society. I mean, it is not a problem with the girls. So what we need to understand is that we have to understand that if India has to become a, economic power, we have to promote our small and the large, the mid-sized companies. And people from IIM should go and work there. But, of course, the pay package, and those are very complex questions. Yeah. But that is basically is one thing. The other thing, for example, in order to encourage girls coming to these things, maybe what happens when they take admission. See, today what is happening, all the corporates expect that, there is nothing called management training today. It is directly assistant manager or deputy manager or consultant straight away. So they are expected to work right from the day they join. In fact, when they join for the SIP, summer internship, they are given work that is not a, for their learning, but it is basically a work that is a corporate wants them to do it. So my point is, if they do the hand-holding right from the, the admission stage itself, and groom the students, especially the girl students, I think then what happens, they will come to know about the culture of the organization. There will be a proper kind of a hand-holding, because it's very difficult for any college to actually teach all the students, which is catering to the requirement of all the industries. So in a way, what we can happen is that you can provide a customized kind of a training to these girls or the students, so that they are not only so they also get a chance to test the the quality of the students, and the students will also come to know about the culture of the organizations, and perhaps then they would make up their mind to work with them. Because right now, unfortunately, in India, we all talk about pay packages. And life is much beyond that.
Absolutely.
Right? Absolutely. So we have to really think, we have to have a more holistic way of looking at the whole thing.
Yes, yes. No, so true. I think I agree with most of the points that you made. And in fact, the very fact that it's not just about attracting women in manufacturing. Nowadays, it's about attracting talent in manufacturing, men or women, both alike. So obviously a takeaway for corporates is that they need to do maybe a little more better job at marketing. And also, I think educating and creating awareness on the various diversity of roles that are opening up. Like we just spoke about, automation and data sciences and the importance of analytics in hardcore manufacturing also. Now, some of the computer science students or, those streams, the people who are aspiring to be coders, for instance, or analysts, for instance, may not be aware of these opportunities that exist in manufacturing. So I think that's where some effort needs to go. And of course, hand-holding and mentorship is certainly...
See, we have to understand one thing, that even institutions like IITs and IIM, if they don't reinvent themselves, they are going to become redundant. There are a lot of students I know, young kids, for example, my neighbor, he's hardly 12. He's already working for a corporate and he's getting more than 1 crore package.
Wow.
You tell me, why would somebody, come to a college and then go to a job which will, give him, some 10 lakh or 50 lakh, that kind of a package. So I think, the opportunities are in abundance, but unfortunately, they are more in the service side. Okay, they are more in the knowledge creation side. And that is where I suppose the young generation is finding it difficult, because they have, a laptop in hand, they have a mobile in hand. I mean, the information which our Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee was able to access, That information today is a young kid, going to a, maybe second standard is able to access that. That's the power of information. That's the power of knowledge. And therefore, they are actually, choosing those careers.
Yes.
Right? So that is what I think is the reality. And I
Yes,
think
the exposure is immense.
Correct.
Thank you. So a leading question from Professor's answers to you, Swati. Handholding of the recruits right from day one and the importance of mentorship. So can you share what is, Sterlite Power doing about this, and is it helping you? How has it been helping you?
Sure. So I think, before I start there, I think, we've got a very interesting point from Professor that there is a lot of migration or shift of labor or interest towards the technology or the service industry. And I think as organizations and corporates, it's also something which is alarming for us, because we definitely have to see how do we hold back talent, how do we attract talent, and how do we retain talent. Having said so, I also feel that money is always not the driver, and it is to do a lot on how the organization is committed and adds value to your entire learning and career journey, in terms of your skill building, in terms of your development, in terms of growth, larger opportunities, exposure, and mentoring being one of the parts of it. So I think it's a very holistic experience that the organizations have to provide in today's world to attract and retain today's millennial Zs and the Xs that we are talking about, really, and that's a hard task at hand, no matter what we are doing. And there is and as I was hearing through the different presentations of the companies since morning, I felt that there is so much of passion and there is so much of commonality between the understanding that there is a need to do something to bring this talent on board, right? So having said so, yes, there is a need to create definitely a work culture, a work environment where we are able to foster talent. And that is something, which I feel will be a critical driver for us to attract and retain talent in the manufacturing setup as well. If today we talk about people who have experience in the industry, I can for sure say that not a single one will be able to pick up, stand up and say that I only left because I was not paid enough. Because money is never enough, right? I mean, there is always something that you will look forth for it. So that is where organizations have to play a very critical role to foster that environment. At Sterlite Power as well, we are focused on there are, of course, various interventions that we do to, which results in a more fruitful career of these women workers that we have on board. To start with, I think a fair, transparent communication from the leadership side on the commitment that we have to bring in diversity and foster a culture of inclusiveness in the organization becomes very critical. The second piece that we really focus on is creating a culture through sensitization workshops, POSH trainings, meeting the managers, the plant heads, because when you are bringing the women workforce on the shop floors and in the setup, how do you also ensure that they feel comfortable with the environment around? So the culture piece is an important part, and we believe to bring it down to the last mile, and that's where we focus a lot of interventions on building a strong culture. The third part, of course, is that on the skill building piece. And as I said, there are multiple training programs and skill development opportunities that we provide. But one thing which we have always seen is that we learn, women learn by looking at women leaders. You feel motivated, you feel in awe, and you feel that you want to get there. That's the journey everyone wants to look at. So we have a very structured program of women mentorship that we provide in the organization. We have a women council which comes every quarter and have their meets. In our annual engagement and the pulse surveys that we do, we have a very special report that we pull up every year, and that is about what is our women employees saying, you know, and we get special information from there in terms of what is working well, what is it that they want more. So apart from these connects, these are some factual information that also helps us to understand what is working out well with them. So yeah, so I think these are some of the areas we really work on to ensure. And one thing, you know, traditionally, there is a lot of emphasis on also recognizing the women talent and making it more, publicizing it internally in the organization, talking about their stories. So it's not just the heroes we talk about, it's also the sheroes stories that we talk about very often. And women have come across and talked about how they have broken the glass ceilings, come out of their homes and worked in different roles. So these are some of the ways by which we are encouraging our women employees.
Sure, thank you so much. So Ketan, last words from you on any suggestions for this collaboration to work better in your view?
Sure, I think what I resonate with Swati is the children or the girls who are coming from much lesser underprivileged backgrounds don't think much of packages or salaries, but what they think is to get that work with safety in their hands. And most of these plant locations and manufacturing units are located at outskirts of the cities or in the districts which are not at par to the ITS sector, where the SEZs are there, lucrative buildings are there. So that's one of the major hindrances which I feel parents don't want their daughters to send them into the manufacturing units. That's one problem which I see. The second challenge I see is, even if they have an aspiration to go into the sector, the placements, the short-term courses, the kind of communication being done for them to attract towards the IT sector versus manufacturing is there's a lot of work to be done in that area.
Yeah, so marketing basically.
Marketing needs to be done. And third, as women leaders, although there is a huge CEO gap versus employee gap, which we keep reading in the newspapers, the manufacturing unit aspirants are not even going there, but at least have an equal pay for the ITS sector versus manufacturing sector. I think if those things could be worked out, I think it could be a huge game changer for the aspirants.
Sure, thank you. I'm sure there are a lot of opinions about this, but we have to be mindful of the time. I think we'll have time for 2 questions max. So when you're raising your hand, please introduce yourself and be specific as to whom you want the answer from, who you want the answer from. So any questions? Post-lunch session. Okay, great. So thank you so much to all the panelists, and I'm sure these suggestions and this deliberation is just the starting point for a big change to come. Thank you.
Once again, thanking our panel members. Thank you so much, Ruchika, for moderating this panel so well. Once again, a huge round of applause for them, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as the panel poses for a group picture, I now take this opportunity to introduce you all to our very exciting segment, primarily focused on to the young women present here and who are watching us online. I assure you, post listening to these successful women on stage, a lot of you will become the torchbearers of entrepreneurship in India. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting, if she can, you can. This will be quite an interesting fireside chat. So, introducing our very first story, requesting everyone to please have a look at the screen. This is going to be a fireside chat between Rashika Tiwari from IIM and Oshi Kumari, the co-founder inside FPV. Let's have the video, please.
Is the first company in India to provide plug-and-fly FPV drones, where customers have to just plug the battery in the drone and just fly it, as simple as that. about Oshi, our guest. She's a dynamic mechanical engineer from Vellore Institute of Technology. A young entrepreneur, Oshi started inside FPV in 2020 during COVID times when she was just in the second year of her engineering. Her startup has been recognized by Startup India for its contribution to robotics industry by Government of India.
Thank you, Rashika. Thank you for the introduction.
Yeah.
And also thank you to Anjali and People Connect team for inviting me and giving this platform. Why mechanical? That's because I don't like coding and I'm very fascinated with machines. So that's why mechanical was my that's why I opted mechanical as my career. And then a very big milestone which happened when I was in my college was that there was something called quadcopter workshop, which was organized in my college, where we have mentors who teach us how to build and fly drones. And eventually, then I attended that workshop, then got into a drone team in my college. Uh, I was the vice captain of that team, and then I started my company inside of PV. So that's the journey of my in the field of drones, where the workshop was a very big thing because I got exposure to drones, and so then I started and I began my company inside FPV.
I'm pretty sure you must also have a very hectic curriculum, and then suddenly to start a company, which is so much work, must have been such a challenge. So how did you manage that?
So you need a lot of courage to start something, to step up, because once you start and once you start walking, then climbing the ladder becomes easier.
Do you want to throw some light on what the experience was like? How did you prepare? How did you feel being in front of those sharks?
Everyone say we are young kids, but no, we are not young kids. We are young entrepreneurs. And there are a lot of young entrepreneurs who came on Shark Tank India and those who haven't been in that light also.
In terms of your company, have you seen some benefits and some growth because of being on that platform?
One of the most important thing for us and what we had in mind when we went to Shark Tank is that educating people, normal, common people about drones, because drone is a taboo word right now in India. Because if I say that I own a drone, that means a person who doesn't know about it thinks that I am doing something illegal. But that's not true, because our drones inside of PV drones, you can buy it, you can fly it, and you don't need any pilot license or any police verification or any permission from police until and unless, of course, you're flying near airports or coastal areas or defense areas. That's a different thing. But you can fly our drones up to 80% of the Indian airspace map, which is given by the government of India. So this was the thing which we wanted to educate people through Shark Tank platform, which was a national platform which was given to us. And talking about our future plans is that we are right now in the drone segment right now, but we are also building and manufacturing different parts, different components of the drones, including the electronics also. So it's again one step at a time. We want to become the global drone company, the best drone company in the world.
Specifically for the young girls who are coming up, just building a career in STEM or building their own business, what's those bits of advice that you would like to give them?
Don't be afraid, because someone has to start from somewhere, right? So if you are the first one starting in a certain segment or in a certain sector, challenges will come. I won't say challenges won't come. Uh, Very difficult challenges will be coming if you are with your co-founders who are male. So you might think that their lives are a bit easier than ours. We have to face a lot of challenges. We have to fight everywhere. That will happen, and we cannot change that. We cannot change that right now. We have to know how to tackle it, and we have to fight it of the problems. Just face it and you will do it.
Thank you, Rashika. Thank you so much, Oshi. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Jyoti Bhardwaj, founder, TFIT, along with Muskan Sethi from IIM Mumbai for a fireside chat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the two ladies.
Check 1, 2. Check.
So hello Jyoti. So your journey with TFIT and your appearance on Shark Tank was truly inspiring, and we all are eagerly waiting to learn more about from your experiences. So your commitment to addressing real need of the market is truly impressive. So as an entrepreneur, you're also generating employment opportunities. So can you tell us the employment impact of TFIT and how it is generating the impact in the startup ecosystem?
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me, and a round of applause to you all for being the maiden IIM Mumbai batch. So congratulations there.
Thank you so much from all of us over here.
Employment, I feel, is a byproduct of a growing startup. Like, you do need people. They are the single most critical resource in your growth journey. And in our case, us being a manufacturing focused brand, like it's beverage manufacturing, so we have bottling plants where there is quality staff, there's operation staff, there's packaging staff, and then we do the entire corporate piece from Mumbai here. So here 100% of our staff is women, and at the plant it's challenging to find committed women resource. Like somebody pointed out in the previous panel that usually manufacturing plants are located far outside, civilization. And so creating the right infrastructure for us to have more women employees is a work in progress. So at the plant, we have a predominantly male staff on the floor and predominantly women staff in the packaging. But as a startup, at the stage that we are at, I feel that the single most critical decision is to find the right man or woman for the job, like irrespective of the gender. I know I'm at the SheMaker summit, so I'm as committed to the cause as possible, but in the beginning it's very hard to choose. You just need to find the best person for the job. So yeah.
Yeah, I totally relate with your point of view. So you have likely faced various challenges as part of your journey. So could you please share some of the challenges that you encountered in your career and how you navigated through them?
So how many of you want to have your own startup? Eventually, not tomorrow, not next year, eventually. Okay. So when starting out, if I knew what I know today, I would not start. So in like the short answer is that ignorance is truly bliss. I had no clue about the industry I was getting into. I had no clue about manufacturing. I had no clue about anything, like other than my business school understanding and working with a few startups. I had no clue about the industry I was getting into, and in hindsight that was a huge blessing, because you don't see how many obstacles, if they stack up, you will just go to another arena and say, I don't want to play here, I'll figure something else. So in that sense, it was very helpful that I knew nothing. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Like you will lose entire batches due to product issue. Your bottles will all come out wonky. You might find the best retailers to sell your product in, but you put the product and nothing sells. Like, it's deafening silence. I sold 8 bottles in the first month that I went live with Nature's Basket stores. All stores put together in Mumbai, 23 stores. And so when we went live with Nature's Basket, I thought I have done, like, I've cracked retail, and this is the great brand to launch with, and sky is the limit. But I sold 8 bottles combined, and I was in mini depression after that. I thought, I created a great product, I found a great brand to launch with. So in a nutshell, everything that you have planned for and not planned for will go wrong. But if you're committed somewhere, either to the larger cause or you're just this is the zid, like you want to do this, you will kind of survive, like all of it, and you'll come out the other end. So yeah.
I think kudos to your resilience and strength. That's really inspiring. And I think all of us learn something from it, that it's not easy, it's not always the rose-colored picture that we see.
Yes.
There are struggles. If you would give it a chance, what are the 2-3 bits of advices that you would give to a younger self if you could meet her in some other universe on what she could have done differently in her career?
So first thing I would tell my younger self is, why are you in a job? Why didn't you do this at 21? Like why in mid-30s? So that's the first thing I'll tell my younger self. Second, like to all of you starting out, I feel the single most important resource in business is people, and not just the people you hire, the people around you, your mentors, your set of guides that you've developed, relationships. Like in corporates, we kind of expect great working relationship just because we've sent somebody a mail. We think कि 24 घंटे का टैट है तो कोई वापस रिप्लाई करेगा. But in business, it doesn't work like that. In business, you have to cultivate, nurture relationships. That is the single most critical currency that will come to your rescue as you are growing. So treat people with a lot of love, with a lot of care, a lot of respect. Don't काम निकल गया तो. So don't do that. So I would suggest that as the differentiator between a great business person and not so great one.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights and taking out the time to talk to all of us. Due to the time constraint, we would like to wrap up here. Do you have any questions from the audience? If someone likes to ask something from Jyoti.
Wow, that's a tough crowd. Yes. Ma'am, what's your good name? Thank you for asking that question. That's a very pertinent question, and for women in manufacturing, that's a tougher crowd than this room. So the first time I met, interviewed contract manufacturers that this is my product and this is the process with which you'll manufacture it, and we feel that your plant is it's suitable for it. 70% of the people will see through you. Like they are not acknowledging you and kind of looking you in the eye, because traditionally manufacturing plants are owned by business people, especially bottling plants. So a lot of times they would look at the very junior entry-level quality person that I used to take. He was a male. And so the entire negotiation kind of happened between the owner of the plant and this junior quality intern who literally just graduated. And all this while you are sitting and, they are looking through you. So, but at the end of the day, honestly, Ma, is about apna kaam nikalna hai, right? I can keep raising the flag to him, but a lot of times it's conditioning. I am not here to correct everybody. It's not possible to do that. Especially it's critical to understand what your responsibilities are, 1, 2, 3 as a founder, right? So in that moment, whatever your priority is, if your priority is to correct that person, if you can let that go, you should correct that person. But if your priority is that you absolutely need to work in that plant, you need them to manufacture bottles for you, you will not take it on your ego. You will say, I will work with him despite this. You will deploy that guy to do all the negotiations. You'll train him beforehand. So I did that. And now I'm at a situation, in a position where I can say that I am the boss and you need to talk to me. But it doesn't come easy. It has to be earned. So, being a woman in manufacturing, you do not get respect by default. You have to really earn it, and over time, you kind of earn it. I hope when more women like me are on the floor, I think it'll normalize being, normalize women in manufacturing a lot more. So, in a nutshell, yeah.
And that was quite an interesting fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Jyoti and for Muskan, please. Jyoti, we hope for that day very soon where we don't really have to prove, We're just taken as serious as we've taken by others. On that note, up next we've got Aishwarya Jhawar, founder, Iktara.
along with Nirisha Pairu from IIM Mumbai for a next fireside chat. If she can, you can. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them, please.
Hi everyone. So we have with us Aishwarya, founder and creative director of Ekatra Handmade Collective. So Ekatra is inspired by color, texture, art, style and Rajasthan surroundings. We're so excited to have you, Aishwarya. So the first thing I want to know is, can you just tell us what motivated you to start Ekatra and dive into the world of entrepreneurship? Because I know you have a background in design. So can you elaborate on that?
Firstly, I would like to start by thanking everybody here and thanks Nimisha, Anjali for having me here. While walking, I was just thinking about my journey, that how did this happen from that seat to this couch? It's been a roller coaster. I'm actually an urban space designer by my educational background, and because of that, I had to travel a lot. I was working in Uttarakhand and then Leh, and that led to a lot of community interaction where I learned that there are a lot of homemakers who've got unlimited amount of skill and talent, but nobody is monetizing on that time. So that is what I took back, and then I connected those dots to my hometown where even my mother and grandmother had those skills and talents, but no platform to showcase that. And that is what I took into my core understanding, and I started building Ekatra around it. So that is how Ekatra came in place.
Speaking about community, can you elaborate on the employment opportunities you generated? Because we saw in your episode of Shark Tank that you spoke about women empowerment and hiring women in your for your brand.
So in Ekatra's case, there's a lot of direct and indirect employment. So we essentially work with homemakers who can't work outside their houses. So we provide employment opportunities directly to their doorstep. So they don't have to necessarily come to our workshop, sit with us and do the work. They can take back work and sit in their own comfort zone and do it, because these are people who come from humble backgrounds and they don't have the luxury to afford domestic help. They have to manage both lives simultaneously. So when we started Ekatra, it was just two of us, my mom and I, and we would do anything and everything, from even sweeping the floor to going to presentations. We would do it all. And now we have a strength of 75 homemakers with us that are directly employed, and then their families also, because when you give work to them, when they take it back home, there's a certain hunger and greed that comes to them, where agar hum zyada kaam karenge to hame zyada paise milenge, so they want to take maximum amount of work. So these guys have started training other people in the family also. So close to 75 people directly and 300 plus people indirectly.
Wow, that's incredible. So like you said, you're from a design background. So like we had a chat earlier, you thought your major challenge would be like designing the product. So how was it like being an entrepreneur and looking at other aspects of the business?
Nowhere in my life I am designing anything right now. I am only making Excels all the time, how we were discussing it. Yeah. But I think the stage that where we are currently positioned, my current challenge is scaling up. Because again, as I mentioned, we are a sustainable stationery and a lifestyle collective. Whatever we do is mostly handmade. And handmade comes with its own sets of challenges and opportunities, because people qualify that into a luxury segment. But also there's a constraint of how much amount it can be produced in. So scaling up was initially a challenge where we were facing issues in getting people on board, quality control and all that. But I think post Shark Tank, we've got a lot more opportunities with different platforms. Like now we've collaborated with Ambuja Cement Foundation. We're working with Rajvika. So those one platform has opened doors to more platforms where we can access more network who probably might not directly be related to us. But again, creating impact is the point. So indirect impact is getting created through that.
So speaking about challenges, another challenge is finding the right investor and fostering your relationship with them and aligning your business goals to their goals. So how has your experience been with that?
So we onboarded Amit Jain and Piyush Bansal as our investors. As I was mentioning earlier also, Amit Jain, I think he's a gem of a person. He takes, as I think Jyoti also rightly mentioned, that it's the hunger of the founder also, that how much you want to extract from them, and it works vice versa. That they spot that ki हाँ ये मेरा अगला बनेगा my. So I think Amit Jain has taken an active lead in nurturing and fostering us, where we all of us, they get a Spock from their team. So these guys are actively involved in helping us in our marketing requirements, कि आप sales में ऐसा कर सकते हो, what numbers we have to achieve. So Piyush की team से right now it's little bit low, क्योंकि Piyush I think works more than in number sense. He puts money more on the founder, तो वो थोड़ा sideline हो जाते हैं कि आप paperwork में मुझे involve मत करो, reach out to me in case of any help that is required. I think raising money probably right now in the current scenario where we are is the easiest task for a founder, क्योंकि इतने ज़्यादा options हैं. Shark Tank or VC or raising capital probably is the least priority, क्योंकि Startup India and other platforms are there to raise money.
Okay. So where do you see Ekatra? Like, what are the future plans? Like, how do you envision it as a brand which is growing?
So for Ekatra, our vision is very streamlined of, we want to become the most affordable luxury handmade brand. Because when you hear the word handmade, there's an unconscious word luxury that comes with it. Because it takes a lot of effort and detail to make something like that. But we want to reach maximum number of corporates, do weddings, have our own lifestyle store experience centers. That is where we want to take Ekatra to.
So lastly, what advice would you have for young students who are into design and they want to hone their skills and take it to the next level?
Join Ekatra.
Good advice.
No, I think on a not kidding note, but what I learned in my journey is that if you look at a process as a complete 100%, that can get overwhelming at times. But if you break it down, I always look at a process in just 15%. If you do the first 15% right, it will all go into an autopilot mode. So you just have to focus on the first 15%, because starting and building the steps is something that is going to take a lot of time, energy and brains. But if you get the grip of it once, then you'll just roll onto it. So don't look at it at 100% and think कि मैं पूरा end तक कैसे पहुँचूंगी. Just look at it at a 15% value.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Thanks a lot, Nirisha. Well, impactful recruitment which just started here. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know what you're getting into. You've got an offer right here. Please reach out to Aishwarya for more. While Jyoti and Aishwarya graced the stage with their presence, we've got Oshi, who's gracing her presence in Leh by flying drones out there. So once again, a huge round of applause for all the three speakers. And to Rashika, Muskan, and to Nirisha, please. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the much-awaited segment of the day. That is, the SheMaker Awards is here now. Once again, I'm going to ask everyone, are we all ready for this? Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, this award recognizes the exemplary contributions of women and corporates who have enabled the cause of gender diversity in manufacturing. To deliver the award's keynote, I would now like to call upon a seasoned leader with over 20 years of experience in developing small businesses and driving growth for large corporations, resulting in increased profitability and successful turnarounds. She was featured in the Economic Times 40 under 40 list of India's top young business leaders and impacts 50 most influential women in 2022. She was recognized by ET Prime Women Leadership Awards 2023 as DEI Ally of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's give it up for the Managing Director of Hershey India. I give you Gitika Mehta.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon. So, I mean, to be honest, I wanted to make this a very interactive session, so I will keep my segment a little short, and I'm hoping that the conversation is interesting enough for you to kind of get out of the slumber and ask some questions. So yeah, I think just maybe wanted to start a little bit with my personal journey. Some of you may have heard me, I've come to Niti before as well. Now I am Mumbai, so welcome to the gang. So I started off with IIM. I joined Unilever in 2003. And how I joined was also a very interesting story. At that time you could do dual specialization. So I had a marketing and finance specialization in Ahmedabad. And, I had offers from Citi, Stancy, many other financials, many other marketing companies. And I called up my mom and said, what should I do? And she said, whatever you do, don't join Unilever because, sales is not for women. So, of course, I had to do what she told me not to do. So I went ahead and joined Unilever, and that's how the journey started. Because I wanted to do something which was different, not the regular path that had been taken in the past. And now I'm discussing 20 years ago, right? So sales 20 years ago was hard. I was handling Western UP. Actually, my management training stint was in Raipur, Durg, Bhilai, and Raipur. So some of you, if you're there from there, in 2003 how the situation there was. And I was in, one of those wholesale markets, and my ASM at that time says, let's go back. And I'm saying, Arey, but I have more stores to show you. He said, I am feeling embarrassed at the way they're looking at you. Can you just get into the car and move out? So from there to getting to Western UP, and I had, again, many interesting incidents. I had, a distributor showing the gun to me when I had gone to sack him. I've had people beating at my door at 3 a.m. in the morning. So it's been, frankly, one of the best stints I had. Yeah. So I think why I tell you this is not to scare you away. Why I tell you this is saying, what doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. And, we emerge from it bigger, better, better fighters, and that is something that I would encourage each one of you to really think about. I've then done almost more than 18 years with Unilever in different parts, sales, like I started off with marketing, global, regional, local roles, done the full gamut, had many interesting, examples of how sometimes you have to fight, you have to speak louder, be more heard. And of course, the last 2 years at Hershey have been, again, very spectacular. I think once I've moved to Hershey, it's allowed me the platform to be able to provide what I would believe is an equal footing for women. And I emphasize on equal footing. We don't give a preference to women. We give an equal slate. Yeah, and I think that's a difference. I do not want anybody in Hershey to feel that they are here because they are women. They are here because they are spectacular in whatever they do. What we insist on is when we are hiring for a new role, there is an equally diverse slate. So if you're getting 4 candidates, I want 4 equally well-balanced, talented candidates, 2 women and 2 men. That's my only ask. And then may the best candidate win. And therefore, everybody who gets into Hershey is somebody who's there on their merits. But I would just like that opportunity. We've done many things, yeah. So at Hershey, to be honest, our leadership diversity from a women lens would be 43%. If I were to look at our head office, we are practically 50-50. If I were to look at sales, and sales has traditionally been, again, a little bit of a male bastion. So we had single-digit sales, women in sales, which we have now moved to double-digit. We're doing what is called WISE, Women in Sales Excellence Program, just to get more women to come in. And I think the idea is not just to bring them in, it's also to remove the barriers that prevent them from staying on. So for example, something as basic as access to a bathroom, right? So we've done a tie-up with an app which tells, so it's a paid app, but we obviously kind of paid for our employees, which tells them the closest, nearest clean loo that they can get access to. Simple things that they would otherwise find as a barrier to becoming great in the field of their choice. So similarly in manufacturing, and I know today's session has really focused a lot on it, manufacturing, we had 0 women in the shop floor till last year, 0. Today, we're sitting with 60 people. We plan to take it to 100 in the shop floor. I'm not discussing the, the top management, none of that. In the shop floor, factory workers are now 100, going to be 100 by the end of the year. And again, our factory is in Mandideep. It's a little off from Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh, so not exactly the safest. And again, what is the barrier that we had to remove? And the barrier was clearly safe transport and access to the factory. So we arranged for vans to pick them up from their villages to the factory and back. So simple things. I don't think it needs to be reimagined from scratch. I think we just have to look at what is the barrier we can help resolve for women to get ahead. And beyond that, and I think some of the panelists said we're already smarter, sharper, better. I think beyond that, it'll take over from there. So yeah, I think that's a little bit just to maybe keep you excited enough to ask questions. Like I said, I deliberately have kept it very, very short to allow for some more interaction here. So hoping for some questions. Wake up. Do we get extra credits for people who ask questions? Oh, there is one question there. Yes, please. Yes, I can hear you. I know, of course, absolutely. Sure. So I think you're right. Absolutely, some things that we have to be very careful of. So we have an internal code so that at least within the team, the woman feels absolutely the safety and the security. So our internal code of conduct, which is a complete no debate conversation, right? So if proven guilty, you're out of the company. Externally, it's very hard to indeed manage for us. What we ensure is normally she's accompanied by a male. So for example, if she is the sales officer, then the territory sales in charge will be a man. Or if she's then the sales officer is a man. So that there is a certain amount of company accountability that is done at the front end. We also do differential things for safety for women. So for example, if it would normally be travel by a two-wheeler at night, for a woman we are allowed to book a cab. Or you would allow to book a slightly higher hotel accommodation, which would be safer. So from a safety lens, we do make special allowances so that that never gets compromised as we try and get women into our teams. Thanks for the question, and all the best for your venture. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Zweli Katkar. I represent Piramal Pharma Limited. So my question to you is, you talked about the transportation that you have organized for your female employees at the site. Was there a mindset change that also had to be kind of taken care of, because you have to have that first few employees working at a plant? So how did you go about it? Did you have to take any actions there? Thank you.
Thanks. And I think the mindset change was not just for the women employees, it was for the existing male employees first, right? So how do we create that culture of it being equal? What we have done is some lines are then fully manned by women, so that they feel the comfort and safety of being together, right? So it's not as if it's an alternating woman-man kind of thing. That full line is then run by women who feel that, and especially they are better at certain nimbler tasks. So when we have to pick up something, sorting, packaging, I think maybe shorter, better, nimble hands helps them do that better. So we've just divided the work according to what they bring to the table in the sales field. And I think even, for example, when I said our head office is for 50%, our consumers are 50%, right? So we need that difference in perspectives to come through, and we can't just be talking like having men decide, say, a marketing campaign for something that will be rightfully used by mothers of kids, right? So I think that's the mindset change we need to do across both men and women for this to genuinely have some traction. Thank you for the question. Yes, do we have one more?
Good afternoon, my name is Nimba. So nice to know your story. I have one question, because since you talk about the mindset change, right? So probably can you spell out couple of actions, how to bring that mindset shift probably, yeah? So mind shift is the outcome, right? What can be the action to get
so
there?
For what we have done is frankly a lot of gender sensitization trainings, right? So we've actually gotten a separate third-party person who helps bring in this conversation. We've called out diversity advocates within the teams who then raise the red flag if they feel that there is an area which could maybe be better handled, if it's not equal. So I think those will be the two, the diversity advocates and the gender sensitization workshops that we run on a regular basis. So, it's online and offline courses that compulsorily need to be done by everybody on a frequency. So every 6 months there's a refresher course going out because it's something that you have to keep reiterating. It's like habits. Yeah, you have to reform them.
Keep repeating, yeah? Thanks.
Thank you. Super. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for this.
Thank you so much, Gitika. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Gitika. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Gitika. A huge round of applause for her, please. I could see a lot of questions coming, and I'm sure the right way to reach out would be LinkedIn. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, these awards wouldn't have been possible without the jury, right? Our jury members have gone extra mile and given more than their 1,000% in choosing the right winner. Introducing our jury members, ladies and gentlemen, who've demonstrated an integral role here. Let's put our hands together for none other than CHRO Granules India Limited, Uma Rao, Chief Digital Officer, Aditya Birla Chemicals, Namrata Mohindro, Head Quality and Six Sigma, Cummins India, Kavita Kaushik. These were our jury members, ladies and gentlemen. We express our gratitude to them. And now I'd like to call upon the CHRO Granules India Limited, Uma Rao, to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please join me in welcoming Ms. Uma Rao, followed by Chief Digital Officer, Aditya Birla Chemicals. I present Namrata Mohindro. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Namrata Mohindro. There won't be any Q&A in the interest of time. But that said, collectively on your behalf, I have a question for each one of you here. Uma ma'am, I'm going to go with you first. As a jury member for the SheMakers Awards, over the past 2 years, you've played a crucial role in recognizing women's achievements in manufacturing. What unique qualities or accomplishments have stood out to you amongst the nominees here?
So firstly, thank you for the opportunity to be the jury for the second year in a row. And this was something I was looking forward to. Because, you rarely get to find so many profiles of women who are doing exceptionally well. So can we hear a round of applause for all the entries that happened? Brilliant profiles. Now to your question quickly. I think one is the grit and tenacity with which all these women have been taking on their tasks. It's not easy. Most of the times when I was reading through the entry, there would be probably 1 or 2 people in that area working as women, the rest of them being men, a large workforce of men. The other thing I really liked is the hunger to achieve something. And I think from what I heard some of the speakers say, there's a lot of hunger in women to prove themselves, to be recognized, to be seen, most importantly. And that's something I really like. And third of all, I think some people have really broken the ceiling and whatever else is there above that with what they have done. I really like the way with which they have gone about doing their assignment. Some of them are plant heads, line heads, section heads. These jobs are not easy. Having worked in manufacturing for a very long time, I can tell you it's not very easy to hold these positions and go on and succeed. And what I really liked is they've moved so beautifully well towards the digital space in manufacturing. So the sooner, women take to this, the more prized their skills are going to be in this area. So I think these are some of the things that I really liked when I looked at the entrance.
All right. And kudos to the ones who actually stood out with these qualities, to Ms. Uma. My next question is to Namita. Namita, you've been a strong advocate of driving industry innovation and fostering collaboration. As an angel investor and mentor to startups, what advice would you give to young women aspiring to enter the manufacturing and technology sectors, particularly in terms of leveraging new and emerging technologies to bring about a positive change?
Thanks. Let me start by thanking for having me here. I think it's been very inspirational listening to all the different stories. And I think every time that I'm at a platform like this, I take away so much more than I give. And I think that's something that I'm grateful for. And coming to the question that was asked, we all have heard in plenty about the mindset today, and I think that's the starting point. It's really about technologies or skills are things that you can learn. And I'll give you my own example and a little bit about my journey. I was a languages student many years back. I decided to then become an entrepreneur in the technology space when digital and technology was called the internet. This was the late 1990s. And from there, sort of the journey's been going on for the last 20 plus years. But the point is that, wherever you are starting from, the good news is that technology is evolving at such a fast pace that you can learn. If you talk about technologies like AI, they've been around since the 1930s, 1940s. But when did they become mainstream? Since the 2000s. When you talk about technologies like blockchain, they've been around for a couple of decades themselves. But when did they become mainstream? 2010 onwards. So when you start looking at some of these technologies, they are actually pretty much in their teens in terms of mass adoption. So even if I've spent 2 decades or 2.5 decades in the digital space, I'm learning them as much as those who are joining the workforce today. Right? And I'm making this point because let technology not overwhelm you. If you have the right attitude, you are never too young, never too ill-equipped to learn. I did all my learning of Java and C++ because those were the languages in the day in the 1990s that you learned from NIT. And I'm doing okay, I think. So, it's not about where you start from. It's about how hungry are you? What is it that you want to do? What's the kind of impact you want to create? And that's really what matters at the end of the day. So that's kind of a longish answer to the question, but I hope it answers.
Absolutely. I think 1990s, so back then even YouTube wasn't there. Today YouTube is like how to for everything.
Yeah.
Right? So you learning it by yourself talks about the hunger. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Once again, a huge round of applause for Namita, please. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have the awards across 4 categories. The first category being Rising SheMaker, the second being Emerging Leaders, the third being SheMaker Catalyst, and the fourth being SheMaker Evangelist. This category, which is the Rising SheMaker, recognizes the distinctive exemplary initiatives of women professionals employed with core manufacturing functions for 2 to 4 years. It celebrates young women talent who have shown drive and have taken the initiative to translate their best-in-class manufacturing ideas into action. To give away this award, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to call upon and introduce you all. Just a minute. Well, that was an alert and a heads up for me, which I'm just going to go about for. Ladies and gentlemen, your special attention needed. It gives me immense pleasure, and it is my honor to welcome one of the most influential personality amidst us, Professor Manoj Kumar Tiwari, sir. He took over as the director of NITI, now IIM Mumbai, in November 2019. Sir has worked extensively in the area of modeling manufacturing processes and operations analysis in supply chain networks, and has published more than 314 papers in international journals of repute. And he has been rated as rank 1 among the top 100 individual researchers across the world. Sir has been the recipient of the Most Influential Researcher Award in the domain of operations and supply chain management. He is on the editorial board of many prestigious journals too. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Manoj Kumar Tiwari, sir, along with Umar Rao, to please present the next award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, remember the huge. Thank you. That's the code. Welcome, sir. Our very, very first winner, ladies and gentlemen. Would request the members also to please join us. Thank you. Shall we start? Ladies and gentlemen, our very first winner. She's the leading chocolate production line having a capacity of 8.5k ton per annum and is responsible for end-to-end execution of production, including machine maintenance. Solely taking care of yield enhancement and AM/PM of production line. She broke the highest production record of her production line. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for none other than the Senior Executive Operations, Mondelez International. Let's give it up for Shraddha Suhas Vinshu, please. Our very first winner, ladies and gentlemen, in this category. Up next, we've got our next winner who's currently working as group leader, press maintenance department. Within a span of 2 years, learned operation and maintenance of press machines, successfully eliminated repeated issues of press lines equipment by identifying the root cause. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming MG Motor India's Private Limited Deputy Manager. Let's give it up for Riya Patel, please. Our third winner in this category, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Ms. Isha Satam. A huge round of applause, please. The TVS Motor Company and Assistant Manager in Vehicle Assembly Manufacturing Quality. Let's continue clapping, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a huge round of applause for Isha, please. Throughout her journey at TVS Motors, from a graduate engineer trainee to an assistant manager, she's upskilled herself in quality management to achieve the organizational targets of customer satisfaction, ladies and gentlemen. Our winner of the very first category. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Professor Manoj Kumar Tiwari, sir. Once again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on the stage. We move on to our next set of awards. Thank you so much, Manoj, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm so sorry, sir. Would request you to please stay back. Perfect. Once again, Ms. Shraddha and Ms. Riya couldn't travel due to prior commitment, so we would like to congratulate the two. A huge round of applause for them too, please. Up next, we've got our next category, which is the SheMaker Emerging Leader. This category recognizes the exemplary contribution of women professionals employed with core manufacturing functions for 5 to 12 years and currently is managerial or leadership roles. These are the women professionals who are an inspiration to younger talent. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Ms. Namrata and Manoj sir to please do the honors of presenting this award. The very first winner, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ishita Chakrabarti, please. From Tata Cummins Private Limited. Shop operations in export connecting rod line and TCPL Jamshedpur. She's handled the export connecting rod line independently and handles people double her age with a brilliant communication skill and diligence. Let's continue clapping, my friends. Congratulations to you, Ishita. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, our very next winner, I would request sir and ma'am to please do the honors once again of presenting the award to our next winner. We've got Monica Taide. A huge round of applause from Bajaj Auto Limited, please. Let's give it up for Monica. While Monica couldn't make it, we will convey our regards to her and definitely our heartiest congratulations. Our next winner in the same segment is Priyanka Singh from Kenview. A huge round of applause for her, please. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Manufacturing Operations Mumbai, breaking the stereotypes and becoming the first female business unit manager for Kenview India Manufacturing. She started working as a graduate engineer trainee and has spent almost 14 years of her career in manufacturing and allied supply chain operations. A huge congratulations to you, Priyanka. Once again, a huge congratulations to all the winners. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, we've got SheMaker Catalyst. This award recognizes professionals in manufacturing, HR practitioners, DEI leads, plant heads, business leaders who have shown a strong commitment to building gender diverse and inclusive workplaces for women. A people enabler and leader has a vision and mission statement and has developed and implemented HR strategies aligned with organizational goals. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm now going to request Manoj sir and Ms. Uma to please do the honors of now giving the award to our winner. And ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to announce the very first winner in this category is Amit Sas, who had joined us with her CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the cat is now out of the wardrobe. Here you go. Let's give it up for none other than Priyanka Shakyavanshi, please. From HESTAM, Regional HR Director, India. We've all heard the transformative journey of HESTAM today. Priyanka has been spearheading the organization-wide agenda and driving this change from the front, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Team HESTAM. A big round of applause for your team, please. I love the sync already, huh? Good one. Congratulations, Priyanka. Well deserved. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, can we please continue clapping? From the lovely, inspiring story to here you are. A huge round of applause once again for her. Up next, our next winner, I would still request Uma and Manoj sir to please do the honors of presenting the award to our next winner. And the winner is Swastika Basu from Tata Steel. A huge round of applause for her, please. Up next, while Swastika couldn't make it, we will convey our regards to her. Our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Sangeeta Pramod Sadafale. A huge round of applause for her from Cargill India Private Limited, the plant manager, my friends. A lovely dialogue that she had with Zena. Really, we loved hearing you. Sangeeta has been in operations for more than 2 decades and provided the other women for opportunities in manufacturing, setting up the up ground for the new women planning to make their career in manufacturing, my friends. Once again, congratulations. Well, I personally follow Ms. Sadafale. You should follow her on LinkedIn. You will see the amount of panels that she's a part of. So it was wonderful hearing the two of you today, for sure. A huge round of applause for all the winners. Up next is our next category, SheMaker Evangelist, ladies and gentlemen. This category recognizes corporates with demonstrated commitment towards building gender diverse and inclusive workspaces. This commitment could be demonstrated in the form of well-understood D&I strategy, D&I objectives in leadership scorecards, the appointment of D&I sponsors, fair employment practices in hiring, engaging, growing and rewarding, sensitivity training, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, the more I say, the less it is going to be about this segment. Without much ado, I'm now going to call upon the winners, and to present this award, I'm going to request all the three esteemed guests to please rise up and do the honors. And if you hear your organization's name, I would request the entire team to join on the stage. Are we all set for this? Come on, the lunch is also done. Now we have the energy. Come on, everyone, are we set? Brilliant. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is... Anyone guesses? Tata Motors, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause for them, please. Requesting the team to please join us in recognizing trailblazers for women in manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen. We spotlight Tata Motors' groundbreaking initiative, Women in Blue. In 2021, Tata Motors embarked on an audacious mission, empowering young women, particularly from regions like Jharkhand, Odisha, and Chhattisgarh, turning them from novices into world-class vehicle assemblers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue clapping for the winners, please. The proud winners of the SheMaker Evangelist. Congratulations, Tata Motors. The smile on the team's face is testament to their hard work and the joy in their heart. Once again, congratulations. Let's continue clapping, ladies and gentlemen. We spoke about this. Clapping increases the blood circulation and hence good health. Thank you. Congratulations. There's party waiting tonight for sure at Tata Motors. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, our very next winner, I would request our guests to please hold up for our next winner. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting our very next winner. Let's give it up for P&G. SheMaker lauds P&G India for their exemplary strides in championing women in manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen. At P&G India, diversity and inclusion aren't just buzzwords, but a lived reality. Their multi-pronged approach has been driven by three core pillars: cultivating an inclusive culture, refining infrastructure for inclusivity, and pioneering industry-leading policies. Let's continue clapping for our team P&G, please. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. And last but not the least, we all witnessed Hestam coming and talking about their story, right? About how they are going about with their approach when it comes to the initiatives undertaken in DEI. Ladies and gentlemen, we also witnessed two dynamic personalities who just came and told me, stop. Do not introduce us. We are here to ace the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our next winner, Starlight Port, please. A huge round of applause for them, please. The entire team, let's have them here. At Sterlite Power, diversity and inclusion are woven into the organizational fabric, transcending mere policy with a staunch belief against discrimination. Sterlite Power consistently advises general neutral policies, investing in D&I training on unconscious bias, inclusive leadership, and so much more, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a huge round of applause to all the winners. Once again, congratulations. And without much ado, before we move on to our next segment, I'm now going to request Manoj sir to please join us and say a few words.
Ladies and gentlemen, sitting in this hall, first of all, we congratulate the People Connect and I am Mumbai actually for organizing this kind of very great event where we are honoring the women professionals and who have done wonderful job in their organization, particularly the manufacturing. And I found those who are particularly responsible for organizing these functions, we have to admire their role. And they are People Connect led by Ms. Anjali Gulati, and knowledge partner from our side, I am Mumbai, and particularly our team led by DI group, Madam Upashana ji, Begha, Poonam, and all others, students, and a lot of other, Mehta ji. So they all need to be given big hand for organizing this function. And then key sponsors from our side for this event is Aditya Birla Group and Platinum Partner Sterlite Power, and segment partner Sun Pharma, and segment supporter G Stamp. With this note, I can say that a lot of sophistication has taken place in the manufacturing arena, and particularly those who are operating in the software sectors. There we found that many of the applications have considerably reduced the labor component. Only more cognitive components have come up into the manufacturing. So this is going to be a great boon for women's section, particularly to join a sector which was earlier not considered very good for the women's section. But because of the IoT devices, many other automation, autonomous systems, now there is plenty of scope for them to find out the anomaly detection faults, of course repairing the very key machines, and bringing all the modern technologies at forehead to maintain the productivity. So these are some of the very preferential things which have attracted a lot of women sections into society. We at NITI, I am Mumbai now, because many times it takes some time to forget the originality. So, but reality is that now we have been converted into I am Mumbai. So our strategy is very clear that we want to promote and provide a lot of training to the women folk in this regard, particularly that how the skills pertaining to planning, scheduling, sequencing, and all other aspects of the manufacturing, along with the role in the supply chain management, and also that how the DI component can be enhanced. So for that, we have designed strategies which has led us to 26% of the women section in our institute, but we want to make it at least 40%. So for that, we have been asked our admission committee to find out ways and means that how we can quickly go to this number, because the more and more women and girls in the campus, they will bring more discipline and also very good opportunity for them to build their career, and society large benefited by such kind of move. So our motto is that we have to promote it by all means, so that we will be known as more diverse campus than anybody else. So for that, all the efforts we will take. And once again, I wish to congratulate the People Connect and our team, and also all the participating organizations in this great event, and hope that it will continue in future also and many other aspects in the IIM Mumbai. Thank you very much for coming here and inviting to all of us.
Thank you so much, Manoj sir. Thank you so much. Once again, a huge round of applause to Manoj sir, Uma and Namrata for joining us here today and for felicitating the awards. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to all the winners, to our jury, and also to Manoj sir, please. We've got an interesting segment coming up right after this one. It is going to be the Purple Anecdote Diary. It's going to be a performance, ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be the finale. I would request you all to please stay back. Up next, we continue with our very important segment, my friends. We've got the SheMaker Red Carpet. Once again, inspiring stories meant for you all. Let's give it up for India Operations Excellence Leader at Kenview. Please clap for Upasna Kalia, please. Check one. Right here. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So that's been a long wait. Firstly, I would like to thank IIM Mumbai as well as People Connect for giving me this opportunity, bringing us all together, and it has been a very inspiring day. You know, hearing from all the women leaders here, and also for the winners. So congratulations, first of all, to all the winners. We have a winner in the house as well, so congratulations, Priyanka. Now, before I start with my journey, I would only like to say, if I can inspire or encourage even one of you here, or whoever's online with us, I think, you know, the day is done. You know, I've achieved being here today. So I'll give you a little background about myself. I come from an influential business family in the eastern part of India. But thankfully, I had a set of very progressive parents who never differentiated between me and my elder sibling. So for me, I never thought that I was any different from any of the boys around me. And I decided to embark on a journey where I was a very, I would say, a very dedicated student. And so I thought that STEM would be the right profession for me. I went in to do my biotechnology as my bachelor's. But soon I realized that my core competence or my skills were more with People Connect. And back then, I'm talking about 16, 17 years back when I started my journey, biotechnology was not as influential in India or as much of a people, connect kind of a profession. So I called up my mom, just like, you know, someone just mentioned. And I told her that, probably I don't want to study further in the same field. And what if I decide to change? She said, that's okay if you are convinced. And I went on to do my MBA. Again, I did my master's in operations. I was very excited, the buzzword, supply chain. But I was campus placed with one of the big fours, EY, as a business consultant. I got a lot of limelight, a lot of exposure as a new, as a new joinee. I was a part of the team that was engaging with high government officials, as much as IS officers, and also the leading infrastructure developers of India. Amongst all of that, where I got to interact with senior leadership, very influential people, a lot of traveling, exposure, I somehow still missed that inquisitiveness that I had since my college days of what this value chain was all about, what this supply chain was all about, what was so different about it, because I would hardly hear anyone around me talk about it, and especially female leaders. So from an environment where it was equally balanced with regards to diversity, I happened to take up my next opportunity with a performance chemical manufacturer and API manufacturing organization, which is Jubilant Organisys, and I think now it's known as Jubilant Life Sciences. Now there, I actually did not have any role models to look up to. So again, the inquisitive me, and someone who I would like to say loves to break the stereotypes, thought that, why can't I one day be a role model for someone? And that thirst in me encouraged me to learn more, to question more, to go beyond what was just given to me on a plate. Probably that learning gave me the exposure to be a part of a team that went in to do benchmarking studies, industry benchmarking, gap analysis. I was exposed to Six Sigma, Lean, TPM, all that was Greek to me at that point in time. But I learned, I was open to learning. And with that, I became one of the role models in that organization to lead a team. Soon thereafter, I explored. Now, again, as I said, I was never happy with being comfortable. I always liked to be in a very uncomfortable zone, constantly learning. I got an opportunity with a completely different sector, which was medical devices. And I decided to take it up. But by now, I had realized that how important it was to invest in my own development, in my own learning. Because not always the organization should look up to you or, work out ways of developing you. You should also invest in yourself. It's for you. I went ahead, I cleared CPIM, got certified through APIX. Simultaneously, I also got exposure with BD, which was the medical devices organization I joined. I worked in different cultures. So the experience, the exposure that I gained from that experience was that I was able to connect oblivious to all of these terms. But the organization probably saw a potential in me, the hunger to learn, the hunger to grow, that I was taken up for this role. And I not only happened to excel in that role, but I went ahead and led the APAC team for doing the same. So whether it was auditing vendors across the Asia-Pacific region or even developing vendors in India. But as a lot of us witnessed, that we as women have a lot of transformational journeys during our lifetime. Now this was my turn. I was going to get married. Though it was a spouse of my choice, I had to relocate. Again into a business family, first daughter-in-law who happened to aspire to work. But I held on to it. The strength, the grit, the conviction that I had in myself that no, I cannot stop. I would say I had very supportive managers all throughout my life. Stryker supported me to help me do it through a remote working setup. But because the kind of role I was in, I was not convinced that I could justify it. And I decided to take up a role in the hometown where I was moving. And this is Punjab, Ludhiana. Not an easy move, trust me. When you have been working in Hyderabad, Gurgaon, across the world, and then you decide to move to Ludhiana. There I joined one of the world's biggest manufacturers of terry towels and bread linen manufacturing, Trident Group. There I was exposed to the indirect sourcing. I was often seen, because I was a part of the strategic sourcing, I was leading that in fact, I was exposed to more of the big fours consulting in negotiations with them for running a lot of programs and initiatives for the organization. I also was instrumental in setting up the e-sourcing platform for the organization. But as luck would have it, my spouse decided to explore, opportunities out of the country. He wanted to expand his business, and just being a supportive partner, which he has been all throughout, I decided to move with him. We moved overseas. We moved to Canada with a PR. And it's not easy, trust me, when you move from one country to another without a job in hand and getting something in your own field. So initially, for a couple of months, I was on a contractual role there. But within the first 4 months, I was able to crack a permanent opportunity with FedEx Express Canada headquarters. When I look back, I think it was all because of the varied, diverse experiences that I had taken over all these years, and also the academic and the additional investment in developing my skills I had put in had been instrumental in doing the same. I was a part of the strategic sourcing team, where now we were only talking about very high-value contracts. And you can imagine, FedEx is the leaders in freight and logistics. So you talk about aviation fuel, you talk about planes, you don't talk about anything small. It was very different. It was very exciting. I was doing really well, very happy, settled, or I could say kind of settling in. My spouse was doing very well. But unfortunately, due to some personal commitments, we had to return back to the country. And without thinking for a second moment, we decided we'll be back. And by now, I was blessed with a beautiful little girl. So I was at that juncture where I had to take care of her, move continents, and also think about what next for me. However, I decided to take a break and take care of her because I did not have that kind of an ecosystem around me to leave her. But as soon as she started going into preschool, she was probably just a year and a couple of months old, I was in that intersection where I started thinking, do I want to stay back and be with my family, or do I want to go back and restart my career? And this question daunted me every day, that why can't I have both, and why can't I excel in both these arenas? While I was in this dilemma, but I had started floating my resume, I got a call from Johnson & Johnson, and they have the return to workforce, career, women after a career break. They too have a Reignite program, and they asked me if I would be interested in applying for it. I did. And then it's history. It was 6 months into that internship, and I was absorbed into a full-time role. Again, things were very different. I was nowhere in the role that I had been doing all these years. Nothing. None of those. But, yeah. It was the skill sets that probably helped me grab that opportunity and take it along. I started leading the business excellence piece there. And after a year, I moved into, so I joined the medical team, and later I moved into the consumer business, which has now migrated as Kenview India. So as the organization migrated to a new consumer company, I migrated with the organization. So when I walked you through this entire journey, the reason I gave you these little bits were that it's very important that we are open to taking up challenges. It's very important to not fear the unknown. And along with it, it's very important that you need not be 100%. We women, the imposter syndrome that we have, that we think unless we are accurate, we are 100%, we are not good for it. But if you already knew the 100%, then what was the excitement of that new opportunity? You need to have something that is there to learn in it. And that's when you need to take that step, that leap of faith. So if I look back, and if I have to give any kind of an advice to the younger generation today, the younger women leaders, I would say that always try to surround yourself with wonderful people and find a mentor very early in your career, because they would help you and show you the path to network, to grow, and be a part of the table, the discussion, the circles, which we women are often left behind. And if you can't be a part of it, create it. So that's it. Thank you so much for being patient, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Upasana. My apologies. It was the paucity of time. I had a request. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Upasana, please. Up next, we've got our next speaker. Let's welcome Executive Production at Sterlite Power. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mithal Lad.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Mithal Lad. I'm from Kador. It's actually a small village. It's nearby Surat. I'm an electrical engineer, and I'm represent Sterlite Power here. And thank you, Sterlite Power, for giving me this opportunity to stay here and talk about my journey. So basically, my journey starts with my engineering, that is electrical engineering. Everyone's told me why you are choosing electrical engineering, mostly girls choosing fashion designing, computer, IT, teaching. पर वो कहते हैं ना बचपन से था कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जाना है, तो वही इसलिए मैंने इलेक्ट्रिकल चूज़ किया. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मतलब ग्रेजुएशन किया इलेक्ट्रिकल में. उसके बाद मैं स्टरलाइट में एज अ अप्रेंटिस मैं ज्वाइन किया स्टरलाइट में. उसके बाद 1 साल मेरा स्टरलाइट में पहला दिन जो था वो बहुत ही डिफ़िकल्ट था, क्योंकि स्टरलाइट में मैं पहली लड़की थी जो एज अ प्रोडक्शन इंजीनियर और सॉफ्ट फ्लोर पे काम करने वाली थी. तो वो पहला दिन मेरे लिए बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट था, क्योंकि नए लोग, नई जगह, और मैंने अपना स्कूल, ग्रेजुएशन सब घर से किया था. तो मैं बाहर का इतना कुछ मुझे था भी नहीं, एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं था, तो मेरे लिए ये सब बहुत नया था. फिर मैं जैसे फर्स्ट दिन मेरा जो था वो गई, मतलब मैनेजमेंट ने बोला कि ये तुम्हारा डिपार्टमेंट है, अभी ये तुम्हारे बॉस है, तुम जाओ उनके साथ. तो हाँ, मैं गई. फिर पहला दिन तो मुझे लगा कि यार मैं कहाँ आ गई, कोई है ही नहीं मेरे पास, तो यहाँ पे कोई बात करने के लिए. वो एक्चुअली एक कंफर्ट जोन रहना चाहिए था लड़कियों के लिए, जो मैं वहाँ पे अकेली थी. लेकिन मेरे बॉस जो है वो ऑनेस्टली बहुत फ़नी नेचर और बहुत इंस्पायरिंग है. उन्होंने मुझे मोटिवेट किया. फिर मैंने इंटरेक्शन चालू किया लोगों से बात करने का, अपने डिपार्टमेंट के लोगों से बात किया. फिर मतलब 100 फ्लोर पे सब मैंने देखा और इतना मतलब बड़ी बड़ी मशीन, हैवी मूवमेंट, 10 टन का तो मतलब ड्रम ही था पहली बार देख के, तो मेरे को क्या ही है। तो वही था। फिर मैं घर मतलब पहला दिन था तो इतना वर्कलोड नहीं था, घर गई, पापा का कॉल आता है तो बोले कैसा था, बोला बहुत खतरनाक। पापा बोले पापा का हर बार का यही रहता है, अच्छा ठीक है नहीं जमेगा तो घर पे आ जाना, ठीक है। तो मैंने बोला नहीं नहीं मैं करूँगी यहाँ पे और मेरा हो जाए, मतलब मैं ट्राई तो करूँगी जब तक मैं अपना बेस्ट दे सकूँ। तो फिर मैंने लर्निंग चालू किया, सब लोगों से इंटरेक्शन किया। फिर हम लोगों ने मतलब मेरे बॉस के साथ और मैनेजमेंट ने बोला कि बाकी लड़कियों को कैसे हम इस फील्ड में ला सकते हैं। तो फिर मैनेजमेंट से बात की, फिर हमने एक प्लानिंग बनाया कि कौन कौन सी प्रोसेस में हम लड़कियों को इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हैं, डिप्लॉयमेंट कर सकते हैं, उसके हिसाब से प्लानिंग किया। फिर हमने वो प्लानिंग मैनेजमेंट को दिया, उसके लिए फिर हमने लड़कियां हायर करना चालू किया। पहले तो हमने जनरल शिफ्ट ही रखा जो हमारा 9 to 6 है नॉर्मली, फिर धीरे धीरे उसको ए शिफ्ट में कन्वर्ट किया जो 7 to 3 है, उसके बाद बी शिफ्ट में कन्वर्ट किया जो 3 to 11 है। अभी फ्यूचर में अभी नाइट शिफ्ट भी हम चालू करने वाले हैं। तो लड़कियां मतलब अभी जैसा होगा वैसा बढ़ती रहेगी और अभी हमारे हर प्रोसेस में लड़कियां हैं, हर प्रोसेस में, इवन मेंटेनेंस, प्रोडक्शन, क्वालिटी, सब में लड़कियां काम करती है। तो मेरे लिए तो बहुत प्राउड मोमेंट होता है जब मैं फ्लोर पे ऐसे निकलती हूँ, सब लोग काम करते हैं कि यार मेरी वजह से लड़की आई। तो यार थैंक यू स्टारलाइट फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू एवरीवन।
Well, thank you so much, Mital. Straight from the heart is what I can say. Dil se, right? Our last speaker before we head to the performance that we've been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Deputy General Manager, Cummins India Limited, Shweta Katkare. A huge round of applause for her, please.
Hello everyone, good evening. I know this is very late and everyone is like trying to go to the home, and in the same situation I was waiting since the morning for this time because the event was, planning was a little different, but now it's at end. But nevertheless, let me introduce, like I'm Shweta Katkade and I'm with Cummins for last 12 years, and you might notice like 12 years I'm with Cummins, maybe for the IT industry, for the different industry, the one company for 12 years, right? It's very surprising. But I don't feel any regret. Cummins is really a better place to work or the great place to work. And that's the reason like I really enjoy being with Cummins. So let me also introduce myself with the personal side. I belong to Maharashtra, and basically I have born and brought up in Nashik city. Everyone maybe knowing Nashik city is quite near to Mumbai. And post that I moved to Pune in 2007, and almost from 2007 I'm in Pune because I'm married in Pune, my spouse is also in Pune, my family stays in Pune. And on the education front, I did my BTech in Metallurgy and Metal Science from College of Engineering, Pune. In 2011, I passed out, and post that I joined Cummins as my first company. And when you see like the first role, what I got, it was in manufacturing. And I just heard like many speaker, right, when you go on the line. And I think Cummins has, when I joined in 2011, situation was not that worst. There are many female employees, and I was really feeling safe. It was not like that I was the single person. It was really safe, plus it was very motivating when you go on the line, you have the female employee, they are at the machine shop, right? They are learning, they are like working on the machine. There are many things like, when you say Cummins, right, in the current scenario, it's not like currently you go on that night shift also, it's really safe while working in Cummins. Next role, like when I was working in manufacturing, the first project I got is about the tools planning. It was like I was a metallurgy engineer. I was expecting I will be working in the material lab. I was sitting and I will be working on the sample testing. I will be checking the hardness. I will be checking the tensile strength, right? Normally, as the graduate trainee, you have that thing in mind. But I was like, I given the assignment was like, this is a tools which are not getting used for last 2 years. You just evaluate, that was a business case, and just see how you can use that tools into the actual machines. So I have to go on the line. The first time I saw the bigger machine, the CMM machines, right, I used to stand for like 2 hours or 4 hours and I just see what exactly that machine is doing. And then later I understood that how the alternative tools can be used there. And that was the first trigger. I just understood how it's important. Like we learn in theory, but how it really important that how we use that knowledge into our actual scenarios. And later in that, after doing that role, actually I moved into various domains in the quality. So my major tenure, when you see the 12 years, is like with the quality function. And in quality, I worked in the product quality, I worked with the customer quality. I also worked for the new product launch quality. I worked in the manufacturing quality. So when you ask me the quality as a function, I did complete circle. And then I need to notice that done with the quality, what is next? Because as a person from the inside, right, I always had the thirst, right, what next I am going to learn. And that's the reason I just asked to the senior leadership. And for the Cummins, the culture is very much like open door. Like who's ever worked with the Cummins, it's like you can reach out to your leadership and you can just tell what is your aspiration. And I was very clear that next 2 years, what are my roles? What things I am going to learn? What next 5 years, what are my roles? And I had a mentor from start. Maybe that was the fortunate thing for me. I had a mentor, and then later I progressed the way I planned for. When I just completed my quality tenure, I did one role, which was the last role, was the customer quality. And it was more like with the GOM customer. You may be knowing the Powerika, Sudhir Jackson. So I used to visit Jammu, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad. So across India, I used to travel. And that was a role. It really gave me the different opportunity. What exactly customer management, what supplier management. Because whatever issues were getting reported, I was the first person from Cummins. And escalation used to go to MD. It was like, suppose we don't respond on time, we don't pick up the phone, the escalation immediately goes to the MD. And it was like, who's a person taking care of that particular part? And that way I build myself. And right now also the customers of Sudhir Powerika, they still know who's a Shweta, and they have that relationship. I still have their phone numbers, and they really, on the Diwali and different occasions, I still get their greetings. So it's like the people management plus how you build a relationship with your customers, and really learned throughout my journey. Post that, I had, since college, being a COEP, I was always having, I have to do my post-graduation. So that stint was still there. Then I opted, I was preparing for CAT, and I was trying for IIM. So, but at the same time, I would say it a better opportunity, or my luck was quite good. Cummins was sponsoring one of the program, which was Executive MBA sponsored by Cummins from IIM Ahmedabad. It was more like a general management, but I learned a lot from that program. It was in 2015. I started my journey in 2015 and I completed in 2017. And I understood the whole value chain. I was more like quality, issue got reported, stop the line, quality issues, right, the way the quality person think. But later I know it's not only the thing. Business run on the, like, you need a profit, right? Also you need that quality. Everything should go hand in hand, supply chain. So each function understanding, I got it. Earlier I was like the quality person, I used to fight with the supply chain person, to the operation person, but later I understood. In their shoes, when I have to think, if I was an operation person, how would I think right that way? It's not like always we are right. So that way that understanding has built up. I also learned many financial. So most important thing what I learned from the IIM was like the project management. Another find was the financial. I was just reading the terms, cash flows, the balance sheet, right? But later I understood where asset lies, where liabilities lie, right, in the balance sheet, how cash flows work, how the EBITDA is getting calculated. So I was, post doing the MBA, I was able to read the complete Cummins, Cummins story, or the Cummins, right, report, which comes at the end of year, the 6 monthly basis. I started reading other company stories as well. So the thing is that after doing the MBA, I understood this is not only the thing I should be focusing on. Then I later took the next role, which is the black belt. It was under Six Sigma. So Six Sigma black belt, I'm not sure, maybe that role, maybe their other organization might be having that role. It's more on the business critical problem. So I got opportunity to work on different assignment. It was more like one of the project, what I could deliver was the financial, where we were not able to do the on-time payment to the supplier. So I did that, the lean process study. I use a VST, value streams transformation, and I learned. I was quite expert in the VST when I did the black belt, and I used to do the trainings as well. And I understood what is the problem. Like we are using the shipment, right? By ship we are sending, so we are taking more time over there. So I designed the lean process. I also created the marketing strategy for the pre-buy shipment of the new program launches. So as a two examples I have given, but I did project in supply chain, I did project in operation. So black belt was a tenure where I got developed, right, as a person. I was like, as a journey when I say, I started with shop floor, I did the quality, I did the customer facing role, I did my MBA, and then I took the black belt. So it was completely, I would say, the way I planned for that. And later, immediately, I was looking for the program management role. So my inclination was next, I have to do at least one program management role. And later now, what role currently I am doing, it's again the program management from the quality side, which is like the VPI, value package introduction, and the VPC, value package change, where I have to ensure across India ABO, whatever plants are there, across Cummins, I have to ensure whatever new product launches are getting there, right? Recently, we had a CPCP4 launch, we had OB2 launches, right, in automotive industry. So I have to ensure that processes are quite followed, because without process, without quality, you are going to have more issues, right? Reliability of product is very much important. So I'm involved with all these programs. On the personal side, I missed to just introduce that. I'm married, happily married for last 6 years, and I have the son, 5-year-old son. And Cummins has really helped me in my personal as well as a professional journey, because when I see during my maternity phase, I just heard many examples from different companies. So Cummins is really helping the women employees when they are going on a maternity leave. I got extension of almost like 2 to 3 months. We had a 6 month of leave. We also had the paternity leave of 1 month. Cummins has that benefit also. If you are both of you are working in the Cummins, right, your husband gets the leave of almost 1 month. And later also you get lot of support. In my case, my pregnancy was like, immediately I was working till last day. And second day I got there was the urgency, I had to go for the medication, and I was not able to report also to the office, right? I had a baby. So I just messaged my manager and everything was taken care. And later 2 months I didn't got any call and everything was streamlined. So that way, Cummins is really great place to work. I feel it's a second home for me. And the last point I just wanted maybe for the all the female employees here. So most important, the thing what I learned that the people management, stakeholder management, technical thing you learned, right, throughout the thing. But just try to see what exactly happening outside the world. The way I'm the person now, I know quality 4.0, manufacturing 4.0 is coming, right? So highly we see digitalization is coming. We have to upgrade ourselves. So recently I started the fifth the month, and Cummins is having one of the program in the digital thing. So where I'm learning Python, I'm learning Power BI. I created many reports in Power BI. So I'm upgrading myself. So I just see hydrogen fuel cell, right? I'm learning on that. So I keep myself updated that what's happening around and how we should be matching that space. With that, I wanted to end the story because already it has been told that we have this short time, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shweta. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the most awaited performance of the day. A little about what you need to expect, really. A poetry, movement, and art installation-based performance named Really, Really. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Purple Anecdote Diary by Chetna Mehrotra, Shivani Vaswani, Anurag Ramchandra. A huge round of applause for them, please. I would request everyone to please settle down. Trust me, you're in for a delight. Thank you.
हेलो हेलो संतोष जी
कॉलर माइक ऑन कर दीजिए दादा. Hello everybody. Thank you. It feels good to see you all at 5:16. Thank you for waiting, and we've been listening to many people. Thanks Anjali, People Connect, and all the team members, and especially Zinkle. My name is Chetna, and today we have Shivani and Anurag with us. This isn't like a performance you all must be imagining. कि theater होगा, eyebrows ऊपर होंगी, और कुछ हो जाएगा. So this is more like a presentation of our artistic practices. Shivani does a lot of channel music, and a lot of it is borrowed and taken, and also some of it is also an initiation that she receives from a channel. And she also is a healer, does a lot of work around women and feminine healing and masculine healing. Anurag, आपको क्या लगता है कितने साल का होगा ये? Any shout out from the audience? पहले से बायस के ऊपर है ये, थोड़ा सोच के बोलना. 16? किसने बोला? भाई तुम पेपर लीक करे बैठे हो. Yeah, Anurag is 16, almost going to be 17 in a month, and he's a homeschooler, and he borrows a lot of his practices from life and does a lot of sketching. I do a lot of my own practice, which is participatory theater-based practices. I work a lot with organization, with women, men, and all genders, and look at what do we create as dialogues at workplaces, but mainly through theater. Today's work is around a title called The Purple Anecdote Diary. The Purple Anecdote explores the deepest and the deeper ask of what we women sense of the world, and really, really sense of the world. Where did we hide ourselves? The freeze. What's our truth? What do we need to unfreeze now? Do we wait for permissions to celebrate our days? Do we nod? Do we wait for the nod for someone to tell us, "Jao, picture dekhao"? I would like to unfreeze this today. I would like to refreeze what I desire and all of us desire sitting here. A purple manifesto, a reimagined, a new change, which all of us today will create together, be it any gender that's sitting here today. So please keep your manifestos ready at the end of the performance. We'll come to ask you. Let's watch. Hello, everybody. My name is Leena Gaur. I've been invited here today at this awards evening. I'm 42. The invite said that senior women like us, we must be an inspiration to the younger women. We, senior women, must be mentoring the younger women who are investing in their careers. And I think that's true, we all must. You know. I think I only have a few minutes. There is an event planned, as Sir told. I must not take much time. I have something to share with you all, a story that I penned down a few weeks ago, and I'd like to share it with you. I like to read books. Can you hear me? Yeah. But if you ask me what's the last book I read, it's a little embarrassing. It's been a few years that I read a book, actually. And I write poetries, and I'm a dancer too. My father actually wanted me, he had a dream for me. He wanted me to study more, score more, and read more. He wanted me to crack the IIT. And I was glad for his dreams. I tried hard, I worked hard, scored more, studied more, but I failed. I could not crack through the IIT. After that, I did not know what more could I be. Nobody told me what's the next thing. What more could be a person be if they don't get through IIT, right? We don't know. I failed. I failed to prove him. Anyway, ये सब छोड़ते हैं, चलिए आप लोगों से पूछते हैं. Let's ask you, okay, with a raise of hands, please, okay, and I can see you through and through. There's no house light though, it's okay. Please, with a raise of hand, how many of you have ever failed in your life? I mean, fail मतलब कि वैसा fail नहीं, मतलब चाय बनाते हुए चाय अच्छी नहीं बनी, या इंटरव्यू में कोई सवाल पूछना था, मतलब हम लोग सब कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा हुआ है. कितने लोग? How many of you have failed? Let me see. Oh my God, full house. Everybody has failed. ठीक है. अच्छा एक one more. With a raise of hands, how many of you feel that you are more than the job that you do every day? More than what you do every day. Even if you're a student, but do you? And can I have a shout out? Like मैं राजमा अच्छे बना लेती हूँ, अच्छी तरह blend करके, but ये skill count नहीं करती है. But still आप लोग बोल सकते हैं, सर आप पीछे. आप और क्या करते हैं apart from your job? Marathi dramas. Sir, please. Marathi dramas. Please give us feedback, sir, later. or there. Please, what else do you like to do? Yes. Yes, somebody. At the back, any woman here? Anybody who's a runner, a trekker? आपको नींद कौन अच्छे से सो सकता है? Yes. Workouts and dancing. Yes, wonderful. Thank you for sharing. So I was just sharing that I failed to crack the IIT actually, but I got through a mediocre university. एक हरियाणा में नाम नहीं बोलूँगी for safety and confidentiality. I got through this university in Haryana. I joined technology and instrumentation course. We were 9 girls out of 90 boys. ऐसा होता है? Students यहाँ पे बैठे हैं. Reality कब आप भी ऐसी बोल रहे हैं. But उनमें से 4 of them got married in the second year of the university. So we had to fight and prove every day that we women, we young girls know what engineering is, what instrumentation is. And then the famous campus placement happened. I cracked the campus placement. किसी तरह मैं HR को और ये सब छोड़ के I got through an assistant production manager, a woman assistant production manager at the plant site. But as you probably would know, the fight continued. I had to fight my way through every day. I was dealing with people who were more than my age. There were men who I was competing with. It was such a chaos. I was always called mediocre. I remembered that I was called average by my father every day. And those moments with those men in the factory, maybe I was average.
दुर्गेश्वरी कालिका महिषासुरमर्दिनी जननी जगहारिणी हे जननी जननी.
Walk, run, chase, walk, equal, more than equal, be equal, run, walk, chase, equal, more than equal. A market full of names, encouraging me. Leena, come on, you can do it. Only you can do it. Come on, don't be average, Leena. Go ahead. More than equal. Become the equal. Sometimes, actually many times, I feel I don't want these encouragements. Sometimes, a lot of times, I feel I'm okay. I'm okay. Well, anyhow, let me come back. I mean, ये comparisons with the men and ये सब चलता ही रहा. And I had to fight my way through, as I told you. Mediocre, average, not able to crack IIT. And this comparison से याद आया. This one day, I think 18 July, Anurag, it was 18? 22nd मुझे याद है July. There was a little monsoon area, the plant there. It was raining and this boardroom, and I had actually saved cost at a machinery एक तो हमारे project था, and I was able to save cost and I had to present that to the people in the boardroom. I was presenting that data, all well versed, statistics, numbers, sub, everything. I knew the machinery which would be just exact name. Some silence, exactly like this. Some silence. Look at this one. And you know what we women, we get into, कुछ गलत होता है, we women feel कि मेरी वजह से ही हो रहा होगा. A lot of times we start to make ourselves wrong. I don't know if it's with the men too or not, but we women for sure. Then, I asked, is everything okay? Is the presentation okay? This one voice spoke. Exactly like this. Like the leg here. आप लोग बैठ के देखिए कैसा लगता है power position बोल. This. मैडम, नीम और गुलाब है ना, एक जैसे नहीं होते. गुलाब को गुलाब का काम करना चाहिए मैडम, और नीम को नीम का काम करना चाहिए. दोनों बराबरी के नहीं है. तो राकेश, अगली बार तुम प्रेजेंट करना मैडम, राकेश संभाल लेगा, आप अपना काम करो. This analogy was piercing. I mean, आपको समझ आई analogy? मुझे it is very piercing. What does that mean? I mean, show के बाद आप बता सकते हैं. I had to fight and prove again, tell people that I'm a woman and I can do better. And of course, gradually I started to do well. I was given promotions, appraisals, I demonstrated great leadership skills. I was solving all the technical issues at the workplace and saving costs on processes.
Tu Lakshmi, Tu Lakshmi Shubha Karini Jaya Jaya Sharda He Janani Janani.
And then I got married. 5 years down the job I got married. I couldn't say a no, I mean not to the marriage, but moving with Subhash to Pune. I didn't want to go. I must tell you, I was very angry. मतलब आप एक पौधा उसको बोते हैं, उसको सींचते हैं, and suddenly somebody uproots you without asking. I was very angry, I must tell you. I didn't want to go with Subhash. I had worked hard. एक mediocre average लड़की जब इतनी मेहनत करके एक इतना अच्छा काम कर रही है, उसको बोलो because शादी हो गई तो चलो. It's acting. I mean, it's frustrating. It took me so much to tell Subhash that I can't. But I went with him. हम ना ह्यूमन बींग्स बड़े रैशनलाइजिंग किस्म के लोग होते हैं. हम लोग अपने आप को समझा लेते हैं कि चलो कोई बात नहीं, सुभाष को पैसा अच्छा मिलेगा, ही इज़ अ प्राइमरी, ज़्यादा पैसे कमा रहा है तो मुझे भी जाना चाहिए. When a man goes, the woman has to follow. And Subhash also consoled me. He said, अरे तुम तो बहुत adaptable हो, flexible हो, कहीं भी जॉब ढूंढ लोगी. तो किया मैंने, चली गई.
कभी यूं ही जब हुई बोझल सांसें भर आई बैठे बैठे जब यूं ही आँखें. कभी यूं ही जब हुई बोझल सांसें भर आई बैठे बैठे जब यूं ही आँखें. यूं ही मचल के प्यार से चल के छुए कोई मुझे पर नजर न आए, नजर न आए. कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए चुपके से आए.
Well, I did pick a job and I got a job in chemical manufacturing unit. I mean, संभाल लिया था मैंने अपने आप को. And it was a good thing. Everything was getting in place. I think अब ये थोड़ा लंबा हो रहा है ना, आप लोग बोर हो रहे होंगे. So, एक मिनट, ऐसा करते हैं. I'm going to invite you all to very quickly close your eyes. मैं यहाँ से गायब नहीं होंगी. You can close your eyes. This is a little sensory exercise. And maybe अगर आपके दोनों पैर ज़मीन पे हैं तो रखिए. You can sit आराम से. Have your back rested. And if you're not able to close your eyes, you can look at the floor, have a soft gaze. And I'm going to now invite you to take a deep breath and exhale. And don't fight your breath. Just let it come to you and flow out. And as you are breathing and inhaling, exhaling, your feet on the ground, I'm going to invite you to think of any life-changing moment of your life. Any life-changing moment. I'm sure you'll be getting some splashes of memories, that probably a proposal that got accepted, I mean not a job, maybe a date. और आपने कुछ बहुत अच्छा कपड़ा पहना हो, आपको कॉम्प्लीमेंट मिले हो और आपकी लाइफ बदल गई हो. Any life-changing moment. Maybe motherhood. And as you filter down to that one life-changing moment, maybe filter down to one life-changing moment, I'm going to invite you to think where you are in that life-changing moment. What is the architecture? What's the color of the place where you are? Is it bright? Is it of bricks? Is it cement? What's the architecture? And as you are looking at yourself, what's the temperature of the place? Is there sun, moon, there's breeze? Is your skin hot, cold? How's it? As you also sense the temperature of that memory, is there any fragrance? Can you smell coffee, food, chai, या कोई और perfume की smell? Any sensory smell? Who's with you, or are you alone in that memory? Are you aware of the bodies around you in that memory? That life-changing moment. It could be any. And as you are living that moment, reliving it again, I'm going to invite you to go to a bird's eye view of that memory. Move above. Yeah, move above that space, see yourself, and move up again, more and more and more and more. See yourself in the scheme of things. Just you. Maybe there's somebody else. But how does it look at you with your inner eyes in that life-changing moment? And as you're in that life-changing moment, become aware of my voice and your breath and this room. And come back to the room. You can open your eyes. Thank you for participating. Well, let me share with you my life-changing moment. It was motherhood. Yes, motherhood, and I was anxious and insecure. I mean, we both loved our daughter, but you know, as mother, I was very confused. Where must I be? And I know as women, we are not called mothers only when we birth a child. I mean, as women, we birth ourselves every month, right? That's what Shivani shared with me the other day, that we birth new situations, new ideas, maybe sometimes children. Yeah? But I was anxious whether I was a good mother, whether I was reporting at work, my child was alone at home, was I a good professional at workplace, was I a good partner? Such guilt. But as I got support of events like these, forum like these, senior women at my workplace, somebody understood me. I started to reclaim my space. I started to get more grounding. I realized that we often make ourselves wrong for many things as women, like red lipstick, more red lipstick, laughing out loud, the deep neck we wear, going to a salsa class and have your son wait at home for you, attending an emergency at home and not reporting to work, and the list goes on. And we seek permissions to celebrate Women's Day, and our own trip, a solo trip, we ask for permissions and nods from everybody. We wait for regrets to settle, guilt to rationalize. We overcompensate. We become nice. Well, now I'm here, I'm 42, and today, of course, I received an award, and I have become a possibility. And from mediocre to this person, and I really thank all the senior women who supported me, and I hope my father would be proud of me. I'm not average anymore. But backstage, khade, I was palpitating. Heat. Is it perimenopause? I think I'm hitting menopause very soon, in a few years. And I know I feel exhausted. It's tiring to keep fighting and proving all the time as a woman. It's exhausting. Actually, मुझे ये रेस लड़नी ही नहीं है. मुझे बराबरी चाहिए ही नहीं. नहीं चाहिए मुझे ये आज़ादी.
जय माँ.
बहुत कुछ उलझा सा है, काफी उधेड़ बुन में हूँ, सोचती ही रह जाती हूँ, कुछ ना कुछ उलझने चलती रहती हैं. क्या करूँ, क्या कहूँ, क्यों कहूँ, क्या कुछ कहना ज़रूरी है? करना, दिखना, बनाना, चलना, बैठना, लड़ना, क्यों दिखाना है, क्यों लड़ना है, क्यों चाहिए, क्या चाहिए, लगभग बराबर होना है, क्या सबको एक समान होना है? अक्सर ये विचार में मन में ऐसा आता है, कई नाम आते हैं, वो कहते हैं हाँ हाँ आगे बढ़ो, तुम्हें ये करना ही चाहिए, पर लगता है कि क्यों करना है मुझे ये, क्यों? मैं खुश हूँ अपने आप में, अपने दामन में रहकर मैं खुश हूँ. मैं हूँ, मैं जानती हूँ, बैठी हुई सोई हुई खुश हूँ मैं. नहीं लड़ना है मुझे, ना रुदन ना विलाप ना शोर, क्यों उठाऊँ मैं वो भारी भरकम बीड़ा, सिर्फ चैन ही ठीक है. क्यों भागूं तुम्हारी तरह, क्यों दौड़ूं, क्या साबित करना है, क्यों भागूं, थकूं और फिर गिर जाऊं. मेरा घरौंदा ही ठीक है, मैं कमज़ोर ही ठीक हूँ, मैं मदद ले लूँगी, मुझे नहीं चढ़ना पर्वत, नहीं लहराना झंडा अपनी काबिलियत का, नहीं रहना आगे दौड़ में, अब मैं चीख पड़ूंगी. उन आवाजों पर। कौन हो तुम? किस बात की आजादी देना चाहते हो? क्यों बढ़ना है मुझे? मुझसे पूछ मुझसे पूछ रहे हो कि क्या मुझे चाहिए ये सब? मेरी इच्छा कहाँ है इसमें? क्या मिल रहा है इस दौड़ में? क्यों चैन से बैठे नहीं हो तुम? दौड़ में अंधे बनकर थकान से पीड़ित भागे जा रहे हो। क्या तकलीफ है तुम्हें मेरे चैन से? मैं खुद से खुश हूँ। हर किसी को नहीं चाहिए तख्त व ताज। मुझे नहीं जाना है नेत्री बनकर बोर्ड रूम में। नहीं बनना है मुझे लीडर। कुछ लोग सिर्फ जीना चाहते हैं। सजदर सवर कर चाय की प्याली लिए गपशप करना चाहते हैं। अब लगता है इन उलझनों का साया हट सा रहा है। मैं देख पा रही हूँ, सब जान पा रही हूँ। मैं घोषणा करती हूँ, मुझे नहीं बराबर होना, मुझे नहीं चाहिए आज़ादी।
जय माँ, जय माँ, जय माँ, जय माँ।
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for them, please. And on that note, we've come to an end of this summit of Season 4. Looking forward to seeing you all in Season 5, bigger, greater, and stronger. Once again, a big thank you to IIM Mumbai, the entire fraternity, for extending their valuable support to us. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. Thanking our partners and thanking each one of you for making this day a huge success. I was your host, Ankita. Thank you.
कुछ तो ये तो कुछ हो रहा हमारे साथ नहीं होता है बहुत